Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
You basically say to parents, stop chasing happiness and success for your kids. I'm like, hey, but if nothing else, I should at least be doing that. And in today's very goal-driven, success-driven world, I'd be like, I get it, but I don't want my kid to be left out. I want to give them the best chance.
Right, so let's just take success first. And most Indian parents will have to admit, even in the privacy of their own solitude, that success is their main goal in raising their children. And when we raise children with this goal in mind, what we often do is become blind to who the child really is. When we drive our children to success, we objectify them. And no parent likes to admit that they're doing that, because we pretend to ourselves, we lie to ourselves that all our pushing is coming because we care about our children. We love our children, but that's not the truth. We care about ourselves. We love ourselves. We feel good to have our children be successful. And if our children fall off the wagon, it makes us feel anxious.
But then you also say, don't push for happiness. Don't make that your big goal either. Can you tell us why? That sounds like a really different way of looking at things.
We want our children to be happy. Well, what that really means is we want our children to be really happy because that makes us feel as if we're good parents. It makes us feel in control and as if we're successful. Our children are going to have a lot of unhappy moments in life. Life is not about just unilateral, unilinear feelings. In fact, pain, fear, anxiety is part of the human experience. And in fact, that's what actually keeps us safe sometimes. And that's how we're wired to know that there's danger. And that's how we grow. Our children will pay a price. They may not tell us right now, but they will pay a price in their own life because they will be unable to sit with their difficult emotions. They will drink too much, eat too much, socialize too much, spend too much money, and look outward because they're too uncomfortable to sit with their pain, because we've taught them that they should just be happy, which is unrealistic and it's toxic.
Now friends, if I talk about the first story or the top story of the week, well, it's a very special one. मेरी जेब में वो फ़ोन है फ़िलहाल, but this phone, let me just tell you a basic set of details around this phone और फिर आप guess करना कि वो क्या हो सकता है. So ये जो फ़ोन है, the total weight is more than half a kilo. ये एक एप्पल का फ़ोन है जिसमें पीछे की तरफ भी वी गॉट अ स्मॉल सेकेंडरी स्क्रीन. काफ़ी यूनिक है. इट्स ओनली वन इन द वर्ल्ड. द बैटरी इज़ बाय फार द मैक्स पॉसिबल इन एनी एप्पल फ़ोन, और इट्स अ कस्टम फ़ोन दैट वाज मेड जस्ट फॉर मी. Yes, I got it made, guys, or this is the phone. This is all new iPhone 15 Pro Max. On the back side, if I show you, तो यहाँ पे what I have is this.
Welcome back. Rahul Gandhi holds a roadshow in Wayanad. You remember he'll be filing his nomination today from Wayanad. His sister Priyanka Gandhi Vadra there as well at that roadshow, and while he will be filing his nomination, do remember that the Chief Minister has in fact gone on to comment about Rahul Gandhi there. Filing his nomination from Wayanad. This is the Chief Minister who has had gone on to talk about Rahul Gandhi there. Do remember he is from that India Bloc Alliance. Kerala's Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan on Monday took a dig at Congress leader and incumbent Wayanad MP Rahul Gandhi for contesting the polls from the constituency against Annie Raja of CPI, a party that is part of the opposition's India Bloc. So Rahul Gandhi in Wayanad, they holding a road show, after which he will be making his way to his constituency to present his nomination documents at the collectorate for the Wayanad parliamentary constituency. There you see Priyanka Gandhi Vadra there as well, joining him on that road show, and then she will be there present during the time when he will be filing his nomination from Wayanad. And of course, that's Rahul Gandhi there holding that road show with many people present there holding placards and cheering for the young leader. And Congress MP there arrived for that road show in the constituency where he had won in the 2019 parliamentary polls with a massive margin of over 4 lakh votes. Rahul Gandhi arrived by helicopter and has travelled by road to this road show at Kalpetta. Now holding that road show along with his sister as well as KC Venugopal and Deepa Das. We have Arpita joining us on the phone line. Arpita, there we see that road show of Rahul Gandhi, thousands of party workers and supporters there who have turned up for that road show. The road show will end near the civil station at about noon, and after that only will Rahul Gandhi be filing his nomination.
Yes, Divya. So shortly he will be filing his nomination from Wayanad, and several prominent leaders like KPCC President K. Sadagaran, Ramesh Channathala and other leaders will accompany him during the nomination filing process. And currently he is holding a road show, and shortly he will be going to file his nomination. Now remember, in 2019 Rahul Gandhi had won from Wayanad with a margin vote of over 4 lakhs votes, and this year too he's hoping to win with a margin number of votes. And against him is BJP leader K. Surendran and CPIM leader Annie Raja. Wayanad is now Wayanad is going to play an important role during Lok Sabha polls, because there so many multiple incidents of man versus wild has happened, and people there have been complaining that no action has been taken by the Kerala government, or they haven't received any help from their MP, who is Rahul Gandhi. Now it has to be. We need to see if Rahul Gandhi can make an impact and if he can win with a record margin this year too.
Right, needs to be seen if Rahul Gandhi can, repeat history, make that indelible mark. When we're talking about 2019 Lok Sabha polls, Congress leader Rahul Gandhi won after polling 7,06,367 votes out of over 10 lakh votes. So with his closest rival, that was CPI's PP Sunir, receiving only 2,74,597 votes to be precise. So voting that will begin in Kerala for the Lok Sabha polls this year on the 26th of this month. And there we can see that roadshow that's taking place of Rahul Gandhi. He's on his way to file his nomination papers from Wayanad. Do remember he won with a huge margin. We're talking about a margin of over 4 lakhs, when he won the last time around. So there we can see Priyanka Gandhi Vadra in support of her brother there on that roadshow. Arpita, take us through, the problem that the Chief Minister has had with Rahul Gandhi fielding the Wayanad seat again. Arpita still with us. Arpita, take us through, the problem that the Chief Minister of the state has with Rahul Gandhi fielding from Wayanad. So Congress leader there, Rahul Gandhi, he's reached there. He will be submitting his nomination papers as expected at about 12 o'clock in the afternoon, just minutes from now. He did reach here, by helicopter, then by road. He reached this particular area where the roadshow is taking place. From here, of course, the young leader is going to be reaching the place to file in his nomination papers. We have Rahul Gandhi there on that roadshow with key Congress leaders, party workers out there in large number. He will be filing his nomination from Wayanad. Do remember it's Annie Raja who's also filing her nomination papers today. So it'll be Rahul Gandhi up against LDF candidate and CPI leader Annie Raja, and of course Kerala BJP chief Sundaran. And this is Rahul Gandhi there. Do remember in 2019 the Congress's first list of candidates from the Lok Sabha elections, 11 from Uttar Pradesh and 4 from Gujarat, featured both Amethi and Rai Bareli. Sonia Gandhi and the then Congress President Rahul Gandhi contested from their family's traditional bastions, with the former winning and of course the latter losing to BJP's Smriti Irani. So perhaps aware of that position as far as Amethi being kind of not a very done deal, so to say. So Rahul Gandhi has again entered the fray from Wayanad in Kerala constituency. He currently represents, but it is the Chief Minister of Kerala who has had a problem with Rahul Gandhi fielding from Wayanad. And this is coming from the Chief Minister who's part of that India bloc. So when we talk about Rahul Gandhi's candidature from Wayanad, this is, the elections will be held in Kerala on the 26th of this month. We have Arpita back with us. Arpita, take us through the issues that the Chief Minister has with Rahul Gandhi, who will be facing off with Annie Raja when it comes to the seat of Wayanad.
Well, Divya, not just the Kerala government, even the BJP leader K. Surendran has been criticizing Rahul Gandhi, and they've been constantly saying that Rahul Gandhi shouldn't be contesting from Wayanad, and they have always criticized him for his absenteeism in the constituency during critical times like floods and COVID pandemic. They've continuously said that Rahul Gandhi did not do any work for the people of Wayanad. He did not visit the constituency during COVID pandemic or floods, and even recently incidents where wild elephants have killed people in Wayanad. The opposition have BJP and central, the Kerala government has constantly said that Rahul Gandhi has not visited Wayanad and he's not helping the people of Wayanad. Even they have accused him that he shouldn't be contesting from Wayanad, and this is the allegation that they have been saying. But Rahul Gandhi again and again has been reiterating that he has been working for the people of Wayanad, and he has also said that he is confident that he will win from Wayanad.
Right, Arpita, we will keep tracking the story. Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi on their way for the filing of the nomination from the seat of Wayanad for the Congress leader Rahul Gandhi. We will come back to you for more on that. Moving on now to more news, and the tug-of-war between the ruling DMK in Tamil Nadu and the union government has reached a flashpoint over non-release of special additional package when it comes to the restoration of the flood-ravaged districts. The state has moved the Supreme Court today for a direction to the centre on this. The Tamil Nadu government, do remember, had sought a 37,000 crore rupees as a special package. It claims that the centre has not paid a penny so far, something the union government is denying.
நேற்றுக்கு கூட கேரள மாநில அரசு 10,000 கோடி ரூபாய் கடன் வாங்க ஒன்றிய அரசு அனுமதிக்கணும்னு உச்சநீதிமன்றம் போய் வாதாடுறாங்க. கர்நாடக அரசு நீதிமன்றத்தில் போய் வறட்சி நிவாரணம் தர சொல்லுங்கன்னு வாதாடுறாங்க. நாமளும் வெள்ள நிவாரணம் கேட்டு பார்த்தோம், தரல. நாளை காலை உச்சநீதிமன்றத்தில் வழக்கு போட போறோம்.
We have my colleague Sam Daniel joining us to get us more on this. Sam, the Chief Minister there moving the top court against the centre and making claims that not a single rupee has been released so far.
That's right, Divya. The ruling DMK has been demanding this total package of 37,000 crore rupees from the central government, saying that the two consecutive devastation by cyclone Migjom to begin with, and then the unprecedented severe rainfall in Chennai and southern Tamil Nadu has crippled livelihood and also property in those areas, and it needs this kind of a funding to help people in restoration and rehabilitation. And it says the central government has not released even a penny. And now it has sought a direction from the Supreme Court, at least for an ex parte interim relief of 2,000 crore rupees to begin with, and then any other order the court may deem it fit to begin with. And in the petition, the Tamil Nadu government says the centre's differential treatment of states in release of funds tantamounts to discrimination, violative of what it calls fundamental rights of people. It also calls it as stepmotherly treatment, violating the national disaster management policy and the federal nature of tax division. The larger picture, Divya, of course, is the ruling DMK has taken up the issue of federalism as its key focus in the run-up to the elections, and it hopes that this will also help the party to win some political dividends in that sense. But in response, yesterday, the Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman claims that 900 crore rupees was initially transferred to the Tamil Nadu government under the State Disaster Response Force Fund, and saying that it's not true that the central government has not really released a penny under this particular for this particular calamity. And she also claims that the central government had given a 5,000 crore rupee assistance to build storm water drains for Chennai in particular. And she's asked whether the state government would first submit accounts in terms of the way the funds have been spent. For a specific question on the state government's allegation that they've not given a penny in terms of any additional special package, she says the high-level committee in due course of time will release those funds. That's the stand of the central government, and we'll have to wait and watch what the Supreme Court would say on this. But already states like Kerala and Karnataka have also moved the Supreme Court asking for a direction. In the case of Karnataka, it's seeking a direction for funds for managing the drought situation there. And in the case of Kerala, it wants the court's direction for an approval by the centre for it to borrow around 10,000 crore rupees as a loan from other agencies. So these are the ways in which these opposition rule states look at the central government. We'll have to wait and see how the court would look at. But recently, the Tamil Nadu government had a shot in the arm of Sen, in the sense that the Supreme Court had directed the governor to abide by the aid and advice of the cabinet when the governor refused to swear in Ponmudi, a minister whose conviction the court had stayed. And going by that, the Tamil Nadu government hopes the court may also give some directions in terms of relief from the central government.
Well, thank you so much, Sam, for joining us with all those details. Moving on now to more news coming in, and that's 3 released convicts from the Rajiv Gandhi assassination case deported from Colombo deported actually for Colombo from Chennai airport this morning. Murugan and Robert Pyas, as well as Jay Kumar, who were recently granted passports, were quietly transported by the police. Another member, do remember, Santan, had recently died due to liver failure. Their release came after prolonged legal battle despite the Tamil Nadu cabinet's recommendation. One of them, Murugan, is married to Nalini, an Indian citizen. Another convict released prematurely. All 3 men, being Lankan nationals, were held in a special camp post their release. Now, 3 decades ago, late Prime Minister Rajiv Gandhi's widow Sonia Gandhi's intervention had spared Nalini's life, considering she was pregnant at the time of her sentencing. Well, news coming in from Jammu and Kashmir, and we're talking about a gangster who was gunned down and a police officer who died due to injuries that were sustained during that encounter in a shootout that took place at the Government Medical College in Jammu and Kashmir. To get more on the details, we have Nazir joining us. Nazir, when did this incident take place? And a police officer has died. Another one is believed to be critically injured. What really happened during this encounter?
Well, it happened late last night when police were chasing a group of gangsters in Kutwa who were involved in a case in Samba, adjacent Samba district. So as they were chasing gangsters, they entered the government medical college, Kutwa, and where this encounter took place after they were cornered by the police. While a gangster has been killed, but one young police officer, Deepak Sharma, has lost his life. He was critically injured in the shootout. He received blood injuries in his head. He was given initial treatment at Medical College, Kutwa. Then he was moved to adjacent district, Pathankot, which is in Punjab. So while he was given treatment, but he could not survive. So this morning he died. Special police official is injured. He's reported to be stable, out of danger. But this clearly shows that, gangs who have been operating in this area, it was actually unknown. There was not much, there's no militancy in this area. But the fact is these gangs have been operating, and J&K Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha has vowed to avenge the killing of Sub-Inspector Deepak Sharma. And he says he will ensure that this area is crime-free. But this clearly shows it is a challenge for the administration at a time when elections are going on in this constituency. Kutwa, Udhampur constituency will go to polls on 19th of this month. And it's a high-stake battle. And amid the election campaign, we see this shootout, and a young police officer lost his life while chasing gangsters in Kutwa.
Right, Nazir, thank you so much for getting us all those details. With that, we're slipping into a short break. Back with a whole lot more.
Welcome to NDTV Auto. I'm here in Jaipur for Volkswagen brand conference, and they have made a slew of announcements here. Let's talk more about them with Mr. Ashish Gupta, brand director, Volkswagen India. You have again changed the lineup of Taigun. What was the purpose behind it, and will that make things simpler for people?
No, I think, the endeavor has been, and if I take you back 2 years when we introduced the Taigun, we introduced it on two-line structure, the dynamic line, which was basically based on the 1 liter, and the performance line, which was based on the 1.5 liter. Over the period of time, what we have also realized is that customers are not differentiated by, engine types. Customers are more and more moving towards style differentiation. What kind of a style appeals to me, and what kind of a style does not appeal to me or appeals to another set of customers. So the endeavor this time has been to now put our line structure in place to appeal to style more than the differentiation by the engine line. So that's what we have done. So now we have the chrome line, which is more elegant, for the customers who like that kind of a design language, available both on the 1.5 and the 1 liter, and then the sporty look with more black themed exterior and interior elements, which appeals to customers who are looking for more sporty, rugged kind of an appeal that appeals to them. So that's why today we have launched the GT Plus Sport on the Taigun, and also the GT line, which actually brings the GT-ness of our cars into the 1 liter lineup as well with the GT line.
Does this impact pricing?
Yes, of course. If you look at the GT line is now has all the GT elements, including 17-inch wheels, including 6 airbag standard, including the black elements in the exterior and the interior, at a price point which is between the high line and the top line. Yeah, so it's a much more accessible, affordable GT.
The other big announcement is about ID4, and we have seen ID4 earlier as well. But what is the plan now? When do you think it will actually come to India, will get launched in India?
Yeah, I think the ID4 that you saw earlier was a test car, which you saw by accident and not by design. But today we have officially showcased the ID4. So very clearly we are committed to bringing the global electric range into India, starting with the ID4. Our target is to bring this car to India and to start selling it towards the end of this year.
Yeah. What I know it's very early to say, but what will be your pricing strategy?
So.
Welcome back. News coming in from Guwahati, and this is after a complaint from a woman employee posted at the international airport in Guwahati. An additional Director General CRPF officer in North-East Zone has been repatriated to his parent cadre as per the Ministry of Home Affairs. The woman employee in her complaint stated that the officer had made a pass at her and had forcibly tried to hug her. My colleague Ratnadeep Chaudhary has the details.
And we have a copy of the complaint letter. This complaint was filed on March 18th, a day after the incident had happened on March 17, when this senior CRPF officer, who was seated in the VIP lounge, the reserved lounge for dignitaries, for senior officials at the Guwahati airport to catch a flight out of Guwahati. And in the complaint letter, the women employee of the Guwahati International Airport, the Lokapriya Gopinath Bordoloi International Airport at Guwahati, she had complained that the senior officer tried to actually misbehave with her and tried to hug her. That are the allegations, and she somehow resisted that, and later on a complaint was filed officially with the Guwahati City Police. We also have been able to access the report which was sent by the Commissioner of Police of Guwahati City to the DGP Assam with regards to this case, where it has been mentioned that Guwahati City Police did find prima facie evidence of outraging the modesty of a woman. However, the complainant later actually withdraw her complaint, and therefore police did not further pursue the case. Now what we have picked up that later on the officer involved, the senior CRPF officer, actually apologized to the complainant. That's what we are picking up, and that has been also mentioned in the report which police has forwarded. Now it seems, acting on this, MHA has taken a very strong action. The officer has been shunted out from his current posting, and not only shunted out of his current posting, but he has been repatriated to his parent cadre. He is a UP cadre IPS officer who was on deputation to CRPF. He has been sent back to his parent cadre, and what we are picking up from official sources is that this is with regards to what had happened at the Guwahati airport, although the complainant had withdrawn her complaint.
Right, CRPF officer has now, in that complaint, the woman has said that he tried to forcibly hug her. Well, moving on to more news now, and a major earthquake with a magnitude of 7.7 struck off Taiwan's eastern coast. According to the US Geological Survey, it had even prompted tsunami warnings, which were later then downgraded. According to reports, at least 4 people have been killed and dozens of people have been injured in a very strong quake, the strongest that we've seen in over 25 years. In 1999, an earthquake of 7.6 magnitude earthquake had resulted in 2,400 people dying and over 10,000 people being injured. Now, rescuers have been pulling people out of collapsed buildings here. The powerful earthquake struck off Taiwan earlier today. It was a time when people were headed towards work. It was rush hour, just a little before 8 a.m. The quake's epicenter is located about 18 kilometers from the southern city of Hualien. Now, several aftershocks were felt even after that, one as strong as 6.5 as far as the magnitude is concerned. Train services were disrupted, but what is really exemplary is the zeal of the people. People returned to work, people went to work, people even went to school this morning after that very strong earthquake. And with that, we're slipping into a very short break. Back with a whole lot more. Do stay with us.
Co-present NDTV wins big at NBAR. With 43 awards, NDTV reigns supreme. Sanjay Pugalia takes home the award for Editor-in-Chief of the Year. Santosh Kumar wins Managing Editor of the Year. Vishnu Som, Maria Shakil and Sumit Avasthi take home the top honours for the Anchors of the Year. BSI, Hum Log and We the People all take home awards. And NDTV 24/7 takes home News Channel of the Year award. NDTV stands for trust. Chief Justice D.Y. Chandrachud, NDTV, big exclusive.
We provide justice to common citizens, and there is no case which is too small even for the highest court of the nation.
CGI का काम करने का अलग अंदाज.
Sometimes I get emails even in the middle of the night, and I'm always available to answer those emails. 25 crore final judgments and orders. This data is available online. As on 29th February 2024, 3.09 crore cases have been heard on video conferencing mode.
चीफ जस्टिस चंद्रचूड़ से जुड़ी अनसुनी बातें.
3:30 बजे सुबह मेरा दिन शुरू हो जाता है. My best friend, who is my wife, Kalpana, both of us are vegans.
खबरों में आपका भरोसा. NDTV.
You say, celebrate the ordinary in your child. Celebrate their ordinariness, or at least observe their ordinariness, because once they are seen by you for who they are,
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
Good afternoon and welcome. You're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Rishika Barua. Rahul Gandhi is filing his nomination amid a massive roadshow in Wayanad. That's going to be our top focus story. Before we get you all the updates from Kerala, a quick check on the top headlines. Police officer killed in the Kathua shootout. Sub-inspector has been seriously injured. This is a shootout that has happened at a government medical college in Kathua in Jammu and Kashmir last evening. Rahul Gandhi holds a massive roadshow in Wayanad before filing his nomination. This as suspense continues over whether the Gandhi siblings will contest from the family bastions of Uttar Pradesh. BJP issues a legal notice to Aam Aadmi Party leader Atishi over the poaching charge she levelled at a press conference yesterday. The AAP minister had alleged threats and poaching post the chief minister's arrest. The BJP denies charge, sends a notice to Atishi. Aam Aadmi Party MP Sanjay Singh to walk out of jail today. He's been in jail for the last 6 months in connection with the Delhi liquor policy case. The Tamil Nadu government moves the Supreme Court against the central government over allocation of the flood relief package. Its state seeks over 2,000 crore interim for cyclone relief. The plea has accused the centre of differential treatment. Well, the big political focus, Rahul Gandhi is holding a grand roadshow in Kerala's Wayanad. This as the Gandhi sign is all set to file his nomination from Wayanad ahead of the Lok Sabha election. Rahul Gandhi is filing his nomination papers today. He's accompanied by his sister Priyanka Gandhi in what is seen as a massive show of strength in Kerala. Remember, this is considered a safe seat for Rahul Gandhi as he files his nomination from Wayanad today. Questions are still being asked over whether the Gandhi siblings, you see there on your screens, Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, will be willing to take on the challenge from the all-important Hindi heartland Uttar Pradesh. Will they contest from the family bastions of Amethi and Rai Bareli, which has now been vacated by Sonia Gandhi? There are several questions that remain over the possibility of yet another dual contest by Rahul Gandhi from Amethi and Wayanad. He was, remember, defeated by BJP Smriti Irani from Amethi last time around. He contested in Amethi and in Wayanad, continues to retain his membership of parliament because he won from Wayanad by a comfortable majority. However, the big question at the moment is whether the Gandhis will be willing to take up the challenge in Uttar Pradesh. Will Priyanka Gandhi Vadra contest from the Rai Bareli seat, which has been vacated by Sonia Gandhi as she moves to the upper house? Will Rahul Gandhi once again take up the challenge against Smriti Irani from Amethi? All of those are questions that still need to be asked. But Rahul Gandhi there filing his nomination from Wayanad, a grand roadshow that has been planned by the Congress party. NDTV's Arpita Ajay Kumar joins us with the very latest. Arpita, the significance of what we're seeing on our screens, it's a massive show of strength there for the Gandhis in Wayanad as Rahul Gandhi files his nomination. We'll try and reconnect with Arpita in just a moment. But like I said, this is the big political focus. Rahul Gandhi filing his nomination from Wayanad. He's holding a grand roadshow along with his sister Priyanka Gandhi. It remains to be seen what really happens as far as the Uttar Pradesh battle is concerned. Will Rahul Gandhi also be willing to take up the challenge this time around from Amethi? Because remember, the BJP has pitched a strong candidate against Rahul Gandhi in Wayanad this time. It's not going to be cakewalk. He's holding this massive roadshow at Kalpetta town, but there is also a big challenge as far as Rahul Gandhi is concerned from the constituency. The BJP has fielded a strong candidate. There is a strong left candidate, CPI's Annie Raja, who's also been fielded. So amid all of that, there's going to be a three-cornered contest in Wayanad as well. This time around, it is believed that it's not going to be cakewalk. Last time, of course, Rahul's victory in the Wayanad constituency was considered a sweep. It was significant, especially given the fact that he lost the Gandhi bastion of Amethi to Smriti Irani. So while he files his nomination from Wayanad, it remains to be seen whether or not Rahul Gandhi is in fact going to take up the challenge from Amethi. Arpita joins us with the very latest. Arpita, this particular election this time around from Wayanad is not going to be cakewalk for Rahul Gandhi. There is a very strong CPIM candidate who's been fielded in the form of Annie Raja. There's been a lot of talk about the fact that Wayanad is all set for a three-cornered contest.
Yes, Rishika, well, there are talks that it is going to be a three-way contest because K. Surendran, who is BJP president, is contesting from Wayanad, is also a very strong candidate, and CPI also has fielded a very strong candidate, Annie Raja from Wayanad. Now remember, in 2019, Rahul Gandhi had won with a good margin of more than 4. Now, even though Congress is claiming that they will win again this time from Wayanad with a majority, it needs to be seen if that's going to happen because there have been multiple issues that has been taken up by BJP or by Kerala government, CPIM-led Kerala government, saying that Rahul Gandhi was not performing well from Wayanad. They have brought up the issue that Rahul Gandhi did not visit Wayanad during issues like flood or COVID pandemic. So even though BJP and CPIM have said that Rahul Gandhi is not going to win and he shouldn't be contesting from Wayanad, the other side is very confident that they've said that Rahul Gandhi will win from Wayanad. Now it needs to be seen if Rahul Gandhi can win from Wayanad and also
all right, we seem to be losing that line with you, Arpita, but very interesting what you're saying. It is significant that Wayanad this time around is also not going to be a cakewalk for Rahul Gandhi as it was last time, winning by, of course, a huge margin. This time it is CPI's Annie Raja who's going to be filing nominations also today from Wayanad, as well as BJP Surendran, who's going to be taking on Rahul Gandhi. He is, of course, a leader of the SDPI, the political arm of the PFI, supported by the UDF. That's the candidature of him. And of course, K. Surendran is also a a known face. So it's going to be very interesting to see how the battle for Wayanad plays out. And like I said, the suspense still remains over whether or not the Gandhis will return to their family bastions in Uttar Pradesh of Raebareli and Amethi. Will Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi Vadra be up for the challenge from Amethi and Raebareli are still questions that need to be answered. The lists for the party is not out as far as those key seats in Uttar Pradesh are concerned. But break it down for us, Arpita. It appears to be a concerted effort. All right, we seem to have lost that line with Arpita, but it's going to be very interesting to see how the battle for Wayanad
plays out this time, because like we've been reporting, it's a three-cornered contest. The BJP has put up a strong candidate as well. And of course, we are seeing the CPI candidate from Wayanad, a strong candidate in the form of Annie Raja, who's been put up against Rahul Gandhi. Once again, questions over India bloc unity, because remember, the India alliance is not fighting together in Kerala. The CPI is fighting against the Congress in Kerala, but together in other parts. So it's going to be very interesting to see how this plays out. NDTV's Alok Pandey now joins us on the phone line for more. Alok, while of course Wayanad is set for a three-cornered contest, and we've been talking about how this is not going to be cakewalk for Rahul Gandhi as it was the last time around, there are questions that still need to be answered over whether or not the Gandhis are going to be up for the challenge in Uttar Pradesh. Whether Rahul Gandhi will once again fight from Amethi, and whether Priyanka Gandhi Vadra will take on the challenge from Rai Bareli, the seat that has been vacated by her mother.
Well, I think you're absolutely right, Rishika. I was about to, in fact, start my phono by saying that, while not really qualified to talk about Wayanad, so to say, but I've reported from Uttar Pradesh, and like you say, the interest about the Gandhis right now is not only about the Wayanad contest for Rahul Gandhi. As we watch these visuals, of course, Mr. Gandhi won from Wayanad last time and lost from Amethi, if you remember, and our viewers would also remember. That's why these visuals are important, because you have thousands of people leading that road show, and eventually Mr. Gandhi will find his nomination from the Kerala constituency. But at the same time, there is still speculation about whether the Gandhis are going to manage to get their act together, so to say, in both Amethi and Rai Bareli. If you remember last time, the BJP Smriti Irani put up a spirited contest against Rahul Gandhi and won the Amethi Lok Sabha seat. Amethi used to be a stronghold of the Congress before that, so it was a big letdown, so to say, for Mr. Gandhi personally and also for the Congress. Now what has happened, again, just to refresh the memory of our viewers, I'm sure most of them are following these elections very closely, but now what has happened is that Sonia Gandhi, the former Congress president, and who has now vacated the Rai Bareli seat. Now, Rai Bareli again is a seat that the Congress has won multiple times. But then again, questions would be asked as to whether those victories have come because of Sonia Gandhi's face, so to say. Who is the alternative that they'll find? Will it be Priyanka Gandhi, who is accompanying Rahul Gandhi on this roadshow in Wayanad right now, or will it be somebody else? If it is somebody else, then will there be a situation where the BJP can also put up a big fight against that person? I mean, not to say that the BJP did not put up a fight against the Gandhi family person. The BJP won Amethi last time around. So it's a tricky situation. You see, Kerala is very important for the Gandhis, but at the same time, Uttar Pradesh is a place where at one point of time, even as early as 2009, which is not many years ago, they did manage 23 seats out of 80, and since then it's just been downhill. Last election it was 1 seat. So what happens there is also an equally important question as we watch these visuals of Mr. Gandhi holding that roadshow along with Priyanka Gandhi in Wayanad on the way to file his nomination for that Lok Sabha seat.
All right, so suspense clearly continues over whether or not the Gandhis are willing to take on the mantle from Uttar Pradesh. But Alok, also, the Congress is in alliance with the Samajwadi Party in Uttar Pradesh this time around. They've decided to contest together. This is one of the key alliances that the Congress has in fact worked out. But there has also been a general feeling with a lot of leaders within the Congress party alleging that they've actually bowed down to the interest of the allies in the interest of keeping the India bloc together. If you look at the similar narrative is played out in Maharashtra, similar narrative is played out in other parts as well. They are in alliance with the Samajwadi Party in Uttar Pradesh. Does that at all complicate things, or is there a general expectation from Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi to be willing to take up the challenge from their traditional family bastions?
You see, all I can say is that if you remember, the Congress and the Samajwadi Party were in alliance earlier too. They were in alliance at the time of the 2017 election, if I remember correctly, the state election, and that didn't end very well, if you remember, for both parties, and the BJP swept to victory in that poll. So, of course, this is a different election. This is the Lok Sabha election, but at the same time, like you said, there are genuine questions being raised by many quarters as to whether these alliances for the India bloc are going to work or not. The BJP, on the other hand, also has, if you look at an Uttar Pradesh specific question, the BJP also has smaller parties together. For instance, Om Prakash Rajbhar, who went from the BJP to the Samajwadi Party, flip-flop back to the BJP, is now a cabinet minister in UP, and he's somebody who can hold a key to some seats in Eastern Uttar Pradesh for the BJP. So the question that you raise is very valid, that at the end of the day, has the India alliance of the Congress in particular managed to firm up alliances in key states like UP? But I think we should also not forget the pictures that we are seeing on screen right now, and I will speak over them. Like I said, not very qualified to speak about Kerala, so to say, but just as a journalist, these are interesting pictures. Congress's Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi leading this roadshow to file Rahul's nomination in Wayanad, where also, mind you, Mr. Gandhi is not going to be in a walkover kind of situation. The BJP has put up a candidate, but so has the CPI. The CPI has, in fact, Annie Raja, the CPI candidate, has already filed the nomination from Wayanad, and she is the one who's challenging Rahul Gandhi, and her campaign is centered about the alleged or the so-called neglect that she says has happened of Wayanad, and she says that it is the CPI that, at the end of the day can give the electorate some progress. So Mr. Gandhi is not having it easy in Wayanad also. And that is something to consider. While these visuals look very attractive, you have Rahul Gandhi and you have Priyanka Gandhi, both of them on that truck, and there's a big roadshow that's happening. But at the same time, one would also want to question the effectiveness of the visuals. Is it going to translate into a victory for Mr. Gandhi? That's the question that's very interesting, given that the left front candidate is also somebody who's seen to be strong. And at the same time, like we discussed, the questions about Uttar Pradesh also remain. While in the south you have the situation, what happens to North India's biggest state in terms of Lok Sabha seats? Are you going to have any kind of uptick for the Congress there, or is the Congress at least going to manage to save two of its seats? One, Amethi, can you win it back from the BJP? Two, Raebareli, if Sonia is vacated, does the Congress stand a chance there? Who is the candidate from there? Is Priyanka Gandhi going to contest from there? Ideally, as a political observer, one would perhaps hope that these questions would have been answered by now.
Yes.
But they haven't been.
Yes. Well, Alok, very interesting what you bring up in terms of Amethi and Raebareli and whether or not the Gandhis will be up for the challenge, because it's going to be no cakewalk. It is going to be Smriti Irani that Rahul Gandhi will face should he contest from Amethi, and needless to say that the BJP will put forth a strong candidate from Raebareli as well should Priyanka Gandhi rise to the occasion of contesting from her mother's vacated seat of Raebareli, who's now moved to the Rajya Sabha. But speaking of what we are seeing on our screens, Rahul Gandhi there holding a massive roadshow in Kalpetta ahead of filing his nomination in Wayanad. It's going to be no cakewalk for Rahul Gandhi. The CPI's Annie Raja has already filed her nomination, and the BJP has put forth its Kerala President K. Surendran against Rahul Gandhi. So it is going to be a three-cornered fight in Wayanad as well. Rahul Gandhi, in fact, is speaking at the moment. Let's just try and listen in.
And immediately,
there's a poor audio there that we are getting from that live feed in Wayanad. We're going to continue to get you the latest. We can see Rahul Gandhi there accompanied by K.C. Venugopal, who's holding the microphone at the moment, and of course his sister Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, along with the top leadership of the Congress there as he files his nomination. We'll continue to get you all the latest political action from Kerala. Let's shift our focus now to the other big breaking story that we're tracking. The BJP has issued a legal notice to Aam Aadmi Party leader and Delhi Minister Atishi over the poaching charge that she levelled against the party. The AAP minister alleged that BJP is threatening and trying to poach a senior leadership of Aam Aadmi Party in the absence of Arvind Kejriwal, who, remember, is housed in the Tihar jail till the 15th of April at least. Atishi said that the BJP is trying to destabilize the Aam Aadmi Party post the Chief Minister's arrest. The BJP has retorted, saying that Atishi is concocting lies and has in fact issued a legal notice against her. Let's go across to NDTV's Aishwarya joining us with the very latest. So Aishwarya, this poaching battle in a certain sense has now become a big deal, because both Atishi and Saurabh Bharadwaj, in fact, in separate press conferences yesterday, had alleged that they've been approached by the BJP saying you either join us or you end up in jail. They said that pretty categorically. The BJP denied the charge, but they followed it up with a legal notice today.
Well, certainly in different press conferences, the Aam Aadmi Party leaders have stated that BJP had contacted them, and it was stated by them that if they wanted to save their political careers, then they should join the Bharatiya Janata Party, and that's the claim that Atishi and Saurabh Bharadwaj both made yesterday during the press conference, after which it was BJP's leader Praveen Shankar Kapoor who had filed a legal notice against Atishi, saying that these claims are false, fabricated, and if Atishi will not take back her statement, then certainly defamation notice will be sent to her, and that would be incurred on her own cost. Certainly in that particular notice, it has been also stated by Praveen Shankar Kapoor that she has to apologize for what she has stated, and that should be circulated on the social media and on her television as well. Now, what claims Atishi and Saurabh Bharadwaj has made? They stated yesterday about Operation Lotus. They said that already their 4 leaders are behind the bar, the senior leadership of Aam Aadmi Party. That includes Arvind Kejriwal, Manish Sisodiya, Satyendar Jain, and now bail leader Sanjay Singh. Atishi claimed that it would be Atishi herself, Saurabh Bharadwaj, Raghav Chadda and Durgesh Pathak who will be soon arrested by the Enforcement Directorate, and her name had emerged. Yesterday, remember, it was Hardeep Singh Puri, Union Minister, who clearly stated that there is no place, there is no vacancy for leaders like Atishi in the Bharatiya Janata Party. And these are just bogus claims made by Atishi, and this has not just done once, this has been done twice or thrice earlier by the Aam Aadmi Party leaders as well, and therefore this notice has been sent to Atishi. If she does not take back her statements, and if she does not apologize for what she has said, then certainly defamation notice will be served.
All right. Well, you know, the face-off between the BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party continues today. We've heard the Aam Aadmi Party come out and say that, you know, Arvind Kejriwal's health condition has in fact deteriorated. He's lost an undue amount of weight since he's been housed in the Tihar jail. Something which our colleague Mukesh has said that the Tihar jail sources have retorted, saying there's no such thing. The BJP once again has hit out at the Aam Aadmi Party for spinning stories. So clearly there's a bitter face-off, Aishwarya, that plays out every single day with claims and counterclaims.
Well, certainly that's the claim on one side made by the Aam Aadmi Party. Atishi doing that press conference saying that it is Arvind Kejriwal's health which is deteriorating. For three times it was sugar level of Arvind Kejriwal which has dropped, and at least 5 kilograms of weight had been reduced of Arvind Kejriwal since the time that Arvind Kejriwal was in the ED custody. On the other side, it was Tihar authorities. The sources within the Tihar authorities clearly told us that Arvind Kejriwal's health is absolutely fine. His health vitals remains very normal. According to jail manual, on a daily basis, the checkups are being done of Arvind Kejriwal, and still his health condition as far as weight is concerned, it's 65 kilogram. On the day when he came to Tihar jail, it was 65 kilograms. That's same. Tihar jail authorities also told that it is sugar level which is very normal, and his BP level is also normal at this point of time. According to the court orders, the prescriptions that had been asked by Arvind Kejriwal, the medications, sugar glucometers, as well as other parameters as far as his medical condition is concerned, all had been provided to him on a regular basis. Food from his home is being delivered to Tihar jail so that he can eat that food only. And according to Tihar jail authorities, nothing is of concern as far as Arvind Kejriwal's health is concerned. Bharatiya Janata Party had hit out at the Aam Aadmi Party, saying that they wanted to remain in news, they wanted to be relevant, and therefore false claims are being made by the Aam Aadmi Party today as well.
All right, thanks very much, Aishwarya, for joining us with all that latest information. Indeed, it is a fierce battle between the Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP that plays out. This, of course, as Kejriwal's bail hearing continues in the Delhi High Court today. The ED, remember, has been filing replies. Today will be a continuation of those hearings. Let's listen in to the political reactions.
अगर किसी सीवियर डायबिटिक पेशेंट का शुगर लेवल 50 के नीचे गिर जाए तो उनकी जान को भी खतरा हो जाता है. किसी भी डायबिटीज के पेशेंट का शुगर लेवल कभी 80 से नीचे आने नहीं दिया जाता। तो अरविंद केजरीवाल ऐसी सीवियर डायबिटीज के पेशेंट हैं, लेकिन इस डायबिटीज के बावजूद भी, इतनी बीमारी के बावजूद भी आज तक अरविंद केजरीवाल जी ने अपनी डायबिटीज को, अपने स्वास्थ्य को, अपनी देश के सेवा में कभी अड़चन नहीं डालने दी है।
देखिए, आम आदमी पार्टी का मैंने बताया ना, ये रोज एक कहानी गढ़ते हैं किस तरह से हम सुर्खियों में बने रहे। तो अभी तो एक दिन हुआ है जो मुझे जानकारी मिल रही थी कि ठीक है, एक समस्या उनको आ रही है, उसका निवारण वहाँ हो नहीं सकता, तो उसके लिए तो खुद ही उनको अपनी आदत बदलनी होगी। और उस समस्या का यहाँ मैं जिक्र नहीं करना चाहता, लेकिन ठीक है, अब क्योंकि बिगड़ी हुई आती है तो ठीक होने में थोड़ा समय लगेगा।
सर, अभी तक केजरीवाल रिजाइन नहीं कर रहे हैं, एलजी कह चुके हैं कि जेल से सरकार नहीं चलेगी। अब इस पर आप लोग आगे का क्या स्टेप होगा?
मुझे लगता है इसमें हम लोगों को कुछ नहीं कहना है, किसको मुख्यमंत्री बनाना है, किसको नहीं बनाना है, तो आम आदमी पार्टी तय करे। लेकिन जिस तरह से अरविंद केजरीवाल आतिशी मार लेना और सौरभ भारद्वाज का नाम लेके उनको मार गए, तो मुझे नहीं लगता उसके बाद वहाँ क्या होगा।
All right, and like we began this bulletin with Rahul Gandhi holding that massive roadshow in Calcutta as he files his nomination papers from Wayanad. Rahul Gandhi, in fact, is speaking at the moment. Let's listen in.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and centre. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
Well guys, did you know कि any such phone is in existence? मतलब एक ही है तो of course आपको पता नहीं होगा। वैसे if in case you did, let me know by using the email, you know the address, it's tg@ndtv.com. But आपको बताने वाला हूँ एक real fact around the same theme of did you know. You know, आप यहाँ बैठे बैठे और I mean how the scientists figure out the distance, or I would say the precise distance between Earth and the Moon. ये यूज करते हैं लेजर्स को, और ये लेजर्स रिफ्लेक्ट होके आते हैं मून सरफेस पे। द मिरर्स दैट वर लेफ्ट बाय द अपोलो एस्ट्रोनॉट्स, वहां से रिफ्लेक्ट होकर जब लेजर लाइट वापस आती है तो दे कैन फिगर आउट प्रिसाइज डिस्टेंस बिटवीन द अर्थ एंड द मून। दे कैन नो अबाउट द ऑर्बिट ऑफ द मून, या फिर ग्रेविटेशनल पुल कैसा है। मतलब जस्ट थिंक अबाउट इट, इट इज कॉल्ड लूनर लेजर रेंजिंग। मतलब कितना इंटरेस्टिंग है ना कि टेक इज ऑलमोस्ट एवरीवेयर, ऑल दीज गैजेट्स काइंड ऑफ कीप अस कनेक्टेड। फिर चाहे हम एकदम हाई एंड रॉकेट साइंस की बात करें या बेसिक लेवल पे बात करते हैं, आई थिंक ऑल अराउंड अस वी हैव मल्टीपल गैजेट्स जो हमारी लाइफ्स को बहुत ज्यादा आसान बनाते हैं।
Hello and welcome to NDTV Auto. What
Agree on, and I stand with them in this fight.
ഈ ഒരു പോരാട്ടത്തില് വയനാട്ടിലെ എല്ലാ ജനങ്ങളും ഒറ്റക്കെട്ടാണ് ഈ പ്രശ്നങ്ങളിലെല്ലാം. ആ പ്രശ്നങ്ങളിലെല്ലാം, ആ പോരാട്ടത്തിനെല്ലാം ഏറ്റവും മുന്നിൽ ഞാൻ നിങ്ങളോടൊപ്പം ഉണ്ട് എന്നുള്ള കാര്യം ഞാൻ വീണ്ടും പറയുകയാണ്.
We have tried to pressurize the government on the medical college. I have written letters to the Chief Minister. We have tried to pressurize them on all these issues, but unfortunately they have not moved forward. I am absolutely convinced that if we have a government in Delhi and when we get a government in Kerala, both of which we will do, we will resolve these issues for the people of Wayanad.
ഞാൻ ഈ പ്രശ്നങ്ങൾക്ക് വേണ്ടി കേരള സംസ്ഥാന ഗവൺമെന്റിലും കേന്ദ്ര സംസ്ഥാന ഗവൺമെന്റിലും ശക്തമായി സമ്മർദ്ദം ചെലുത്തുകയുണ്ടായി. പക്ഷേ അതുവരെ ചെയ്യിക്കേണ്ടില്ല. പക്ഷേ എനിക്ക് ഉറച്ചുകൊണ്ട് കേന്ദ്രത്തിൽ നമ്മുടെ ഗവൺമെന്റ് വരുമ്പോൾ, അതുപോലെ കേരളത്തിൽ നമ്മുടെ ഗവൺമെന്റ് വരുമ്പോൾ ഈ പ്രശ്നങ്ങൾക്ക് ശാശ്വത പരിഹാരം ഉണ്ടാക്കിയിരിക്കും എന്നുള്ള കാര്യത്തിൽ.
At the same time, as I said, all the people of Wayanad, regardless of whether you are from the UDF or from the LDF, I have a relationship with you. You're all my family members. We might disagree on our ideology, but we agree that we have a tremendous relationship with each other.
നിങ്ങൾ UDF-ന്റെ പ്രവർത്തകരാവട്ടെ LDF-ന്റെ പ്രവർത്തകരാവട്ടെ കക്ഷി രാഷ്ട്രീയത്തിനതീതമായി നിങ്ങളോട് എല്ലാവരോടും എനിക്ക് സ്നേഹമുണ്ട്. നമ്മൾ സഹോദരങ്ങളെ പോലെ പ്രവർത്തിക്കുകയാണ്. രാഷ്ട്രീയപരമായ അഭിപ്രായ വ്യത്യാസങ്ങളുണ്ടെങ്കിലും പൊതു പ്രശ്നങ്ങളിലും മറ്റു കാര്യങ്ങളിൽ നമ്മൾ ഒന്നിച്ചു പോകേണ്ടവരാണ്. എനിക്ക് അവരോട് സ്നേഹമുണ്ട്.
It is a honor for me to be your member of parliament.
ഞാൻ വീണ്ടും പറയാണ്, നിങ്ങളുടെ പാർലമെന്റ് അംഗമാകുക എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് എനിക്കുള്ള ഏറ്റവും വലിയ ബഹുമതിയാണ്.
And the last 5 years with you, meeting you, listening to you, working with you have taught me a huge amount.
5 വർഷം കഴിഞ്ഞ 5 വർഷക്കാലം നിങ്ങളെ കേട്ടുകൊണ്ട് നിങ്ങളോട് സംസാരിച്ചുകൊണ്ട് നിങ്ങളിലൂടെ സഞ്ചരിച്ചുകൊണ്ട് ഒരുപാട് കാര്യങ്ങൾ ഞാൻ പഠിച്ചിട്ടുണ്ട്.
So I would like to thank all my family members from the bottom of my heart for making the last 5 years such a wonderful experience and such a learning experience for me.
അതുകൊണ്ട് എൻ്റെ പ്രിയപ്പെട്ട വയനാട്ടിലെ പ്രിയപ്പെട്ട കുടുംബാംഗങ്ങളായിട്ടുള്ള ഓരോ സഹോദരന്മാരോടും എൻ്റെ ഹൃദയത്തിൽ നിന്നെടുത്ത നന്ദി ഞാനിവിടെ പറയാൻ ആഗ്രഹിക്കുകയാണ്. കഴിഞ്ഞ 5 വർഷക്കാലം നിങ്ങൾ എൻ്റെ പാർലമെന്ററി ജീവിതം വളരെ ധന്യമാക്കി തന്നതിന്, ഏറ്റവും വികാര നിർഭരമാക്കി തന്നതിന് ഞാൻ നന്ദി പറയുകയാണ്.
And I am fully committed to resolving the 2 or 3 critical issues for the people of Wayanad.
ഞാനിവിടെ പറയാൻ ആഗ്രഹിക്കുന്നു, ഈ 2-3 പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ട വിഷയങ്ങൾ പരിഹരിക്കാൻ ഞാൻ പ്രതിജ്ഞാബദ്ധനാണ് എന്നുള്ള കാര്യം നിങ്ങളോട് പറയാൻ കൂടി ഞാൻ ആഗ്രഹിക്കുകയാണ് ഈ സമയത്ത്.
And of course, if there is anything, the smallest thing that you need raised in the Lok Sabha, I'm always ready to bring the attention of the nation and the world on the people of Wayanad.
ഏത് ചെറിയ പ്രശ്നങ്ങൾ വയനാട്ടിലുണ്ടായാലും അത് പാർലമെന്റിനകത്തും പുറത്തും ഉന്നയിക്കാൻ എപ്പോഴും ഞാൻ നിങ്ങളോടൊപ്പം ഉണ്ടാകുമെന്നുള്ള കാര്യം ഞാൻ വീണ്ടും അടിവരയിട്ട് പറയുകയാണ്.
Thank you very much.
നന്ദി.
All right, Rahul Gandhi there holding a massive roadshow in Wayanad as he files his nomination papers. This, of course, as suspense looms over whether the Gandhis will be willing to return to their bastions in Uttar Pradesh. Pratibha Raman joins us live with the very latest. Pratibha, Rahul Gandhi there holding this grand roadshow in Wayanad, filing his nomination papers, but it isn't going to be cakewalk in Wayanad this time around. It's a 3-cornered contest. The BJP has fielded their Kerala president and the CPIM has fielded Annie Raja.
Well, that's right. In fact, when you consider 2019 Lok Sabha election, Rahul Gandhi did win with a margin of over 4 lakh votes. And this time around, like you pointed out, it is definitely going to be a tough road ahead for Rahul Gandhi. Of course, he has held this roadshow in the constituency that gave him the majority of votes in 2019. Amidst a lot of speculation that is hovering over Rahul Gandhi in terms of a seat that would be given to him at Amethi or in Uttar Pradesh. There are a lot of speculations that are going on with respect to the Congress that is yet to take a decision on that front. But for now, yes, Wayanad is the way ahead for Rahul Gandhi as far as this particular election is concerned for now, and he wants to really stand his ground in terms of winning another round with respect to this particular Lok Sabha election. Whether he would be able to win that again for a second term or not is again a question with respect to the kind of candidates who have been put forth to contest against him by both the BJP as well as the CPI.
All right, thanks very much, Pratibha, for joining us with the very latest. Remains to be seen what really happens this time around in Wayanad. It's going to be a keenly watched contest as always. Let's now shift our focus and get you some breaking news that is in fact coming in. Vistara is in the eye of a storm. It is day 3 of the Vistara crisis. But there has been apparently a move now to resolve the crisis. The Vistara CEO is slated to meet with pilots. Remember, this entire crisis is brewing because the pilots have raised a banner of revolt against the revised pay structures. This is what our sister concern NDTV Profit has exclusively accessed. They've accessed information on what really is happening behind the scenes as far as the Vistara crisis is concerned. Pilots calling in sick all together to raise the banner of revolt against the new pay structures ahead of the Air India merger. We have Pragati Oberoi joining us. with the very latest. So Pragati, what are you picking up? There's a renewed attempt, it appears, from the Vistara management to broker some kind of peace with the pilots.
Yes, you're absolutely right. We just learned exclusively from our sources that Vistara CEO Vinod Kannan is planning to address the pilots at around 1 p.m. this afternoon. Now, the meeting is expected to be held online, and all the pilots and other important top management people and HR are expected to attend this meeting. Essentially, the meeting is going to be about the entire standoff that is happening between the pilots and the Vistara management. But officially, we do not know what the agenda of the meeting is, whether there will be negotiations or whether it will be just a dialogue, communication. We don't know that yet. But essentially, it is expected to be about the standoff that is happening between the pilots, because as you also rightly mentioned in the beginning, a lot of pilots are not showing up. The flight cancellations and delays are happening. And even Vistara, in an official statement about 2 days back, said that the primary reason of these adjustments in flights that are happening is because of the crew unavailability. So we'll bring you the more updates as and when we have them. But yes, a meeting is expected around 1 p.m. So in another half an hour or so.
All right. So crucial meeting in another half an hour between the Vistara CEO and the protesting pilots. Will the management be able to broker peace or not is the big question. That meeting is going to take place at around 1 p.m. is what we are reporting at the moment. We will, of course, continue to get you the latest action as far as the Vistara crisis is concerned. Remember, there have been several flight cancellations even today. This is the day 3 of passengers being affected. The Ministry of Civil Aviation, the minister himself, has in fact talked to NDTV and said that he's closely monitoring the situation. The DGCA, the aviation regulator in India, has also stepped in and said that they're monitoring the situation. Crucial meeting at 1. We'll bring you all the updates as and when we have them. Well, moving on to the other big political focus is a tug-of-war between the ruling DMK in Tamil Nadu and the union government. Now, this has reached a flashpoint over the non-release of special additional package for the resolution of flood-ravaged districts in the state. The state today has moved the Supreme Court against the centre, seeking 37,000 crore rupees special package, I beg your pardon. It claims the centre has not paid a penny, something that the government denies.
நேற்றுக்கு கூட கேரள மாநில அரசு 10,000 கோடி ரூபாய் கடன் வாங்க ஒன்றிய அரசு அனுமதிக்கணும்னு உச்சநீதிமன்றம் போய் வாதாடுறாங்க. நேற்றுக்கு கூட கேரள மாநில அரசு 10,000 கோடி ரூபாய் கடன் வாங்க ஒன்றிய அரசு அனுமதிக்கணும்னு உச்சநீதிமன்றம் போய் வாதாடுறாங்க. கர்நாடக அரசு நீதிமன்றத்தில் போய் வறட்சி நிவாரணம் தர சொல்லுங்கன்னு வாதாடுறாங்க. நாமளும் வெள்ள நிவாரணம் கேட்டு பார்த்தோம், தரல. நாளை காலை உச்சநீதிமன்றத்தில் வழக்கு போட போறோம்.
And 3 released convicts from the Rajiv Gandhi assassination case have left for Colombo from the Chennai airport this morning. Murugan Robert and Jayakumar, who were recently granted Lankan passports, were quietly transported by the police from Trichy earlier in the day. Another member, Santhan, I beg your pardon, had recently passed away due to liver failure. Their release comes after a prolonged legal battle despite the Tamil Nadu cabinet's recommendation. One of them, married to Nalini, an Indian citizen, another convict, was released prematurely. All 3 men, being Lankan nationals, were held at a special camp in Trichy. Post-release have now been sent back. Well, let's now get you all the latest political action from across India ahead of polls. The Election Commission has transferred top officials across 5 key states. They've taken action against officials in Assam, Bihar, Jharkhand, Orissa, Andhra Pradesh. These officials of the DM, SP and IG rank have been stripped of election duty. Well, there is more trouble for the Mahavikas Aghadi in Maharashtra as the Congress candidate from Sangli has said he's not ready to compromise on the seat after the alliance partner, the Uddhav Sena, declared the candidate there. The Congress leader, the MLA from Sangli, Vishwajit Kadam, has written to the Maharashtra Congress chief Nana Patole saying he will not participate in any party campaign or meeting activities. Prakash Ambedkar, though, has decided not to officially join the India bloc, has announced his support to Sharad Pawar's daughter, Supriya Sule, from Baramati. This is, of course, why political relations between Sharad Pawar and Prakash Ambedkar haven't been good until now. But in the last few months, the liquidity between the two, the meetings rather between the two have in fact increased significantly. Eknath Khadse was accused of corruption while he was a minister, after which he had to resign from the Fadnavis government. While leaving the BJP, Khadse had attacked Devendra Fadnavis on very serious allegations. Sources say that Khadse is now all set to return to the BJP. This is considered certain. The BJP has once again made his daughter-in-law candidate from the Raver seat in Maharashtra. And NCP Sharad Pawar Group's second list for Maharashtra is likely to be released today. Candidates for 5 seats of Satara, Madha, Raver, Bhivandi and Beed are likely to be announced today. Sharad Pawar NCP is likely to contest around 10 seats, and candidates for 5 of those have already been announced as a part of the seat-sharing agreement in the Mahavikas Aghadi. And well, Amit Shah and Jayant Chaudhary will reach Muzaffarnagar today afternoon. Home Minister Shah and RLD President Jayant Chaudhary will be holding a public joint rally in support of the BJP candidate from Muzaffarnagar, Sanjeev Balia. All right, with that, we're going to step into a very short break. Now you see the upside.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day.
Welcome back. Out to the big story we're tracking from Jammu and Kashmir. A police officer has died after a shootout that has taken place in Kathua. A sub-inspector has also been seriously injured. This is an incident that happened last evening. The cop was injured after the encounter in medical college in Kathua. The police officer has in fact died. His mortal remains have been brought to his native space. So once again, this is an encounter that took place in Kathua. And the police officer has died after a shootout at the medical college there in Kathua. This is a big story that we are tracking from Jammu and Kashmir at the moment, where this is an encounter that has taken place at the Kathua Medical College, in which a police officer died, lost his life last evening, and another sub-inspector is reportedly seriously injured. Let's go right across to NDTV's Nazir Masoodi joining us for the very latest. Nazir, what are the details of this encounter?
It was an encounter which actually was police were chasing these gangsters who were involved in a murder case in Samba. But the gangsters chose to try to take shelter in Government Medical College, Kutwa. Kutwa is the gateway of Jammu and Kashmir. And late last night, then when the police cornered these gangsters, there was an encounter. And unfortunately, this young Sub-Inspector of Police Deepak Sharma lost his life. He was critically injured. He received bullet injuries in his head. He was treated at the medical college, then eventually shifted to Pathankot in the neighboring Punjab state. But this morning, he died. J&K's Lieutenant Governor has vowed to take revenge of his killing to eliminate those who are behind these killings. One gangster has been killed, but they were apparently 3 to 4 gangsters. It appears that they may have managed, others may have managed to escape. But this is a really worrying thing, that is such a shootout happening inside medical college, and one young police sub-inspector lost his life in this shootout. That too at a time when security is on high alert because of the ongoing, campaigning. Kutwa Udhampur constituency will go to polls for the parliament elections on 19th of this month in the first phase. And at this time, we see this shootout is clearly a challenge for the security setup and the administration. But in this case, as I said, one police sub-inspector has died, and also the gangster, one of the notorious gangster, has been killed in this encounter. One police, special police official has been injured. His condition is stated to be, stable. He is reportedly out of danger.
All right, and Nazir, this is once again, yet another story in the whole host of encounter stories that you've been reporting on from Jammu and Kashmir. In recent times, there have been several troubling incidents of, security forces losing their own.
Well, those are completely different. That is militancy, which is guns coming from Pakistan, or the militants coming from Pakistan. This is clearly a gangster. These gangs cropping up in this particular area from Jammu to Kutwa. As I said, Kutwa is the gateway of Jammu and Kashmir. It is bordering Punjab. This is a worrying trend. There's no militancy in this area, but these gangs have some. They are emerging in this area, and there have been incidents there in the past as well. In one such murder case in Samba district, police were actually following there. They were chasing these gangsters, and in the ensuing encounter, police lost one young sub-inspector in this encounter, in this shootout with the gangsters, in which one notorious gangster has been killed.
Right. So Nazir, this of course troubling news that is coming in, an encounter that took place at the Kathua Medical College there. Jammu and Kashmir police officer has in fact died. And this death has taken place after a shootout. But Nazir, like you're interestingly reporting, this isn't linked with any of the other, militancy-related attacks that we've seen on security forces, but purely, a gang war that took place. And this is an incident that happened last evening, is what we're learning. And a sub-inspector has also been grievously injured. That's right?
Yeah, exactly. This actually incident happened late last evening. How it happened? Police were chasing this group of gangsters. They were reportedly 3 to 4 gangsters. They were traveling in a car. They drove their car inside the medical college Kutwa. They were eventually cornered by the police. But there was a there was a shootout in which gangster was killed. But police sub-inspector, he received bullet injuries in his head. So he was critically injured. One SPO was also injured. As I said, he was given first aid or the first treatment at the medical college Kutwa. Then, because of the seriousness of the injuries, very critical injuries in his head, he was shifted to for the specialized treatment in Pathankot, in neighboring Punjab state. But this morning, young officer lost the battle, and he died. J&K's Lieutenant Governor has condoled his death. He has said that he fought valiantly against these gangsters and vowed to take revenge of every drop of the blood of fallen police officer.
All right. Nazir, we're also being joined at the moment by SP Ved, former DGP Jammu and Kashmir. Thanks very much for being with us on NDTV. Your first reaction to this horrific story that we're reporting on from Kathua, like my colleague Nazir has reiterated, as opposed to all of the past instances and cases that we've been reporting on where security agencies have lost their own as a result of militancy, this appears to be the case of a gang war gone wrong.
Yeah, good afternoon. Yes, it is gang, basically a gangster group which was being chased by J&K police officers. This team came from police station of Samba district. They were actually chasing this, and they were able to corner this group somewhere near Kathua near Medical College. And I think in the initial shootout, our late sub-inspector got a bullet in his head and lost his life, though he was shifted for a better treatment to Punjab Amandeep Hospital. But we were unfortunate that we couldn't get him, we couldn't revive his, he lost his life. So one of the gangster actually died there, Vasudev, who was wanted, but the other one managed to escape. And I think manhunt is there. He would be tracked down. As I know, J&K police, we have brave officers and men manning this force. You know, we have already lost more than 1,700 people, and thousands have been injured in this war against terrorism in the last 3 decades, including injuries to 6 DGP rank officers. So it's an officer-led force. It's, I think, one of the best in the country. And look at this young officer, how handsome and smart and brave he is. So that is what constitutes J&K police.
Yes, Vivek, thanks very much for joining us with your comments. Indeed, an unfortunate story that we're tracking. Well, moving on to the other big story that we're tracking today, Bittu Bajrangi, who is out on bail after being arrested in the case of violence in Haryana's Noor last year, has been caught on camera beating up a man with a stick as others from his cow vigilante group pin him down. Now, in the video, which has now gone viral, a policeman is seen standing within touching distance of the man but remains a mute spectator. The police surprisingly haven't registered a case yet in this incident. NDTV did try to reach out to the Haryana police for a comment on why a case hasn't been registered and why this police officer who's right there is a mute spectator, but the Haryana police has declined to comment. All right, with that, we're slipping into a short break. More news on the other side.
NDTV wins big at NBAR. With 43 awards, NDTV reigns supreme. Sanjay Pugalia takes home the award for Editor-in-Chief of the Year. Santosh Kumar wins Managing Editor of the Year. Vishnu Som, Maria Shakil and Sumit Avasthi take home the top honors for the Anchors of the Year. BSI, Hum Log and We the People all take home awards. And NDTV 24/7 takes home News Channel of the Year award. NDTV stands for trust.
Can you give us a few, like say 3 of
Welcome back to Big International Focus. A major earthquake measuring 7.7 on the Richter scale struck off Taiwan's east coast today morning, according to the US Geological Survey, prompting tsunami warnings that were later downgraded. But warnings were issued across China, Japan and parts of Taiwan. According to reports, at least 7 people have been killed and over 700 injured in the strong earthquake. Rescuers have been pulling out people from collapsed buildings. The powerful earthquake struck off Taiwan earlier today, rocking the entire island and collapsing buildings. The epicenter is located about 18 kilometers south of the city. Several aftershocks were felt in Taiwan, including one that registered a magnitude of 6.7, according to the US Geological Survey. According to reports, this is Taiwan's strongest earthquake that has been recorded in 25 years. Train services were suspended across the island of 23 million people. Subway services in Taipei have also been suspended. According to reports, things, however, quickly turned around quite normally in the capital, with children going back to school in the morning and commute appearing to be normal, as there were very stringent warnings that were issued, sent out on text, so people in a certain sense prepared for the scenario there. Let's go right across to NDTV's Vishal joining us with the very latest. So Vishal, we're given to understand that it's been quite a quick turnaround in terms of normalcy returning to Taiwan. Doesn't of course take away from the fact that 7 people have died and over 700 injured in this very dramatic earthquake.
That is correct, Rishika. So the details are still emerging from the disaster. It's the biggest earthquake to strike Taiwan in the last 25 years. The latest details emerging from the incident suggest that at least 77 people are trapped across Taiwan in different areas. The government has not given details on what is the condition of these people. On the other hand, China has also offered assistance to Taiwan. It should be noted that China considers Taiwan as its territory and Taiwan rejects that notion. So there are different things going on, and there was also tsunami warning issued earlier in the day, which was later retracted. There have been few reports of a meter long or a 30 centimeter long tsunami hitting some areas, but no big damage has been reported because of that. The other details are still emerging. People are still trapped. It should be noted that the area that was hit, the epicenter, it's a really remote area. It's a mountainous region, and it's difficult for rescuers to reach that place. The only way they can get there is through air. So it's a really big task for the government. The president has also called in the army and other military wings to help in with the operations. So we'll have to wait for further updates as to what's the death toll when it all sort of settles down.
Right. Also, Vishal, a quick word from you on the tsunami warning that was triggered. The U.S. Geological Survey has now said that they've downgraded the threat of a tsunami, which is a huge relief. But a warning was issued across China, Japan and Taiwan this morning.
Yeah. China, Japan and Taiwan, they had received, major tsunami warnings in the sense that at least 1 to 3 meters long tsunami could have hit these regions. However, it hasn't really happened that way. There was also warning for Philippines and other regions. That has also not happened. There are a few reports of, as I suggested earlier, there are a few reports that some big waves have hit, but as far as the damage is concerned, there are no reports emerging in that direction. So as far as the scale of this whole devastation is concerned, it looks pretty big on paper. It's 7.7 magnitude, but on the other hand, the damage does not really correspond to that if you look at other regions who have suffered similar kind of damage. So it sort of shows you what kind of infrastructure Taiwan has.
All right. Thanks very much, Vishal, for joining us with the latest. Moving on to other world news that we're tracking, President Joe Biden and Xi Jinping have, spoken on the telephone call on Tuesday about U.S. trade restrictions on technology in Taiwan. But they look to manage their tensions, with 2 top U.S. officials heading shortly to Beijing. Nearly 2-hour telephonic conversation was the 2 leaders' first direct interaction since a summit in California last November. U.S. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen will leave on Wednesday and visit China. Israeli demonstrators held torches during a march in Jerusalem on Tuesday, calling for early elections and a deal to release dozens of hostages held in Gaza by Hamas militants. The march took place after thousands gathered outside Israel's parliament protesting. Meanwhile, a massive storm in Illinois has left a trail of destruction, ruining homes and several businesses that have in fact been impaired as well. Local media reports stated that several businesses and homes had heavy damage, with debris scattered through the yards. With that, we're slipping into a short break. News and updates with Gargi on the other side.
आईपीएल का हल्ला बल्ला और सबसे शानदार कवरेज सिर्फ एनडीटीवी पर।
Friends, it's time now to move towards the last section, by far my favorite section of this episode, क्योंकि यहाँ पे I get to answer your questions जो भी आपने पूछे होते हैं. Let's see kind of questions we have this week और क्या मेरे पास उन सभी के जवाब हैं भी या नहीं. Okay, so you want to have a speaker system for your MacBook giving you pure and best sound quality. मैं recommend करता हूँ if you can use a pair of HomePod minis. Not the big HomePod because again quite bulky, quite expensive, but जो छोटे वाले HomePod mini होते हैं, if you can use them in a stereo setup, would give you an amazing quality. और मेरे ख्याल से Apple के साथ में compatibility बहुत अच्छी है, not too big as well, and in a stereo setup will definitely give you an amazing experience.
Hi TG, I use a 14-year-old car that does not have a Bluetooth. How can I add a Bluetooth to it?
Very simple, very cheap and very effective answer I'm going to give you. Basically, आपको एक छोटा सा अडेप्टर लेना है. मार्केट में आपको बहुत सारे मिल जाएंगे, मतलब स्टार्टिंग फ्रॉम 500 रुपीज़ ऑल द वे टू लाइक 2000 लेट्स से. अलग अलग ब्रांड्स के आपको ऑप्शंस मिल जाते हैं. व्हाट यू डू इज यू पुट दिस अडेप्टर जो आपकी गाड़ी में ऑक्स पोर्ट होता है, वहाँ पे जब इसको लगाएंगे, दिस विल हैव इट्स ओन ब्लूटूथ कनेक्शन. यू जस्ट पेयर इट अप विद योर स्मार्टफोन एंड उसके बाद में वट एवर यू आर प्लेइंग ऑन योर फोन इन द ब्लूटूथ लेट्स से जो आपको ट्रांसमिट करना है, द कार विल टेक दैट ब्लूटूथ ऑप्शन जो आपका वो डोंगल होने वाला है एंड इट विल प्ले वाया ऑक्स. वेरी सिंपल, वेरी चीप, वेरी रिलायबल, जहाँ पे आप अपनी
This is NDTV and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I'm Karki Rawat. Let's take a look at the headlines we're tracking at this hour. The Vistara CEO will be addressing pilots amidst the merger crisis after several pilots are called in sick. 10 flights from Delhi, 6 from Mumbai were cancelled today. Rahul Gandhi files his nomination from Wayanad. Before this, he held a roadshow and a show of strength. He says fully committed to resolving issues that Wayanad faces. He's accompanied by his sister, Priyanka Gandhi Vadra. BJP sends a legal notice to AAP leader and Delhi Minister Atishi over her poaching charge. Atishi had alleged threats and poaching post the Chief Minister's arrest. BJP denies the charge, sends a notice to Atishi to apologize. Aam Aadmi Party leader Sanjay Singh will walk out of jail today. This is after he was granted bail by the Supreme Court yesterday in the liquor policy case. He was in jail for 6 months. In Kathua, during a shootout, a police officer is killed, a sub-inspector seriously injured. The shootout took place at the Government Medical College in Kathua in Jammu and Kashmir. Well, up first, these visuals coming in of Rahul Gandhi, a Congress leader and member of parliament from Wayanad, filing his nomination papers for Wayanad for the upcoming Lok Sabha elections. Just before this, he held a roadshow and a show of strength in his constituency, which he won in 2019. Remember, he won this seat in 2019, the same time when he lost a family bastion, Amethi in Uttar Pradesh. So Rahul Gandhi once again filing his nomination from Wayanad, accompanied by his sister Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, also KC Venugopal accompanying him. But at this time, we have no clarity on whether the Gandhi siblings are going to be fighting elections in Uttar Pradesh. Rahul Gandhi from Amethi and Priyanka Gandhi Vadra from Rai Bareli, which was the constituency that her mother represented to the Lok Sabha. And Sonia Gandhi this time is not contesting election. She has joined the Rajya Sabha, and the speculation is that Priyanka Gandhi Vadra will be fighting that seat, but no clarity, no announcement so far from the Congress party, which is somewhat surprising that it has not been declared yet. And remember, Rahul Gandhi lost to Smriti Irani in Amethi, and she is again contesting Amethi, and she has made several statements regarding Rahul Gandhi and the challenge, etc. However, so far the Congress has not announced these two seats, Rai Bareli and Amethi. If we talk about Wayanad, the Rahul Gandhi is going to be facing the BJP's K. Surendran. It's Kerala State President. He has been fielded against Rahul Gandhi in Wayanad, while the Left Democratic Front has fielded a senior Communist Party of India leader Annie Raja from Wayanad, and Chief Minister of Kerala even criticized Rahul Gandhi contesting from Wayanad. He said, well, let's go across to Pratibha now for more. And Pratibha, we can see those visuals. Rahul Gandhi filing his nomination. Before this, there was a show of strength as well, a road show. And once again, the Congress leader contesting this seat from Kerala.
Well, it's not surprising as far as the show of strength is concerned, because Rahul Gandhi did win with a considerable margin of over 4 lakh votes in 2019 Lok Sabha election. This is perhaps considered to be one of the safe seats as far as Rahul Gandhi is concerned. Now, this time around, Rahul Gandhi is aiming to win a second term from Wayanad, and it is definitely not going to be an easy road ahead, considering that the BJP is planning to field its state president, K. Surendran, from the Wayanad constituency, and we also have Annie Raja, who's one of the senior Communist Party leader, who's going to be contesting from the LDF at Wayanad. So considering these opponents, it is definitely not going to be easy for Rahul Gandhi. And also remember that in 2019, most of the voters believed that Rahul Gandhi could possibly be the prime ministerial candidate of the Congress this time around. With that promise missing, we'll have to wait and see how the voting pattern would be. That being said, yes, Rahul Gandhi, whether or not he would be contesting from either Amethi or Uttar Pradesh is also something that is still undecided as far as the Congress is concerned. So, and also remember that he did lose from the Amethi seat in 2019. So with all of these speculations doing the rounds, it was pretty pertinent for Rahul Gandhi to conduct this roadshow and display a show of strength. Whether this would translate into votes or not, well, June 4th will have the answer. Back to you.
Right, and Pratibha, there was also some criticism from the Kerala Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan over Rahul Gandhi contesting this seat again. Now, this is a safe seat for the left, for the Congress, etc. Last time, as you said, Rahul Gandhi lost Amethi and he had contested. All right, let's just listen in.
House of the people, do solemnly affirm that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of India as by law established, and that I will uphold the sovereignty and integrity of India.
Can he put your signature?
See Rahul Gandhi there submitting his nomination to the district collector, all his papers being submitted there. And this is for the second time that he is contesting from Wayanad, and before this he declared that Wayanad is my family, that he will do everything to fulfill the demands of Wayanad, though as we were mentioning, at this point there's still suspense over whether he will be fighting Amethi as well, which was the family bastion till he lost it last elections in 2019 to BJP's Smriti Irani, Union Minister, who is again contesting from Amethi. In fact, both Priyanka Gandhi Vadra and Rahul Gandhi, currently there is speculation and suspense over the seats they're going to be contesting in Uttar Pradesh, whether Priyanka Gandhi will finally make her electoral debut and fight from her mother's seat of Rai Bareli, and whether Rahul Gandhi will try to win back his family bastion of Amethi that he lost in the last election to Smriti Irani. So Rahul Gandhi, they're filing his nomination papers. Well, let's go back to Pratibha for more. And Pratibha, you were talking about how Rahul Gandhi won this seat with a margin of 4 lakh votes, and at that time, you know, there was no this seat in Kerala is considered a safe seat for the left, and you know, even for the Congress and for Rahul Gandhi. This time around, he's facing quite a competition with not just the BJP state president, Surendran, but also the Left Democratic Front, with one of their senior leaders, Annie Raja, contesting from Wayanad.
That's right. In fact, until 2019, things definitely favored the LDF as far as Wayanad was concerned. And this time, we also have the BJP that is trying to vehemently fight for different seats in Kerala. They have been conducting a lot of roadshows as well as a lot of visits that we also witnessed from Prime Minister Modi to ensure that the BJP would strengthen itself and come out as a third alternative in Kerala. So with that being said, we have two important opponents that would be who would be confronting Rahul Gandhi this time at Wayanad. And like you mentioned, it is K. Surendran from the BJP, who has been a strong BJP state president, and he has been voicing concerns and has been pretty vocal with respect to his opinions there. And on the other end, we have we have Annie Raja, who would be contesting from the LDF. And considering the seniority of that leader, and also considering the fact that this has been an LDF bastion, it is going to be a tightrope walk for Rahul Gandhi, and it wouldn't be as easy as what it was as far as 2019 Lok Sabha election was concerned. So with that being said, yes, the roadshow was but natural for Rahul Gandhi to get started and kickstart his campaign from the south, and considering the fact that there has been no decision taken as far as the north is concerned, be it Amethi or Uttar Pradesh. Back to you.
That's right. And also, you know, this brings out the cracks once again in the India bloc, this opposition bloc, with the Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan coming out very strongly, in fact slamming the Congress leader for once again contesting from Wayanad, given that such a senior leader of the left is contesting, Annie Raja, and he says that, you know, he questioned why Rahul Gandhi was again coming to Kerala, in a sense almost challenging them, and in a sense also shining light on the Congress's insecurity that they still haven't declared Rahul Gandhi from Uttar Pradesh. All right, we seem to have lost the line there with Pratibha, but this time around, as Pratibha was saying, it's not going to be as easy as it was last time. Last time the left, left this constituency for Rahul Gandhi. It has been a left bastion. Their leaders have always had easy wins from Wayanad, and last time around it was Rahul Gandhi's safe seat as he contested two seats, one of course Amethi, which is his family bastion, and Wayanad in Kerala. And at that time, as Pratibha was saying, there was this sense, and given the sort of momentum and the manner in which he was challenging Narendra Modi, the people of Wayanad thought it's possible that he could that the government would come to power, and that the Congress could come to power, and that he could even be Prime Minister. And he won by over 4 lakh votes. But this time around, it's not going to be so easy, as he's going to be facing the BJP's state president, Surendran, as well as a senior Communist Party leader Annie Raja, who is, as the Chief Minister described, a national level leader of the left bloc. All right, moving on now to other news, and let's get you the latest on the Vistara crisis. Today is the third day of the crisis in Vistara Airlines, which has seen dozens of flights being cancelled over the last 3 days, with pilots not coming into work and taking medical leave. Ostensibly, what we have learned is the pilots are upset over the merger details, as many feel they stand to lose out. Now, NDTV has learned that the Vistara CEO will be addressing pilots. In fact, that address could be taking place right now. The meeting will also have the top management and HR as well. And yesterday, over 50 flights were cancelled, leading to a huge amount of disruption and inconvenience for the passengers. You had the ministry also stepping in, the aviation ministry, asking for a detailed report from Vistara. Well, let's go across to Pragati now for more. And Pragati, tell us what's happening. Is this address currently taking place?
Yes, you're right. So we were last told around 12:30 when NDTV Profit exclusively learned that the Vistara CEO, HR and top management, as you also rightly mentioned, will address the pilots at around 1 p.m. So the meeting is expected to begin any time now. As of now, it has not started, but since it's an online meeting, the communication has already been sent to the pilots. Officially, no agenda has been communicated to the pilots, but what we are learning from our sources is that it is about the standoff that is currently taking place between the pilots and the top management, which is essentially about the fee payment or the remuneration of the pilots. Because as you also rightly mentioned, because of the merger that is ahead with Air India, pilots are unhappy with the kind of remuneration they are getting. Vistara proposed to slash their confirmed pay of 70 hours of pilots that they get to 40 hours, and the rest of the component would be the variable pay. So that is the point of contention at this point. While we don't know what the CEO will exactly say, but we will bring you latest updates as and when we can post the meeting.
Right. And Pragati, you know, these last 3 days we've been reporting, you've been reporting on the inconvenience being faced by passengers, and you know, many of them distraught over their flights being cancelled at the last minute. Now Vistara, of course, is informing them, but you had the ministry also stepping in yesterday, given this disruption that was taking place, and they've asked Vistara for a detailed report and also asked what they are doing to, you know, ensure that the passengers don't suffer, and adjusting them on perhaps other flights with other airlines as well.
Yes, you're absolutely right. So that has been happening indeed. Ministry of Civil Aviation and in fact Civil Aviation Minister Jyotiraditya Scindia himself stepping in was a significant move, because till then even Vistara in its official statement to media, they essentially said that, you know, we are taking care of all the flight cancellations and we are giving people the refund. Yet passengers were unhappy, because even when they were being communicated that the delays are for just like 4 hours or 5 hours, they were being made to sit inside the flights and being made to sit inside the flights, and yet the flights were not taking off, so leading to more cancellations and further things. So what yesterday we learned from our sources was Vistara had already submitted a preliminary response to the Ministry of Civil Aviation, but a detailed response as to how they are tackling this situation was expected during the day. As of now, the statement has not been submitted to the ministry, but once they do, we will definitely update you on that as well.
All right. Thanks so much for joining us. Pragati, they're bringing us that breaking news, that exclusive information that the Vistara CEO will be speaking to these pilots who are upset over the merger details. Well, let's go across to Pratibha. And Pratibha, it's the third day of this Vistara crisis in which we've seen, you know, dozens of flights being cancelled. And today as well, you had flights from Delhi, flights from Mumbai and Bengaluru as well being cancelled.
In fact, what we hear so far is that, like you rightly pointed out, yes, there have been flight cancellations, which were pretty severe as far as the last 2 days were concerned, where people were flooding social media with their exasperated messages talking about how they've been stranded and how there has been absolutely nobody who was present there at the help desk as well. And Terminal 2 is where the Vistara flights operate from as far as Bengaluru airport is concerned. And remember, this is one of the busy airports in India, considering we are an IT hub as well as a startup hub here in Bengaluru. And with all that in mind, yes, several of the passengers were stranded at Terminal 2, which is supposed to be one of the newest and one of the most suave terminals that Bengaluru airport could have, but it was nothing short of a fish market as far as the last 2 days were concerned. Today has been pretty much returning to normalcy, because most of them have been looking at other alternatives in terms of booking other flights and stuff. And they have also been given prior intimation by Vistara as far as delays or cancellations are concerned. 4 to 5 flights have been cancelled or slash delayed is what we hear from sources. Of course, Bengaluru airport authorities have refused to comment, claiming that it would be only Vistara, either the website or the customer care who will be providing details. This is what we hear from the Bengaluru airport officials. But as far as the customers are concerned, yes, they were stranded for the last 2 days. Today hasn't been that bad. Back to you.
All right. Well, that's some good news at least, and hopefully this matter will be resolved soon. Thanks so much for joining us with that, Pratibha. And let's just take a look at some of these reports sent in by NDTV reporter Sujata from Mumbai.
The Vistara Airlines has ensured that now a full refund is being provided to the passengers, or either an alternative flight is provided for them to travel from on time. But the question here is that why did this situation arise at all? After the entire incident turned up, where a new salary structure was provided to the pilots and the cabin crew, after which they went on a mass sick leave, and eventually it led to flights either being cancelled or delayed at repeated intervals, after which the Ministry of Civil Aviation had to intervene the matter and also find out the reason to know so. And after outrage and anguished by the passengers came up on the social media platform to inform about their suffering, and after intervention from the MOCA, it is now clear that the airlines is trying to provide either a full refund and also to protect the interest of the passengers. They have also been ordered to make sure that the passengers are informed well in advance about either their flight being delayed or cancelled. And also at the same time, the airlines has released an official statement stating that flights will be cancelled and delayed, but efforts are being made to reduce the numbers, where today we see that in Mumbai, more than 4 flights to cities like New Delhi, Bangalore, Kolkata as well as Hyderabad have been cancelled. And also across the nation, from several metro cities, several flights which are less in number and in less than 5 are cancelled. And compared to the last 2 days, the reduction of in the cancellation of flights are being done, but also at the same time to ensure that there's a solution to the matter completely, the airlines is working upon, and also a report by the airlines is supposed to be submitted to the MOCA. With video journalist Sandesh Baikar, Ms. Sujata Dwivedi for NDTV 24/7.
After 12 flights of Vistara that were cancelled yesterday from Delhi, today in fact the numbers remain similar. Today if we talk about 10 Vistara flights have been cancelled from Delhi, where 9 are domestic departures and 1 domestic arrival. Now we are currently reporting from the airport, Delhi airport itself. In fact, we'd like to show you here that certainly, if we look at the Vistara passengers, well, they are not so many here present currently, because what we are getting to know that the cancellation message was already delivered to the passengers in advance. But we also did see how yesterday the centre also had stepped into this matter. DGCA also had asked for a day-to-day report from the Vistara airline over the delays and the cancellation here. So certainly what remains to be seen as to till when will this Vistara crisis resolve. Now here in Delhi with camera person Momeen Sheikh, this is Ishika Verma for NDTV.
All right, with that, time for us to slip into a short break. Coming up on the other side, AAP leader Sanjay Singh will walk out of jail today. We'll get you the details.
Welcome to NDTV Auto. I'm here in Jaipur for Volkswagen brand conference, and they have made a slew of announcements here. Let's talk more about them with Mr. Ashish Gupta, brand director, Volkswagen India. You have again changed the lineup of Taigun. Yeah. What was the purpose behind it, and will that make things simpler for people?
No, I think, the endeavor has been, and if I take you back 2 years when we introduced the Taigun, we introduced it on two-line structure, the dynamic line, which was basically based on the 1 liter, and the performance line, which was based on the 1.5 liter. Over the period of time, what we have also realized is that customers are not differentiated by, engine types. Customers are more and more moving towards style differentiation. What kind of a style appeals to me and what kind of a style does not appeal to me or appeals to another set of customers. So the endeavor this time has been to now put our line structure in place to appeal to style.
Welcome back. Aam Aadmi Party leader Sanjay Singh was granted bail by the Supreme Court yesterday, and the Rajya Sabha member will be walking out of jail today. Remember, he was arrested in the money laundering case related to the Delhi liquor policy case by the Enforcement Directorate. Now, he got bail after concession was made by the Enforcement Directorate after the Supreme Court pointed out that they hadn't been able to prove the money trail connected to Sanjay Singh. Well, let's go across to Ishika now for more. And Ishika, so what are the details right now? Sanjay Singh has left the hospital. He will be taken back to the jail for the moment?
Well, yes, certainly, we are present at the hospital, and just few minutes back, Sanjay Singh was taken out from, from the hospital, from the back gate of the hospital, and now he is reaching the Tihar jail, because remember, in the Tihar jail, he will have to fill out the formalities, and then he will be walking out of the jail. Now, here, before he left from the hospital, a medical checkup of Sanjay Singh was also done here, and only after that did he leave from the hospital. Now he is headed to the Tihar jail, where the formalities will be filled. Remember, his wife continues to be there, at the Tihar jail with him. So certainly after that is done, we are also getting to know that Sanjay Singh will go next to meet Arvind Kejriwal's wife, Sunita Kejriwal, and of course, discussions will be held, regarding Arvind Kejriwal. And what is also expected, Gargi, after that is that after that Sanjay Singh is going to address the Aam Aadmi Party workers, because this is certainly a big win is what the party continues to consider it, with Sanjay Singh, senior Aam Aadmi Party leader, getting bail in the case after being in the jail for the past 6 months. So today he is going to address the Aam Aadmi Party workers. What is he going to say? Certainly all eyes will be on that, but certainly as to the claims that are being made by the Aam Aadmi Party since the beginning regarding the case, calling it false and fabricated, and calling it a classic case of vendetta politics. All of these, is expected that Sanjay Singh will be speaking about it in his address. So certainly all eyes will be, when he will be addressing the Aam Aadmi Party workers crowd. But as of now, he is headed to the Tihar jail. There, after filling out the formalities, he will be let out of the jail. Over to you.
All right. Thanks so much, Ishika, for joining us there with those details. So Sanjay Singh to be released soon, and he will be meeting with Arvind Kejriwal's wife after he walks out of jail. Now, staying with news of the Aam Aadmi Party, the Delhi unit of the BJP has sent a defamation notice to Aam Aadmi Party leader and Minister Atishi. This after she alleged that the BJP had approached her with a request to switch over. Delhi BJP President Virendra Sachdeva told the media that they have sent a notice and demanded a public apology be made by Ms. Atishi in a press meet yesterday. Atishi had said, the BJP has approached me through someone very close. They have asked me to join the BJP and said this will save my political career. They have threatened that if I don't switch over, the Enforcement Directorate will arrest me. She also said that 4 more leaders of the Aam Aadmi Party will be arrested by the ED. Well, let's go across to Aishwarya now for more on this story. And Aishwarya, so now the BJP in Delhi hitting back, and this defamation notice, they're asking for Atishi to apologize publicly.
Well, yesterday the Aam Aadmi Party leaders, including senior leader Atishi and Saurabh Bharadwaj, did a press conference, and they claimed that it was BJP leaders who had approached them and stated that if they want their political careers right, that they should leave the Aam Aadmi Party and join the Bharatiya Janata Party. Certainly, after these claims being made and charges levelled of Operation Lotus to BJP, it was the Bharatiya Janata Party leadership, including the Bharatiya Janata Party leader Praveen Kapoor, who had sent out a legal notice to Atishi stating that if Atishi does not apologize to her statements that she had given, then a legal notice and a defamation will be served to her for false fabricated facts presented in front of the media, and therefore she should apologize and post it on social media and television that these statements were false and fabricated, and she retract to what she has said. Certainly it's the claims that Aam Aadmi Party had made. Remember, yesterday there was also Hardeep Singh Puri, who came out and stated that there is no place for Atishi, there is no vacancy in the Bharatiya Janata Party for leaders like Atishi, and these are just bogus and false claims made by senior Aam Aadmi Party leaders, and you know, if does not retract to what they have said earlier, then certainly defamation notice will be served, and the cost should be paid by them as well.
All right. Thanks so much, Aishwarya, for getting us the latest on this. So, BJP will be serving that defamation notice if Atishi does not apologize. And moving on to more contested claims in Delhi, the AAP has claimed the Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal has lost 4.5 kilos since he was arrested on the 21st of March. This was also claimed by State Minister Atishi today. And however, authorities in the Tihar jail have said that he is fine and he has not lost weight since he was lodged in jail 2 days ago, is what sources in Tihar jail have said. But this even as Aam Aadmi Party has claimed that Arvind Kejriwal has lost weight, and they've also pointed out how he is diabetic. Well, let's go back to Aishwarya for more on this. So, Aishwarya, more claims of the Aam Aadmi Party being contested.
Well, claims and counterclaims both by the Aam Aadmi Party and Tihar jail authorities clearly stating that it is on one side Aam Aadmi Party claiming that Arvind Kejriwal health is deteriorating day by day. It is almost 5 kgs weight that he had reduced since he was arrested, and he had 3 strokes of sugar levels as well, which dropped down, and as a patient who is highly diabetic, this is very, very serious in terms of his health conditions. And that's where Atishi and Saurabh Bharadwaj did a press conference and claims to which counterclaims were made by the Tihar jail authorities. The sources in Tihar jail authorities clearly stated that his health remains very normal. Daily medical checkup is being done. When he was taken to Tihar prison, his weight was 65 kgs. And still today it was 65 kgs. His blood pressure, his sugar levels remain very normal, and as per the jail manuals, his health checkup is being done on a regular basis. The health conditions that are being stated by Aam Aadmi Party is truly wrong. It is Bharatiya Janata Party who was fast enough to come out and attack the Aam Aadmi Party, stating that these are just claims which have been made by the Aam Aadmi Party to be in news, to be in relevance, and therefore the reason perhaps false claims are being made. Arvind Kejriwal is very normal, and as per the orders of the Supreme Court as well, of the Sessions Court, I beg your pardon, as well, it was all the medicines and glucometers and medical equipments which had been provided to Arvind Kejriwal in the Tihar prison daily. The home food is being served to Arvind Kejriwal as well, and he is very normal according to Tihar prison.
All right. So claims and counterclaims. Once again, let's just listen into what Atishi said and what the BJP had to say.
अगर किसी सीवियर डायबिटिक पेशेंट का शुगर लेवल 50 के नीचे गिर जाए तो उनकी जान को भी खतरा हो जाता है. किसी भी डायबिटीज के पेशेंट का शुगर लेवल कभी 80 से नीचे आने नहीं दिया जाता. तो अरविंद केजरीवाल ऐसी सीवियर डायबिटीज के पेशेंट हैं, लेकिन इस डायबिटीज के बावजूद भी, इतनी बीमारी के बावजूद भी आज तक अरविंद केजरीवाल जी ने अपनी डायबिटीज को, अपने स्वास्थ्य को, अपनी देश के सेवा में कभी अड़चन नहीं डालने दी है।
देखिए, आम आदमी पार्टी का मैंने बताया ना, ये रोज एक कहानी गढ़ते हैं किस तरह से हम सुर्खियों में बने रहें। तो अभी तो एक दिन हुआ है, जो मुझे जानकारी मिल रही थी कि ठीक है, एक समस्या उनको आ रही है और उसका निवारण वहाँ हो नहीं सकता, तो उसके लिए तो खुद ही उनको अपनी आदत बदलनी होगी। और उस समस्या का यहाँ मैं जिक्र नहीं करना चाहता, लेकिन ठीक है, अब क्योंकि बिगड़ी हुई आती है तो ठीक होने में थोड़ा समय लगेगा।
And staying with news of the Aam Aadmi Party, currently the hearing is underway in the High Court where the arguments are taking place for Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal's plea challenging his arrest by the Enforcement Directorate in the liquor policy case. And if we can bring you some of the highlights of what is being argued by his lawyer Abhishek Manu Singhvi, he's saying the sole purpose of the arrest is to humiliate me. The real purpose of the arrest is to incapacitate me. Remember, this arrest comes just ahead of the elections that are going to take place, and this is something that the Aam Aadmi Party has been saying that the purpose of arresting Arvind Kejriwal just before the elections is to remove him from campaigning, as he is the Aam Aadmi Party's star campaigner. Abhishek Manu Singhvi also arguing that 2 years after the case was filed, the ED suddenly needs custody to investigate Kejriwal's role. How can this be the basis for arrest? The ED on its part has said that he is the kingpin of the entire liquor policy case, and however, Abhishek Manu Singhvi there arguing and questioning the arrest. Remember, this is something the opposition has continuously been saying, that the ED is being used against opposition leaders. Well, let's go back to Aishwarya for more on this. And Aishwarya, so now after getting no relief from the trial court, now the matter, Arvind Kejriwal's plea in the High Court, and Abhishek Manu Singhvi, they're making the point that the purpose, questioning the timing of this arrest and saying that the purpose of this is to incapacitate Arvind Kejriwal.
Well, intense hearing taking place at the Delhi High Court on the plea of Arvind Kejriwal challenging his arrest and stating that the kind of arrest that Enforcement Directorate has made had hurt the fundamental rights of the Delhi Chief Minister. Yesterday, remember, it was the Enforcement Directorate who had sent a brief reply to the petition that was filed, in which Enforcement Directorate has called Arvind Kejriwal kingpin and main conspirator of the alleged Delhi excise policy case. It was also stated yesterday by the Enforcement Directorate that the proceeds of crime had went through Arvind Kejriwal, and Arvind Kejriwal knew about the kickbacks that were received from the South Group. Today, it was Abhishek Manu Singhvi, who was representing Arvind Kejriwal, had stated in one of its submissions inside the court that back in October 2023, the first summon was served, and it was in March, 16th of March, when the last summon was served, and till that point of time, it was Arvind Kejriwal who was completely following the orders, and he never stated that he would not reply to the answers given. Interestingly, it was also stated by Abhishek Manu Singhvi about some legal aspects that he wanted to raise. He said that if the Enforcement Directorate wanted to play on a level playing field, then why Arvind Kejriwal was arrested just before the elections round the corner? It was it is a motive that Arvind Kejriwal should behind the bars, and just before the Lok Sabha polls, he wanted to finish him. In fact, Abhishek Manu Singhvi also went on to say that according to Section 45 of the PMLA, ED does not have any such evidence against Arvind Kejriwal, and ED, when arrested Arvind Kejriwal on March 21st, when the raids happened at his residence, there was no inquiry, no statements that was recorded, and no evidence even was collected from Arvind Kejriwal's residence. It was also claimed by Abhishek Manu Singhvi in the submissions that under Section 19, there is no basis of arrest and no evidence is available. Therefore, the reason perhaps considering Kejriwal guilty is no basis of arrest, and also it was stated by Abhishek Manu Singhvi later about the purpose of arrest is just to humiliate Arvind Kejriwal, and the real purpose of this arrest is to inculpate him. Later, it was Abhishek Manu Singhvi who read out certain statements of Maghuta Reddy, of Sharath Reddy, and others who have been accused so far. They stated that how in early 7 statements or 8 statements that they gave, when Arvind Kejriwal's name was not taken, nothing was found against Arvind Kejriwal, and later when Arvind Kejriwal's name was taken, suddenly they got bail and Arvind Kejriwal got arrested. So this clearly shows the intention behind Arvind Kejriwal's arrest. Abhishek Manu Singhvi also claimed that because certain names had emerged but no money trail had found out by the Enforcement Directorate, it is against the fundamental rights. Currently, Abhishek Manu Singhvi reading out certain judgments of the earlier cases inside the courtroom as well, and it is Advocate ASB Raju, who is appearing for the Enforcement Directorate, earlier stated that the copy of the petition was not submitted rightly to him, and therefore the reason he asked, and he urged the judge that whether this case should be also heard tomorrow or not, to which the judge did not agree, and the court proceedings currently underway at the Delhi High Court.
All right, Aishwarya, thanks so much for joining us with that blow-by-blow account of what is going on in the High Court as Abhishek Manu Singhvi is arguing Arvind Kejriwal's plea. Well, moving on for the moment, let's get you news now from Tamil Nadu, and the tug of war between the ruling DMK in Tamil Nadu and the union government has reached a flashpoint over the non-release of special additional package for restoration of flood-ravaged districts. The state has moved the Supreme Court for a direction to the centre. Over this, the Tamil Nadu government had sought a 37,000 crore special package for the state, and it claims the centre has not paid a penny, something the union government, however, has denied, with the finance minister claiming that money was released. Let's just listen into what Chief Minister Stalin had to say.
நேற்றுக்கு கூட கேரள மாநில அரசு 10,000 கோடி ரூபாய் கடன் வாங்க ஒன்றிய அரசு அனுமதிக்கணும்னு உச்சநீதிமன்றம் போய் வாதாடுறாங்க. கர்நாடக அரசு நீதிமன்றத்தில் போய் வறட்சி நிவாரணம் தர சொல்லுங்கன்னு வாதாடுறாங்க. நாமளும் வெள்ள நிவாரணம் கேட்டு பார்த்தோம், தரல. நாளை காலை உச்சநீதிமன்றத்தில் வழக்கு போட போறோம்.
Well, let's go across to Sam Daniel now for more. And Sam, the state government making these claims and, allegations against the centre. However, the finance minister had earlier said that 900 crore was released to Tamil Nadu under certain, under SDRF, and that and if they had utilized this properly, much could have been averted. All right, so Nirmala Sitharaman also making the point that 5,000 crore had also been arranged to build stormwater drains in Chennai, and saying that the government must account for these funds that were released earlier by the centre before making these demands. However, the DMK government, the ruling government in Tamil Nadu, has claimed that they are not being granted this special package after the flooding that the state had seen. Remember, massive flooding had taken place after a cyclone had hit Chennai and various parts of coastal Tamil Nadu, leading to much devastation at the time, and Tamil Nadu has asked for a special relief package for the state given this devastation that they face, but the finance minister claiming that earlier 900 crores was given and then a 5,000 crore was given for stormwater drains, and that they must account for this money. Let's go across to Sam Daniel for more. And Sam, this has been an ongoing tussle between the centre and the state.
That's right, Gargi. Since December 2023, in fact, ever since first the cyclone Mijom hit parts of Tamil Nadu, particularly Chennai and other areas, and then unprecedented rainfall in Chennai and southern districts of Tamil Nadu. The Tamil Nadu government argues that what the centre had given in terms of the 900 crore transfer, that's a routine transfer under the State Disaster Response Fund, and that it claims it has exhausted everything. The state, the government says, suffered severe catastrophe both from the cyclone and from the unprecedented heavy rainfall, and the money the centre has given will not be just enough, and that's why Under two heads, the state government has asked for an additional special allowance for rehabilitation and restoration, a 37,000 crore package. And so far, even though central ministers and central government appointed teams had assessed the damages, they are yet to release even a single penny, they say. And in their petition in the Supreme Court, the Tamil Nadu government calls it as stepmotherly treatment that violates the national disaster management policy as well as the fundamental rights of citizens. The larger picture, Gargi, is that the ruling DMK has taken up the issue of federalism as its key campaign plank, and it's targeting the central government, the BJP in particular, on this, saying that opposition-ruled states are being denied financial packages, what it calls as financial discrimination, besides accusing the BJP of snatching away rights of the states. And the central government denies these claims, saying that they have given 900 crore and the state government is yet to submit its accounts. Secondly, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman also claims that Chennai was given a package of 5,000 crore rupees for setting up stormwater drains, and they are yet to give accounts for that. Had it been done properly, she argues, this kind of a devastation would not have happened. For a specific question about the ruling DMK's allegation that not a single penny has been granted, she says the high-powered committee at the right time will release funds. That's the reply. We'll have to wait and watch what the Supreme Court would say on this. The ruling DMK or the Tamil Nadu government wants an interim ex parte order, at least ordering the central government to release a 2,000 crore package to begin with. Gargi.
All right, Sam, thanks so much for joining us with those details. So this tussle continues and now in the Supreme Court. In other news from Tamil Nadu, 3 released convicts from the Rajiv Gandhi assassination case departed for Colombo from Chennai airport this morning. Murugan, Robert Pius and Jayakumar, who were recently granted Lankan passports, were quietly transported by the police from Trichy. Earlier in the day, another member, Santhan, had recently passed away due to liver failure. Their release came after a prolonged legal battle despite the Tamil Nadu cabinet's recommendation. One of them, Murugan, is married to Nalini, an Indian citizen. Another convict released prematurely. All 3 men being Lankan nationals. They were earlier held in a special camp in Trichy post-release, now flying back to Sri Lanka. With that, time for us to slip into a short break. On the other side, we'll get you election news from Jammu and Kashmir. Stay with us.
This show isn't just about news from the southern states. It's one that looks at the rest of India and the world from a diverse South India point of view, because NDTV has always taken the southern view seriously.
The Southern View with Veera Raghav, only on NDTV 24/7.
आईपीएल का हल्ला बल्ला और सबसे शानदार कवरेज सिर्फ एनडीटीवी पर।
Welcome back. News now from Jammu and Kashmir, where the PDP is to contest all seats in Jammu Kashmir and will decide about 2 seats in Jammu in the next few days, is what Mehbooba Mufti has said this after national conference, and leader Omar Abdullah didn't leave them any options, is what she said. Let's go across to Nazir now for more. And Nazir, these indications were there, and this sort of split between the PDP and NC, these are members of the India opposition bloc, and now Mehbooba Mufti saying that they will be contesting the Kashmir seats and will decide on the 2 seats in Jammu.
Well, there may be a larger India, alliance at the national level for both PDP and the National Conference, but on the ground, it is not. Today, Mehbooba Mufti announced that she will contest election. Her party will contest all the 3 seats in the valley and will decide about 2 seats in Jammu, where election actually nomination papers have been filed. Why that is important? Because it is also a challenge for the Congress now. Who will they support? Because Congress, this PDP or National Conference. So it is also a challenge for the Congress. Also India Bloc. Also Mehbooba Mufti announcing that she will contest election and blaming Umar Abdullah National Conference for not leaving any option for them. And she said they already announced the candidates. They already said they will contest all 3 seats in the valley, and trying to say as if PDP doesn't exist or PDP is actually irrelevant, and they will go to people and they will decide who has the mandate of the people. So clearly what is expected, Mehbooba Mufti may contest from South Kashmir, Anantnag Rajouri seat. They will field a young leader from Srinagar, and also there would be a North Kashmir candidate as well. But what would be interesting if PDP would field any candidate in Jammu, where both the parties were so far supporting Congress candidate, both in Jammu and also in this Udhampur Kuchwa constituency.
All right. Thanks so much, Nazir, for joining us with that political news. And do stay on for more news from Jammu and Kashmir. And a gangster was shot dead in exchange of fire with the police near the government medical college in Kathua in Jammu and Kashmir. Probationary Sub-Inspector Deepak Sharma, who suffered head injuries during this encounter, also died later during treatment. A special police officer was also injured. Let's go back to Nazir for more. Nazir, tell us what this entire matter was that led to this shootout in which a gangster died, but a cop also died.
Well, a police team was actually trying to track down a group of gangsters who were allegedly involved in a murder case in Samba. It happened late last night, and the gangsters, they drove their car inside Government Medical College, Kuchwa. And when they were cornered, our police say they wanted to arrest the gangster when his name was Vasudi. And then there was a shootout in which one notorious gangster was killed. But in the process, in the firing, young police sub-inspector who was a probationary officer, he was critically injured. He received bullets in his head. He was treated at the medical college, then shifted to Punjab, Pathankot hospital. But this morning he died. A special police official has been injured. His condition is reportedly stable, what officials are saying. Both police and the J&K's Lieutenant Governor have condoled the death of the young police officer, and Lieutenant Governor even vowed to avenge the killing, and he said he will take revenge of every drop of the blood of the police officer. This is really a worrying thing. It is happening at a time when elections are going on in Kuchwa, which is part of the Udhampur Parliament constituency, which will go to polls in the first phase of elections on 19th of this month. So even at a time when the security is on high alert, this type of shootout happened, that too in a hospital where a young police officer lost his life. He sacrificed his life in the line of duty. What has happened to other gangsters who have they managed to escape, whether there's a manhunt for them, so far not much details have come out. But the fact is that a young officer has lost his life, another policeman has been injured, and at least 2 to 3 young gangsters appears to have managed to escape, and also how challenging it would be for the authorities. While Jammu and Kashmir, these such incidents are known as to be encounters between militants and the security force, but this has nothing to do with militancy. It is the light of a gang war, kind of the gangs which have cropped up in this region, Kutwa, Sama and Jammu, which has become a big security challenge for the authorities.
All right. Thanks so much, Nazir, for joining us with that. So an encounter in which a gangster was killed, but also a cop died. Now let's get you the latest on the Vistara crisis that has entered its 3rd day, and dozens of flights have been cancelled during these last few days due to the pilots not coming in to work, ostensibly upset over details in the merger and how it will affect them. Now NDTV has learned the Vistara CEO is addressing the pilots. That was to happen at around 1 o'clock. The meeting will also have the top management and HR as well. Remember, yesterday over 50 flights were cancelled. Today as well, flights have been cancelled, but not as much as yesterday, and passengers have been informed. And given this deepening crisis, the Aviation Ministry had also stepped in yesterday and asked Vistara for a detailed report. Earlier we spoke to Pragati Oberoi for the details.
Yes, you're right. So we were last told around 12:30 when NDTV Profit exclusively learned that the Vistara CEO, HR and top management, as you also rightly mentioned, will address the pilots at around 1 p.m. So the meeting is expected to begin any time now. As of now, it has not started, but since it's an online meeting, the communication has already been sent to the pilots. Officially, no agenda has been communicated to the pilots, but what we are learning from our sources is that it is about the standoff that is currently taking place between the pilots and the top management, which is essentially about the fee payment or the remuneration of the pilots, because as you also rightly mentioned, because of the merger that is ahead with Air India, pilots are unhappy with the kind of remuneration they are getting. Vistara proposed to slash their confirmed pay of 70 hours of pilots that they get to 40 hours, and the rest of the component would be the variable pay. So that is the point of contention at this point. While we don't know what the CEO will exactly say, but we will bring you latest updates as and when we can post the meeting. So that has been happening indeed. Ministry of Civil Aviation, and in fact Civil Aviation Minister Jyotiraditya Scindia himself stepping in was a significant move, because till then even Vistara in its official statement to media, they essentially said that, you know, we are taking care of all the flight cancellations and we are giving people the refund. Yet passengers were unhappy, because even when they were being communicated that the delays are for just like 4 hours or 5 hours, they were being made to sit inside the flights and and yet the flights were not taking off, so leading to more cancellations and further things. So what yesterday we learned from our sources was Vistara had already submitted a preliminary response to the Ministry of Civil Aviation, but a detailed response as to how they are tackling this situation was expected during the day. As of now, the statement has not been submitted to the ministry, but once they do, we will definitely update you on that as well.
The Vistara Airlines has ensured that now a full refund is being provided to the passengers, or either an alternative flight is provided for them to travel from on time. But the question here is that why did this situation arise at all? After the entire incident turned up, where a new salary structure was provided to the pilots and the cabin crew, after which they went on a mass sick leave, and eventually it led to flights either being cancelled or delayed at repeated intervals, after which the Ministry of Civil Aviation had to intervene the matter and also find out the reason to know so. And after outrage and anguished by the passengers came up on the social media platform to inform about their suffering, and after intervention from the MOCA, it is now clear that the airlines is trying to provide either a full refund and also to protect the interest of the passengers. They have also been ordered to make sure that the passengers are informed well in advance about either their flight being delayed or cancelled. And also at the same time, the airlines has released an official statement stating that flights will be cancelled and delayed, but efforts are being made to reduce the numbers, where today we see that in Mumbai, more than 4 flights to cities like New Delhi, Bangalore, Kolkata as well as Hyderabad have been cancelled. And also across the nation, from several metro cities, several flights which are less in number and in less than 5 are cancelled. And compared to the last 2 days, the reduction of in the cancellation of flights are being done, but also at the same time to ensure that there's a solution to the matter completely, the airlines is working upon, and also a report by the airlines is supposed to be submitted to the MOCA. With video journalist Sandesh Baikar, Ms. Sujata Dwivedi for NDTV 24/7.
With that, time for us to slip into a short break. Coming up on the other side, a tech report on content creation. Stay with us.
And there's too much talking but very little being said. Too many voices but hardly any being heard. You turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people.
Hello and welcome to NDTV Auto. What I have with me today is real special. It is the latest EV from Audi, Q6. What's special about it is it's based on a completely new platform, PPE, Premium Platform Electric
This platform Audi has developed for their electric vehicles, and it has a lot to offer.
What is a freeware? In an ideal world, it is the question that should follow. Free? When? Sharat Nair at NDTV.com will help you upgrade your content creation skills without paying a single rupee, एक भी पैसा खर्च किए बिना. Today, हम आपके लिए लाए हैं freeware apps that will make your posts, videos and audio shine like a pro. सबसे पहले, let's talk audio. I'm a musician. For recording and mixing voiceovers or podcasts, Audacity is a free boss. It is simple to use with all the tools you need for proper sound. Up next, free में pro level video editing करनी है आपको. DaVinci Resolve is the real deal. Color corrections, special effects, trimming, splitting, you name it. थोड़ा सा complex है for beginners उसका interface, but tutorials, they're going to be your best friends forever. Photo editing का scene है आपका. Forget pricey software. Photo P is your online Photoshop. So layers, masking, effects, it is the whole package. Now let's get social. Canva and Adobe Express are your jam for eye-catching social media posts. Super easy. Templates भी हैं, cool fonts भी हैं, tons of stock images भी हैं जो use कर सकते हैं to create the perfect vibe. So creating awesome content, ये महंगा हो ये ज़रूरी नहीं है. Don't be shy. Try them out. Take your post to the next level. And हाँ, अगर आपको ये वीडियो अच्छा लगा, ये cool freeware apps जो मैंने आपको बताए हैं, you know where to send love. It's techies@ndtv.com for more such knowledge. काम का knowledge. Keep watching NDTV networks.
Goal.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
युवा तो आपकी सोच में है, आपके काम में है।
कांग्रेस के महासचिव सचिन पायलट जी,
आप काम ना करने दें, उनके खाते सीज कर दें, तो ये एक हेल्दी साइन नहीं है हमारी डेमोक्रेसी के लिए।
अगर आप पॉलिटिकल पार्टी हो, आपको टैक्स नहीं लगेगा, लेकिन आपको रिटर्न हर साल फाइल करना है। माय बॉस, प्राइम मिनिस्टर नरेंद्र मोदी इज द बेस्ट।
You know, chose the name Rani only because I saw so many wonderful queens while growing up.
That's how the name came about. It was cute plus uterus is cuterus.
आप कोई भी एक्टिविटी कर रहे हैं, अगर आप फोकस नहीं है, you're just wasting your time.
Parents usually say it out of concern. They don't want to see their child fail.
You basically say to parents,
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
Vistara CEO addresses pilots amidst a merger crisis as 10 flights were cancelled from Delhi and 6 from Mumbai this morning. Rahul Gandhi files his nomination from Wayanad. Rahul Gandhi and his sister Priyanka Gandhi Vadra held a roadshow before he filed his nomination, and fully committed to resolving the issues in Wayanad is what Rahul Gandhi had to say. And Aam Aadmi Party leader Sanjay Singh to walk out of jail soon. The liquor scam, Aam Aadmi Party leader finally gets bail after being in jail for 6 months.
World Bank raises India's growth forecast. Growth in South Asia driven mainly by robust growth in India is what the World Bank had to say. And a police officer has been killed in an encounter in Jammu and Kashmir. The sub-inspector, another officer, has been seriously injured. The shootout took place at a government medical college. Very good afternoon. You're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Divya Vadwa. Let's get your latest story, and that's day 3 of the crisis as far as the Vistara Airlines is concerned, which has seen dozens of flights being cancelled. Do remember yesterday on Tuesday, 52 flights were cancelled. Today again, we've seen that mayhem continue with 10 flights that were impacted as far as Delhi is concerned. 6 flights have been cancelled in Mumbai due to the pilots not coming into work, ostensibly upset over the merger details. Now, the CEO of Vistara has addressed the pilots. This has been an online meeting that took place with the top management, the HR and others. This is due to the mayhem that continues, and yesterday, given the deepening crisis, the Aviation Ministry had stepped in and asked for a detailed report and also asked for the steps that are being taken in order to ensure that no inconvenience was caused to the passengers. We have my colleague Pragati joining us to get us more on this. Pragati, take us through the details if you have any regarding that meeting that's taken place with the CEO, the HR as well as the top management of the Vistara Airlines with the pilots and the crew online.
Yes, you're right. So we were last told around 12:30 when NDTV Profit exclusively learned that the Vistara CEO, HR and top management, as you also rightly mentioned, will address the pilots at around 1 p.m. So the meeting is expected to begin any time now. As of now, it is not started, but since it's an online meeting, the communication has already been sent to the pilots. Officially, no agenda has been communicated to the pilots, but what we are learning from our sources is that it is about the standoff that is currently taking place between the pilots and the top management, which is essentially about the fee payment or the remuneration of the pilots, because as you also rightly mentioned, because of the merger that is ahead with Air India, pilots are unhappy with the kind of remuneration they are getting. Vistara proposed to slash their confirmed pay of 70 hours of pilots that they get to 40 hours, and the rest of the component would be the variable pay. So that is the point of contention at this point. While we don't know what the CEO will exactly say, but we will bring you latest updates as and when we can post the meeting. So that has been happening indeed. Ministry of Civil Aviation, and in fact the Civil Aviation Minister Jyotiraditya Scindia himself stepping in was a significant move, because till then even Vistara in its official statement to media, they essentially said that, you know, we are taking care of all the flight cancellations and we are giving people the refund. Yet passengers were unhappy, because even when they were being communicated that the delays are for just like 4 hours or 5 hours, they were being made to sit inside the flights and being made to sit inside the flights, and yet the flights were not taking off, so leading to more cancellations and further things. So what yesterday we learned from our sources was Vistara had already submitted a preliminary response to the Ministry of Civil Aviation, but a detailed response as to how they are tackling this situation was expected during the day. As of now, the statement has not been submitted to the ministry, but once they do, we will definitely update you on that as well.
Right. Thank you so much, Pragati Oberoi, for getting us all those details and that meeting that's about to start any minute now. Moving on, Congress Member of Parliament Rahul Gandhi filed his nomination papers from Wayanad for the upcoming Lok Sabha elections. The Congress leader held a roadshow in the constituency that he won in 2019 as far as the Lok Sabha elections are concerned, with a margin of over 4 lakh votes. Rahul Gandhi was accompanied by his sister Priyanka Gandhi Vadra and the All India Congress Committee General Secretaries KC Venugopal and Deepa Das. Rahul Gandhi will has submitted his nomination papers. He will be up against BJP candidate, that's K. Sundaran, and that's Kerala's state president. Now against Rahul Gandhi will also be the Left Democratic Front LDF fielded Senior Communist Party of India leader, that would be Annie Raja, who's also filing her nominations today.
As I said, all the people of Wayanad, regardless of whether you are from the UDF or from the LDF, I have a relationship with you. You're all my family members. We might disagree on our ideology, but we agree that we have a tremendous relationship with each other. I have received love and affection. I treat you and think of you the same way I think of my little sister Priyanka over here. That if we have a government in Delhi and when we get a government in Kerala, both of which we will do, we will resolve these issues for the people of Wayanad.
We have my colleague Pratibha joining us to get us more on this. Pratibha, we just heard Rahul Gandhi talking about how the issues in Wayanad will get solved, is what Rahul Gandhi has said. Very hopeful of, given that in 2019 he won with a margin of 4 lakh votes, and staying with that is, Priyanka Gandhi Vadra there in support of her brother in Wayanad, and he just filed his nomination papers. We also know that Annie Raja will be filing her papers as well.
Well, right, as you rightly said, yes, 2019 was pretty much of an easy cakewalk for Rahul Gandhi, but this time around he would be walking on a tightrope, mainly because we have two strong contenders. One is BJP's K. Surendra, who's the state president of the party as well in Kerala, and we, on the other hand, like you said, yes, Annie Raja, who is also a senior leader, who's been fielded by the LDF there at Wayanad. So considering that, it is definitely not going to be easy. Also remember, in 2019, most of them did see Rahul Gandhi as the prime ministerial candidate of the Congress. This time, that promise being absent, we'll have to wait and see how the voting pattern would turn out this time around for Rahul Gandhi in Wayanad. Also, there are speculations whether Rahul Gandhi would be contesting from either Amethi or Uttar Pradesh. The Congress is still undecided on that front. And considering that Rahul Gandhi did lose the seat of Amethi last time around, there are a lot of speculations doing the rounds with respect to Rahul Gandhi's candidature from Amethi. But as far as Wayanad is concerned, for Rahul Gandhi at least, despite this being an LDF bastion, it turned out to be lucky for him in 2019, and he's hoping that the second term around for Rahul Gandhi would also turn out as lucky. Back to you.
Right, Pratibha, a lot of ifs and buts there, so we'll have to wait and watch as far as the seat of Uttar Pradesh is concerned. Thank you so much for joining us with all those details. Now, Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge started the Congress campaign in the national capital by going door to door, promising guarantees of if voted to power. The Congress party has made 25 promises focusing on 5 key areas, which includes youth, women, as far as their poll campaign is concerned.
The Congress President, Mr. Kharge, has started here from northeast Delhi, where he has been able to get one of the 3 seats where the Congress party will be contesting in alliance with the Aam Aadmi Party. His attempt to connect with the people here for what is called Ghar Ghar Ka Guarantee, to ensure that the Congress's promises are made at this site. So this is the way the Congress party is attempting to do it, and I'm joined by the Secretary of Communications in the Congress President's office. What is the exact attempt that you are trying to do here?
We are trying to take the Congress party guarantees to every doorstep. Every poor family, the head of the family gets 1 lakh rupees a year, that is 8,500 rupees a month. It will help in the heightened inflation, it will help with the food, with the education of the children. We know that the government has been able to hasn't been able to curb inflation. People have suffered. People can't have good, healthy food, nutritious food. So this is an attempt by 5 guarantees. Youth guarantee, Yuva guarantee, we are calling it. Yuva guarantee, Nari Nyay, which is for the women, for 1 lakh rupees a month. For youth, we are guaranteeing first job, Pehli Naukri Pakki guarantee. And the third one is Kisan guarantee.
So this is your attempt to meet with the voters and explain to them what you're promising?
Yes.
But some of them out here say that you have not announced the candidate yet.
Majorly in last 10 years, all important sections of the society have received a setback. So it's an effort to restore that anomaly. The candidate selection is a process. More than 200 candidates have been announced, and 5th is the last day of CEC when major candidates are going to be announced. So with that, we roll into election, go and fight the BJP.
Alka ji, what is your reaction to your promise that you are
देखिए,
doing?
मेरे रिएक्शन से ज्यादा जरूरी देखना कि लोगों का क्या रिएक्शन है। मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे साहब राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष आज गलियों में हैं और लोग बहुत उत्साहित हैं, क्योंकि एक तरफ जुमला, दूसरी तरफ गारंटी, वो गारंटी जो बेरोजगारी, गरीबी, महंगाई से राहत देने का काम करेगी। इंतजार अब लंबा नहीं है। 4 जून देश में एक बड़ा बदलाव आने वाला है। किसान को MSP पे कानून मिलने जा रहा है, बेरोजगार युवाओं को रोजगार मिलने जा रहा है, महिलाओं को सुरक्षा और महंगाई की जो मार झेल रही है, 1 लाख रुपया सालाना घर की एक महिला को मिलने जा रहा है। 30 लाख सरकारी नौकरी के पक्के पदों को भर जाना जा रहा है। सो आप देख रहे श्रमिक 400 रुपया दिहाड़ी उसे मिलेगा। ये हमारी लिखित में गारंटी राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष लेकर राजधानी दिल्ली से आए हैं। 8 करोड़ ऐसे ही गारंटी कार्ड को लेकर अब कांग्रेस का कार्यकर्ता देश भर में जाने वाला है।
लोग कह रहे हैं कि यहाँ पे कैंडिडेट अभी तक तय नहीं हुआ है।
नहीं, कैंडिडेट 230 हमारे घोषित हो चुके हैं। 6ठे और 7वें चरण पे जल्द फैसले होने वाले हैं, लेकिन 230 उम्मीदवार पूरी तैयारी दमखम के साथ अपनी गारंटी को लेकर लोगों के बीच में है।
So here you have it, the Congress party attempting to go and connect with the masses here, and it's their way of trying to say that how they want to connect with the workers and take the promises that they were shown. With camera person Manoj Thakur, Sunil Prabhu, NDTV.
Now friends, if I talk about the first story or the top story of the week, well, it's a very special one. मेरी जेब में वो phone है फिलहाल, but this phone, let me just tell you a basic set of details around this phone और फिर आप guess करना कि वो क्या हो सकता है. So ये जो phone है, the total weight is more than half a kilo. ये एक Apple का फ़ोन है जिसमें पीछे की तरफ भी we got a small secondary screen. काफ़ी यूनिक है. It's only one in the world. The battery is by far the max possible in any Apple phone, or it's a custom phone that was made just for me. Yes, I got it made, guys, or this is the phone. This is all new iPhone 15 Pro Max. On the back side, if I show you, तो यहाँ पे what I have is this. It is the Apple Watch Ultra 2nd generation. This watch is part of the phone. I mean, आप इसको ऐसे निकाल नहीं सकते हो because this is completely attached to this phone. The frame is all redone. The back is all redone. The theme of this phone is inspired from Mahabharata. अगर आप देखोगे तो जैसा यहाँ पे पूरा आर्टवर्क हुआ है, it took almost 1 year to design this phone.
Welcome back. Let's just cut across to Amit Shah, who's speaking in Muzaffarnagar.
और भुगतान की जहां तक बात है, 95 से 17 में एवरेज भुगतान 23,000 करोड़ होता था. आज 2,50,000 करोड़ रुपया गन्ने का भुगतान करने का काम भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार ने किया है. इसके साथ साथ चीनी मिलें, बसपा के शासन में 19 चीनी मिलें बंद हुई. अखिलेश के शासन में 10 मिलें बंद हुई और भाजपा के शासन में 20 से अधिक चीनी मिलों को शुरू किया गया और 5 नई चीनी मिलें आज नई बनाने का काम हुआ है. और हमने इथेनॉल की पॉलिसी लाकर पहले 2014-15 में इथेनॉल पेट्रोल में मिलाया नहीं जाता था. आज 154 करोड़ लीटर इथेनॉल मिलाया जाता है, जिससे गन्ना किसान की आय को बढ़ाने का काम हुआ है. भाइयों और बहनों, बैठ जाओ भैया, बैठ जाओ, कुछ नहीं है, बैठ जाइए, जरा बैठ जाइए सब लोग. भाइयों और बहनों, मुझे बताओ, ये कश्मीर जो है हमारा है या नहीं है? जोर से बोलो, कश्मीर हमारा है या नहीं है? धारा 370 हटनी चाहिए थी या नहीं हटनी चाहिए थी? एक कांग्रेस वाले 50 साल से धारा 370 को संभाल पर बैठे थे। मोदी जी ने दूसरी बार जब आपने प्रधानमंत्री बनाया, धारा 370 को समाप्त कर कश्मीर को भारत के साथ जोड़ने का काम किया। भाई और बहनों, नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने कश्मीर में से आतंकवाद को समाप्त करने का काम किया है। सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक और एयर स्ट्राइक कर पाकिस्तान के घर में घुसकर आतंकवादियों का सफाया करने।
Switching tracks now to the World Bank that has raised India's growth projection, and my colleague Sakshi Bajaj takes us through the details. Sakshi, over to you.
That's right. According to Jobs for Resilience, really, the latest South Asia development update released by the World Bank, growth in South Asia is expected to be at 6% in 2024, and growth in South Asia is going to be driven mainly by robust growth in India. The World Bank has raised India's growth forecast. FY24 growth projections have been raised by 1.2 percentage points at 7.5%, and FY25 growth projections have been raised by 0.2 percentage points at 6.6%. However, as per the World Bank, persistent structural challenges threaten to undermine sustained growth, and Asia is not creating enough jobs to keep pace with rapidly rising working age population. Now we have Mitali Nikor, economist, joining us for more. Mitali, thank you so much for joining us. A huge boost for the Indian economy. However, the concern really on jobs remains.
Absolutely, Sakshi. I mean, I think what we have to look at in these data and statistics is there is a certain amount of mismatch in leading indicators and past indicators. If we look at India's periodic labor force participation survey, it's very clear that labor force participation is increasing overall. Male labor force participation continues to be above 78% as per the latest periodic labor force participation survey, and female labor force participation has actually risen from 23% to 37% over the last 5 years. So, I completely agree that there is a need to have more and more focus and continued focus on job creation. But to say that, jobs have not been created, and to say that, the labor force participation has not increased is also inaccurate. So I think what we really need to see, in the years going forward is more and more of a focus on skill training, more and more of a focus on, new types of industries where jobs are getting generated. We have to make sure our workforce is equipped for that, and also that we have to take South Asia forward. It is India's responsibility to take South Asia forward, and having stronger supply chains, stronger value chains, stronger trade linkages is what is going to take South Asia forward. So, having Nepal, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka joined with us, having Bhutan joined with us, and, doing trade, especially cross-border land-based trade, is the, growth driver of the future.
Absolutely. And like you said, the focus really on skill development, on training. Now, going forward, of course, the AI era, which sectors do you feel where we'll need to really train people more to create these jobs?
So I think, Sakshi, definitely the technology-based work is very, very important. I mean, any sector you take it. Look at logistics as a sector, for example. I work extensively on logistics. We are seeing a lot of automation, and, there is a whole new regime, a whole new framework of skills that is required in the logistics sector. I mean, if you look at what a warehouse looked like 5 years ago and what it looks like today, it's a completely different set of skills. And I also think that, this automation and digitization presents an opportunity for female labor force participation, because a lot of jobs in the semi-skilled and skilled segments, which used to be done by men because they had certain physical, requirements that, yes, you have to lift a heavy load or something like that, don't exist anymore. We can have a lot more automation and women actually operating machinery and equipment so that we can have more and more female labor force participation. So I do think that in the coming decades, we have to have more skill training in the logistics space, in renewable energy, in, green economics, in green industries. And that is the, going to be the main job creator for large scale jobs. You know, I'm not talking about tech sector and IT sector. Those are, of course, very important for, you know, the highly educated sectors. But for the mass employment, we really need to see, you know, more and more skill training in automation and working with machines.
Right. More and more skill training really the way forward. Thank you so much for sharing your thoughts and for joining us before this interaction.
Right, thank you so much, Sakshi, for joining us. Moving on now, this is the 3 released convicts from the Rajiv Gandhi assassination case deported from Colombo, for Colombo from Chennai airport this morning. So we have Murugan, Robert Payas as well as Jay Kumar, who were recently granted passports, were quietly transported by the police. Another member, Santan, do remember, recently passed away due to a liver failure. Their release came after a prolonged legal battle despite Tamil Nadu's cabinet's recommendation. Now, let's go across to Sam. Sam, one of them, Murugan, is married to Nalini, an Indian citizen, another convict released prematurely. Now, all 3 men being Lankan nationals, they were held in a special camp before they were finally taken off. So, how long were they in that special camp post their release?
For several months. They were released actually last year, Divya, and although they were technically free since they were Sri Lankan nationals who had illegally entered India several decades ago, they could not be let off free in that sense. So they were housed in a special camp in Trichy. One of them died meanwhile, Santan, because of liver failure. But Murugan, who's married to Indian citizen Nalini, who was also convicted earlier and then commuted to life and then released. He has a daughter who was born when the couple was in jail several years ago. Both of them want to leave for the UK, and while Nalini is trying for a UK visa from India, he on landing from Colombo would try for that. They have spent more than 30 years. Although the Tamil Nadu government had recommended their release got delayed because the governor would not abide by that, and ultimately the Supreme Court used its own powers to release them. They were all involved in some kind of a role in the assassination of former Indian Prime Minister Rajiv Gandhi.
Right. Thank you so much, Sam, for joining us with all those details. Well, let's get you the very latest when it comes to Sanjay Singh, the Aam Aadmi Party leader, who is going to be walking out of jail any minute now. Do remember that his medical clearance has taken place. He was taken back to jail, and he will be walking out of jail. His family members are there. In fact, this is in connection with the Aam Aadmi Party leader getting bail after 6 months since he had been in Tihar jail. The development comes after the Supreme Court had questioned the Enforcement Directorate, saying that there's been no money trail in the matter that can be linked to Sanjay Singh, which is on those grounds he was granted bail. We have Aishwarya joining us from outside court. Aishwarya, how long more before Sanjay Singh can walk out and finally go home after 6 months?
Well, now final formalities are just left as far as Tihar jail is concerned. Sanjay Singh has reached Tihar prison, and now he would be signing at the bail register. From there, he will be taking all his initials along with him, and later he can walk out of the jail. So any moment from now, Sanjay Singh can walk out. Remember, it was yesterday Sanjay Singh granted bail on some conditions that he cannot in public speak about the entire case. Also, it was stated that his passport should be given to the court, and you know, this entire bail cannot be set as precedent for the other cases as well. After that, yesterday, because he was hospitalized, he had some issues with his liver. From hospital, he directly was taken to Tihar prison, and now final formalities are underway. Very soon we can see Sanjay Singh walking out of Tihar prison, and first he will go to meet Sunita Kejriwal, as being said by Sanjay Singh's wife, and after Sunita Kejriwal's meeting, it would be him going to Aam Aadmi Party headquarters. Later, he will be proceeding to his residence.
Right. Aishwarya, what we've been given to believe also is that Sanjay Singh is expected to be welcomed by party workers at the headquarters, where he is expected to be launching his campaign for the Lok Sabha elections. Well,
Aam Aadmi Party on one side is calling it as a big win for them. Sanjay Singh had become a first Aam Aadmi Party leader to get bail in the alleged Delhi excise policy case, and therefore yesterday as well we have seen huge supporters outside Sanjay Singh's residence when the news came out that he had got the bail. And today as well at the Aam Aadmi Party headquarters, at Sanjay Singh's residence and at the hospital where he was admitted, supporters were gathered in large numbers, and therefore there is perhaps a joyous movement for Aam Aadmi Party workers, and therefore they are gathered in large numbers.
Right, that moment that will be celebrated, like his wife said, only once the rest of the brothers, including Arvind Kejriwal, are out. Moving on now, the Haryana government has constituted an inquiry committee to look into a September 2023 order passed by Ambala Divisional Commissioner, that's Renu Phulia, revoking a 2003 stay order of Collector Panchkula on the sale purchase of land of various villages. To get more on this, in fact, let's just listen in to what Renu Phulia had to say.
मेरी कोर्ट में पृथ्वीराज छाबड़ा ने केस डाला था कि उनकी 2 एकड़ जमीन जो उन्होंने सुनील गुलाटी जी के नाम हिब्बानामा किया था, और बाद में सुनील गुलाटी जी ने 2003 में मार्च और अगस्त में वापस हिब्बानामा उनके नाम करवा दिया, तो उसका इंतकाल नहीं हो रहा है, जबकि वो 2003 से उनका हिब्बानामा हुआ। बाद में पता लगा कि कोई स्टे किया हुआ है, जबकि हिब्बानामा स्टे से पहले का था, तो उनको रेवेन्यू रिकॉर्ड में उसकी एंट्री कर देनी चाहिए थी। तो मैंने रूटीन में केस को सुन करके और उस पर फैसला कर दिया कि हिब्बानामा के मैंने ऑर्डर कर दिए कि उनके नाम 2 एकड़ का हिब्बानामा जो सुनील गुलाटी जी ने करवाया वो उनके नाम वापस कर दिया जाए।
We have my colleague Ghazali joining us. Ghazali, the government in Haryana setting up that panel to examine an order which was passed in September, controversial order that was passed by an IAS officer.
Yeah, certainly a controversial order because it was a land which is called belonged to an erstwhile king. More than 3,000 acres of land belonging to an erstwhile king in Panchkula district, and an stay order was applicable on that land, which was vacated by this divisional commissioner after hearing a petition for just 16 days. Within 16 days, the stay order is vacated, so it enables the land to be purchased or sold. And then a senior IAS officer in Haryana sells that land, and that land is bought by this divisional commissioner's husband. So that makes it very murky. Legally, the divisional commissioner clarifies that for every sale or purchase, the department was informed about it, and hence it's not illegal. But despite that, when it went for registry in Panchkula district, the deputy commissioner of Panchkula district informed the chief secretary of the state, and he had marked a probe to see that how this stay order, why a vacation was ordered through the divisional commissioner, and whether it was in violation of the High Court's order or not. So finally, all the registry related to this sale and purchase of this land has been stopped, and an inquiry has been marked in this entire case.
Right, Ghazali, thank you so much for getting us all those details. And with that, we are sitting in a short break, but we'll be back with a whole lot more. Do stay tuned.
Welcome to NDTV Auto. I'm here in Jaipur for Volkswagen brand conference, and they have made a slew of announcements here. Let's talk more about them with Mr. Ashish Gupta, brand director, Volkswagen India. You know, you have again changed the lineup of Taigun. What was the purpose behind it, and will that make things simpler for people?
No, I think, the endeavor has been, and if I take you back 2 years when we introduced the Taigun, we introduced it on 2-line structure, the dynamic line, which was basically based on the 1 liter, and the performance line, which was based on the 1.5 liter. Over the period of time, what we have also realized is that customers are not differentiated by, engine types. Customers are more and more moving towards style differentiation. What kind of a style appeals to me, and what kind of a style does not appeal to me or appeals to another set of customers. So the endeavor this time has been to now put our line structure in place to appeal to style more than the differentiation by the engine line. So that's what we have done. So now we have the chrome line, which is more elegant, for the customers who like that kind of a
Welcome back. Let's get you the latest of a major earthquake which took place with a magnitude of 7.7 struck off Taiwan's eastern coast this morning, according to the U.S. Geological Survey, prompting a tsunami warning which was later downgraded. According to reports, at least 7 people have been killed and a dozen others have been injured in the strong quake. Rescuers have been pulling people of collapsed buildings. The powerful earthquake struck off Taiwan earlier today, rocking the entire island and collapsing buildings on its way. The quake's epicenter is located about 18 kilometers south of the city of Hualien, and several aftershocks were felt in Taiwan, including one that registered a magnitude of 6.5 according to the USGS. According to reports, it is Taiwan's strongest earthquake in over 25 years. Train services were suspended across the island of 23 million, as was the subway service. According to reports, things quickly returned to normal in the capital, where children went to school, and also the morning commute appeared to be normal. Presidents Joe Biden and Xi Jinping clashed in a telephonic conversation on Tuesday about U.S. trade restrictions on technology as well as on Taiwan. But they look to manage their tensions, with 2 top U.S. officials heading shortly to Beijing. The nearly 2-hour telephonic conversation was the 2 leaders' first direct interaction since the summit that was held in November of last year in California. U.S. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen will leave on Wednesday and visit both Guangzhou as well as Beijing, with the Secretary of State Antony Blinken also due to be in China, and that's going to be taking place in the coming weeks. Syrian Prime Minister visited the Iranian embassy in Damascus on Tuesday following Monday's strike. The airstrike in Syria killed the General Mohammad Reza Zahidi, who led the elite Quds forces in Lebanon and Syria until 2016, according to Iran's Revolutionary Guard. It also killed Zahidi's Deputy General Mohammad Hadi Hajrayami and also 5 other officers. The Hezbollah member was also killed in Monday's strike, bringing the overall death toll to 8. The United States military believes Israel carried out the recent airstrikes on Iran's consulate in Syria, and that several senior leaders of the Revolutionary Guard were present. Sabrina Singh, the Deputy Pentagon Press Secretary, had this to say.
You know, our hearts go out to those who lost their lives in that strike. These are humanitarian aid workers who are providing life-saving aid to Palestinians in Gaza. And, you know, the Israelis have taken responsibility for that strike. They are conducting an investigation. There have been conversations at different levels from the department with Israeli counterparts. I don't have more to share for you on the weapons that were used. We have been very consistent and repetitive in our conversations with the Israelis. They need to preserve innocent lives. They need to, when conducting operations, protect innocent lives within Gaza. And of course, that includes humanitarian aid workers.
Former U.S. Vice President Mike Pence, speaking at the Hudson Institute's annual forum on Monday, referenced his support as far as Israel is concerned and advocated on an Israeli attack on Rafah. Listen in.
Or between Israel and Hamas. Make no mistake. If the Palestinians laid down their weapons right now and released all hostages, we'd have peace. But if Israelis laid down their weapons, we'd have no Israel. Now more than ever, the American people need to speak with one voice, loud and clear, that America stands with Israel to fight, to win, and to bring them home. And just today, it is reported that the presumptive Republican nominee said that Israel needed to finish up, to quote, get it done, referring to the war in Gaza, without any mention of freeing Israeli hostages first. And whatever position the current administration or voices in my own party take, here's the reality. Israel has no choice but to invade Rafah and hunt down and destroy Hamas once and for all. Instead of demanding arbitrary limitations on Israel's military response, I believe our president should make it clear that Iran will pay a steep price as well. A steep price if it continues to attempt to escalate violence through its proxies in Gaza, in Yemen, in Lebanon, and in Syria. I welcome reports today that Israel struck an arms depot run by Hezbollah on the outskirts of Damascus. And let me be clear. America should fully support Israel's effort to secure her northern border from Hezbollah.
As the United Nations condemns Israeli strikes in Gaza and Syria, an Israeli airstrike on aid workers delivering food in Gaza has killed at least 7 people, including citizens of Australia, Poland, the United Kingdom, and a US-Canada dual citizen in the latest Israeli military action to hit humanitarian efforts in the besieged Palestinian territory.
The Secretary General extends his condolences to the staff of the World Central Kitchen following the killing of its staff members in Gaza who were on a humanitarian mission. The multiplicity of such events is the inevitable result of the way this war is currently being conducted. We reaffirm yet again the need for an immediate humanitarian ceasefire. Our senior humanitarian reconstruction coordinator for Gaza, Sigrid Kaag, has just come out of Gaza. Yesterday she met with the World Central Kitchen team members who just hours later were tragically killed in an airstrike by Israeli forces. Ms. Kaag is appalled by this attack and joins others in expressing her condolences to their families and loved ones. For his part, the Undersecretary General for Humanitarian Affairs, Martin Griffiths, described the aid workers of the World Central Kitchen as heroes killed while trying to feed starving people.
And Israeli demonstrators held torches during a march in Jerusalem on Tuesday, calling for early elections and a deal to release dozens of hostages held in Hamas by the militants in Gaza. The march took place after thousands gathered outside Israel's parliament in protest. As protests turned anti-government, the protesters are demanding an immediate ceasefire and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to resign. The families of women held captive in Gaza and 2 freed female hostages gave an emotional testimony to an Israeli parliamentary committee on Tuesday, focusing on the concerns for the remaining female captives. The attendees at the meeting said that the emerging testimony about alleged sexual assault from freed hostages during their time in captivity was fueling concerns that other remaining captives might be facing similar threats. One woman painted red streaks on her face and wore a white shirt stained with red splotches, symbolizing blood. The families of the hostages are growing increasingly desperate as the war grinds on with no resolution in sight for the fate of their loved ones. Aid was being airdropped into the Gaza Strip on Tuesday as Israel continued its military offensive in the besieged territory. The war that began on the 7th of October when Hamas-led militants stormed into southern Israel, killing 1,200 people, mostly civilians, and taking around 250 people hostage. Israel responded with an air, land and sea offensive and has killed at least 32,782 Palestinians, according to Gaza's health ministry. The ministry does not distinguish between civilians and those in war in its account, but says that women and children have made up around 2/3 of those killed. The Israeli military says it has killed over 13,000 fighters of Hamas, and the war has displaced most of the territory's population and driven 1/3 of its residents to the brink of famine. Palestinians in Gaza's southern city of Rafah, where some 1.4 million people were more than about half of the territory's population have sought refuge, are struggling to make ends meet. They say the already trickling humanitarian aid is difficult to obtain and foodstuffs at the city's market, overwhelmed with thousands of people, are too expensive. The top United Nations court last week ordered Israel to take measures to improve the humanitarian situation in Gaza, including opening more land crossings to allow food, water, fuel and other supplies into the war-ravaged enclave. Many Muslims across Iran spent last night praying in supplication to mark Laylat al-Qadr, which means night of power or night of destiny. The faithful in Iran stayed up on the nights preceding the 19th, the 21st, the 23rd days of the Muslim fasting month of Ramadan and hold gatherings to pray and ask for God's forgiveness. Muslims asked to have their prayers answered during the night that Muslims believe the Holy Quran was first revealed to Prophet Muhammad. Worshippers hold copies of the Quran over their heads as a sign of seeking protection from sins through Quranic teachings, and Muslims believe that their destinies for the year ahead will be decided on this night. Donald Trump again used language denounced by Democrats to hammer President Joe Biden over his handling of the US-Mexico border on Tuesday as he campaigned in two Midwestern swing states critical to the outcome of the 2024 elections. Trump, who has promised to launch the largest domestic deportation as far as the operation in the country's history if he wins a second term, gave a speech in Grand Rapids, Michigan, in which he accused Biden of allowing a bloodbath that was destroying the country, is what Donald Trump had to say.
Moments ago, I met with an incredible group of local law enforcement leaders to discuss how Michigan communities are being ravaged by a new form of crime, and that's the migrant crime that we name it. It should be called Biden migrant crime, but that's too long. But you'll always remember it was Biden that gave it to us. But it's a border bloodbath, and it's destroying our country. It's a very bad thing happening. It's going to end on the day that I take office, which will be January 20th. It'll end. And thank you.
April showers bring May flowers, but will California's wet winter lead to wildflower super blooms again this spring? Now, after years of drought, last year's wet winter resulted in huge fields of poppies in places like Antelope Valley, as well as others in Southern California, as well as bursts of iris along with the rugged Northern California coast. Now, the forecast remains decent for a second vibrant burst of color throughout the golden state this year. But experts warn the bloom may not be as vibrant as last year, partly due to recent cold temperatures. Experts note that several factors contribute to the likelihood of a super bloom, including rainfall patterns, temperature fluctuations, and soil conditions as well. Wildflower enthusiasts and photographers are still scouting potential bloom sites, ready to capture the natural beauty on social media. J.K. Rowling did not break the law with tweets criticizing Scotland's new hate speech law and referring to transgender women as men, is what the police said on Tuesday. The Harry Potter author opposes the law, which came into force on Monday, and makes it illegal to stir up hatred on the basis of characterization such as age, disability, religion, sexual orientation, and transgender identity. She is among critics who say that legislation could be used to silence so-called gender-critical feminists who argue that rights for trans women should not come at the expense of those who are born biologically female. In a series of posts referred to several prominent trans women as men, misgendering could be an offence under the new law in some circumstances. She posted that if what I've written here qualifies as an offence under the terms of the new act, I look forward to being arrested. And Liam Neeson returns to his Irish roots with the latest action movie called Working in Ireland with his friends in the land of saints and sinners. A terrific experience. Let's listen in to Neeson.
That was terrific. It really was. Many of the cast, I mean, Ciarán Hinds I've known for 50 years, Colm Meaney 40 years. Kerry I didn't know before. Jack Gleeson I didn't know before, but terrific talent, you know what I mean? And it was lovely to be shooting up in the northwest of Ireland, up in Donegal. And we could indulge in our Irishness, you know? I mean, it wasn't life-changing, but it certainly sent my so-called career in a different direction, you know? I mean, I thought that the first take a movie, when we shot it, as much as I loved it, being in Paris for 10 weeks or something, but I thought at the end of the day, it was straight to video, you know? your younger audiences maybe don't know what that means, straight to video, but that it would have a very, very short cinematic life, let's put it that way. It just seemed a very basic little, I've seen this many times before, but it seemed to strike a chord with audiences. And it was a good little thriller. But I was still very, very surprised at the success it had,
Days after Beyonce released her highly anticipated 8th studio album, Stevie Wonder presented the superstar with the Innovator Award at the 2024 iHeartRadio Music Awards. The show that took place at the Dolby Theatre in Los Angeles was hosted by Ludacris. Beyonce thanked innovators that came before her, including presenter Stevie Wonder, Michael Jackson and Tina Turner. Now, Justin Timberlake opened the show with his latest hit, Selfish, and was followed by performances by Green Day. Meryl Streep presented Cher with the award as far as iHeartRadio Icon is concerned.
It's definitely like me saying, like, wait, I'm doing this on my own. Like, first I started, I was part of an iconic Hollywood family. Then I was part of an ensemble cast on 90210. And then I was in a marriage, and it was always me and my ex, and or my co-star. And it's like, wait, this time it's just me. Let's go.
You just try to keep loose so you don't hurt yourself at this point. Our shows are very physical. It's a lot of energy. The audiences have just been on fire, and we're very happy to be back. It's been 5 years, and you never know when you ever get a chance to tour again, so we're happy. We're just really grateful. Yeah.
And Travis Kelce is keeping himself busy on the heels of winning his 3rd Super Bowl, earning a Webby nomination for his podcasting endeavors and garnering headlines for his newfound relationship with Taylor Swift. The superstar tight end will continue living his best life with his annual musical festival that's going to be taking place. Kelce announced the headliners for his 2nd annual music festival called Kelce Jam. The event will be held on the 18th of May and live streamed from the Azura Amphitheater in Bonner Springs in Kansas.
Well, I mean, it originally started up because I wanted to celebrate with KC. I wanted to show my appreciation to the city in a unique way, and what better way than to bring great music and great food together. I know Kansas City loves both of those, so it's just been kind of like a growing process, and it's just kept evolving into what it is this year. And I like to keep it fresh and keep it new and keep people kind of coming back for more. And this year, that's why we went with different artists in terms of trying to get Lil Wayne, Diplo, 2 Chainz. DJ Irie is going to be there, as well as my guy DJ EB from the city. And it's just, I think it's just going to keep going up. And hopefully we keep winning Super Bowl, so we got something to celebrate.
And Kirsten Dunst and Nick Offerman premiered their new action movie called A Civil War on Tuesday in Los Angeles. Civil War will be hitting theaters on the 12th of this month.
I think people that respect what actors are doing and want to capture that and not force anything. I think people who let people be and trust them is always the best case scenario.
Did you find that with Alex?
I did. He's very honest and very direct, and took my advice a lot. He's very,
collaborative, but still he knows what he wants.
He's collaborative, and I don't feel like I'm performing for anybody but myself. I mean, good art should play a role, I think. And people who really stick to their guns and do whatever they want, no matter at what cost. I think what Alex did was so brave. Seriously, I'm so proud to be a part of this movie. I was so game for whatever ride he was going to take us on. I trusted him. And he has such a truth barometer and has grown up around journalists his whole life and war journalists. And I just felt really lucky to be a part of this.
And mosques in New York City are struggling to house and feed migrants this holy month of Ramadan. An imam in a Bronx mosque has turned the home that houses his mosque into a makeshift shelter for migrants, many of them men from his native Senegal. And as the country's latest immigration surge enters its 3rd year this spring, some Islamic institutions in the Big Apple say that they're struggling to keep up with the needs of the ever-growing migrant population. The challenge has become all the more pronounced during Ramadan, which began on the 11th of March. March and ends next week. Islamic leaders say that they've stepped up their appeals to members for donations of money, food, clothing and other supplies in recent days. Many have opened their doors to migrants during the daylight hours, becoming de facto day centres where new arrivals can find a quiet place to rest and recover, oftentimes following a restless night sleeping on the streets or the subway. And also Armstead moved around so much that he wasn't even eligible to play high school basketball until his senior year. He never lost faith. Through all the nights, his family slept in their car when they couldn't get a hotel room or into a shelter. So Armstead not only has survived, he has flourished. On Monday, the FISC forward will make history as the first player from a historically black college or university to receive the Perry Wallace Most Courageous Award from the U.S. Basketball Writers Association at the awards luncheon hours before the national championship game. Armstead recalled how his family slept in their car at the beach the first night that they moved from Philadelphia to California. A police officer came by the car that night with no parking allowed after midnight and saw a family of 4 sleeping. He just let us go. He let us stay there, is what Armstead had to say. So just encounters like that with everyday good people has just helped me a lot not to be mad at the world, is what he had to say. The Powerball jackpot climbed to an estimated $1.09 billion US after no one matched the game's 6 numbers Monday night and won the top prize, continuing a 3-month-long winless streak. No one has won the Powerball's jackpot since New Year's Day, a stretch of 39 consecutive drawings without anyone matching the game's 6 numbers. If no one wins the jackpot Wednesday night, the game will match its record number of 41 consecutive drawings on Saturday night. The reason for the jackpot drought is simple. The odds of winning the top prize are miserable. At 1 in 292.2 million is those odds that create the large jackpots that are designed to attract attention and drive up sales.
We have the number. That's going to be 23. And your power play multi.
The Tropicana Las Vegas has been a familiar landmark in a city known for constant reinvention since its grand opening in April of 1957. Now the Strip's third oldest casino is set to close for good and the demolition is slated for October to make room for a $1.5 billion Major League Baseball stadium for relocating the Oakland Athletics. The decades that followed the Tropicana's debut 67 years ago were filled with colorful events, even as its sleepier years amid the boom in Las Vegas Strip mega resorts. The Tropicana remained a landmark for its vintage Vegas lore, as well as showing up as a pop culture reference in movies and TV shows.
Co-present NDTV wins big at NBAR. With 43 awards, NDTV reigns supreme. Sanjay Pugalia takes home the award for Editor-in-Chief of the Year. Santosh Kumar wins Managing Editor of the Year. Vishnu Som, Maria Shakil and Sumit Avasthi take home the top honors for the Anchors of the Year. BSI, Hum Log and We the People all take home awards. And NDTV 24/7 takes home News Channel of the Year award. NDTV stands for trust. Chief Justice D.Y. Chandrachud, NDTV, big exclusive.
We provide justice to common citizens, and there is no case which is too small even for the highest court of the nation.
CGI का काम करने का अलग अंदाज.
Sometimes I get emails even in the middle of the night, and I'm always available to answer those emails. 25 crore final judgments and orders. This data is available online. As on 29 February 2024, 3.09 crore cases have been heard on video conferencing mode.
Chief Justice Chandrachud.
Welcome back now. Congress Member of Parliament Rahul Gandhi has filed his nomination papers in Wayanad for the upcoming Lok Sabha elections. The Congress leader held a roadshow just prior to filing his nomination in the constituency that he won in 2019 Lok Sabha elections with a margin of over 4 lakh votes. Rahul Gandhi was accompanied by his sister Priyanka Gandhi Vadra and All India Congress Committee General Secretaries KC Venugopal and Deepa Das. Rahul submitting his nomination papers there. He will be up against BJP's K. Sundaran, Kerala State President, against Rahul Gandhi, and also he will be facing off with the Left Democratic Front fielded Senior Communist Party of India leader Annie Raja from Wayanad.
All the people of Wayanad, regardless of whether you are from the UDF or from the LDF, I have a relationship with you. You're all my family members. We might disagree on our ideology, but we agree that we have a tremendous relationship with each other. I have received love and affection. I treat you and think of you the same way I think of my little sister Priyanka over here. That if we have a government in Delhi and when we get a government in Kerala, both of which we will do, we will resolve these issues for the people of Wayanad.
Moving on to some tech news now, and in a content-driven world that we live in today, and with more and more people joining in as far as the bandwagon is concerned, the need for free or open source software that helps create multimedia content has always been high. This small feature from the technology programming team here at NDTV Networks might just be the answer that you've been waiting for.
What is a freeware? In an ideal world, it is the question that should follow. Free? When? Sharat Nair at NDTV.com will help you upgrade your content creation skills without paying a single rupee, एक भी पैसा खर्च किए बिना. Today, हम आपके लिए लाए हैं freeware apps that will make your posts, videos and audio shine like a pro. सबसे पहले, let's talk audio. I'm a musician. For recording and mixing voiceovers or podcasts, Audacity is a free boss. It is simple to use with all the tools you need for proper sound. Up next, free में pro level video editing करनी है आपको. DaVinci Resolve is the real deal. Color correction, special effects, trimming, splitting, you name it. थोड़ा सा complex है for beginners उसका interface, but tutorials, they're going to be your best friends forever. Photo editing का scene है आपका. Forget pricey software. Photo P is your online Photoshop. So layers, masking, effects, it is the whole package. Now let's get social. Canva and Adobe Express are your jam for eye-catching social media posts. Super easy. Templates भी हैं, cool fonts भी हैं, tons of stock images भी हैं जो use कर सकते हैं to create the perfect vibe. So creating awesome content, ये महंगा हो ये ज़रूरी नहीं है. Don't be shy. Try them out. Take your post to the next level. And हाँ, अगर आपको ये वीडियो अच्छा लगा, ये cool freeware apps जो मैंने आपको बताए हैं, you know where to send love. It's techies@ndtv.com for more such knowledge. काम का knowledge. Keep watching NDTV Networks.
You say, celebrate the ordinary in your child. Celebrate their ordinariness, or at least observe their ordinariness, because once they are seen by you for who they are, that's going to create a child with better self-worth, and that unconsciously we are looking at the child that we want them to be, or that we're trying to get them to be, or the future that we see before for them, and not who they are. To celebrate the ordinary seems so radical. And why is it so hard? And why is it so important, especially today?
Well, it's so important because it's the fact that we are all ordinary. And I think that is the human plague right now, our refusal to accept that we're ordinary, because we're all searching to be significant on social media, in our worlds today. We're all basically screaming, see me, see me, see me, aren't I important, aren't I significant? Guess what? No, we're no more important than the next being. We are no more extraordinary. We are all ordinary. If we accept that, here's why it's important to accept that. Because then we can let go of the desire.
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
I don't
and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I'm Gargi Rawat. Stay with us for all the news you need to know. Let's take a look at the headlines at this hour. The Vistara CEO addresses the pilots amidst the merger crisis and the flight cancellations causing inconvenience to passengers across the country. Now, sources say the Vistara management addressed the issues the pilots were having. Also, pilots raised their concerns at the meeting about the upcoming merger. Congress leader Rahul Gandhi files his nomination from Wayanad once again. He's accompanied by his sister Priyanka Gandhi Vadra. They hold a roadshow ahead of the nomination filing, but still the suspense continues whether the siblings will be contesting Amethi and Raebareli. A setback for the Congress party. Boxer Vijender is going to quit the Congress and join the BJP. Sources say he's going to join the BJP any moment now. Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal arrested in the alleged liquor policy case, hit out at the Enforcement Directorate in the High Court today, saying the sole purpose of the arrest is to humiliate me, to incapacitate me, while the ED says he's the kingpin in this case. And the World Bank raises India's growth forecast, says growth in South Asia driven mainly by robust growth in India. All right, so the big breaking news right now, boxer Vijender Singh is expected to join the BJP today, any moment now. He's at the BJP headquarters. He put a one-line post on Twitter, formerly known as X, which triggered formerly known as Twitter, which triggered a lot of speculation ahead of the Lok Sabha elections, and all indications are he's set to quit the Congress party and join the BJP. Let's go across to Vasudha now for more. And Vasudha, so another setback for the Congress party, another high-profile individual there quitting the Congress and moving to the BJP.
That's right, Gargi. We all remember Vijender Singh also leading the wrestlers' protest against Brij Bhushan Singh, and he had contested 2019 Lok Sabha elections from South Delhi. In fact, he had joined the Congress party just days before the elections, and he was fielded from South Delhi. There was a lot of speculation that he could be fielded from Mathura. Remember, he's a Jat face, and in the last few days, the BJP has been facing some exodus of some Jat leaders, including Rahul Kaswan and Mr. Vijayendra Chaudhary from Hisar, and also, JJP, the party that basically represents Jats, also, BJP broke the alliance with JJP. So there was an expectation that Vijender Singh will take on Hema Malini, who's a two-time MP, and she's been fielded for the third time from Mathura. But of course, he has not been given a ticket. So yesterday, he wrote this very cryptic tweet saying that he is ready for whatever happens next, and people will decide his future. So that is why what I understand from sources is that he's joining the BJP. He's already reached the party venue today.
Vasudha, we can see him. So I suppose all the caveats can go. He is set to join the BJP. There he is at the BJP headquarters with the leaders there. Let's just listen into what's being said.
बगल में दिल्ली विधानसभा में हमारे नेता और लोकसभा के प्रत्याशी माननीय रामवीर सिंह विदुरी जी हैं। दिल्ली भाजपा के वरिष्ठ नेता राजीव बब्बर जी हैं। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में लगातार प्रत्येक क्षेत्र के लोगों का आना, पार्टी की सदस्यता ग्रहण करना प्रारंभ है। उस क्रम में निरंतर देश का मान बढ़ाने वाले और सम्मान को निरंतर आत्मसात करने वाले माननीय विजेंद्र जी अपने बीच हैं। मेरा विनम्र निवेदन होगा माननीय विनोद तावरे जी से कि विजेंद्र जी को पार्टी की सदस्यता ग्रहण कराएं। माननीय विनोद तावरे जी, रामवीर जी। नहीं, इधर आप इधर आ जाइए मेरे से। चल मेरा निवेदन है माननीय राष्ट्रीय महामंत्री श्री विनोद तावरे जी से आपको संबोधित करें।
नमस्कार। संजय मयूर जी, विदुरी जी, राजीव बब्बर जी और आज हम सबके साथ आए विजेंद्र जी, सबसे शुरू में मैं ये कहना चाहता हूं कि राहुल गांधी जी से मेरे 3 सवाल हैं। पहला सवाल यह है कि वायनाड में राहुल गांधी एसडीपीआई का समर्थन ले रहे हैं। एसडीपीआई प्रतिबंधित संगठन पीएफआई का पॉलिटिकल फ्रंट मानी जाती है। पीएफआई एसडीपीआई पर भाजपा शासित प्रदेश में प्रतिबंध है ऐसा नहीं है, तो वो कर्नाटक में भी प्रतिबंधित है। क्यों है? तो आतंकवाद, देश विरोधी गतिविधियों में उनके संबंध के पुख्ते सबूत मिले हैं। आतंकवादी और टुकड़े टुकड़े गैंग के प्रति कांग्रेस का यह प्रेम अबाध गति से जारी है। जिस केरल के कोयम्बटूर बम कांड में अब्दुल नासिर बदनी की रिहाई के लिए मार्च 2006 में विधानसभा में कांग्रेस और कम्युनिस्ट पार्टी का प्रस्ताव पारित किया था, ये इतिहास का इकलौता उदाहरण है कि ऐसे बम कांड में सम्मिलित किसी को रिहा करने की मांग विधानसभा करती है। ऐसे एसडीपीआई राहुल गांधी के मोहब्बत के दुकान में आती है क्या? एसडीपीआई से साथ रहना ये मोहब्बत की दुकान का प्रोडक्ट है क्या? और जो हालात बदलने वाले हैं, क्या देशद्रोही आतंकवादियों के कब्जे में देश देना या ना हालात बदलना, ये कांग्रेस मानती है का पहला प्रश्न। दूसरा प्रश्न ये है कि दिल्ली में रामलीला मैदान में तो घमंडिया गठबंधन की रैली तो हुई, सब साथ आए, लेकिन उसी रैली में आए हुए कुछ पार्टी के लोग राहुल गांधी जी के विरोध में सीपीआई के व्यक्ति चुनाव लड़ने वाले हैं और बंगाल में लोकसभा में कांग्रेस के नेता रहे, उनके विरोध में टीएमसी उम्मीदवार लड़ने वाली है। तो ये गठबंधन है या विगठबंधन है, इस सवाल का जवाब राहुल जी ने देना चाहिए। और तीसरा सवाल मेरा यह है, कांग्रेस के विज्ञापन आने लगे हैं, लेकिन उसमें कांग्रेस के अध्यक्ष जी का फोटो नहीं है। खड़गे जी अगर आपके अध्यक्ष है तो उनका फोटो होना चाहिए, उनका नहीं तो राहुल जी आपका, सोनिया जी का। क्या कांग्रेस को यह डर है कि अपने किसी नेता के फोटो डालने से अपने वोट कम होने वाले हैं, इसलिए विज्ञापन में ना सोनिया जी का, ना राहुल जी का, ना खड़गे जी का फोटो आ रहा है। ऐसे 3 सवाल राहुल जी को मैं आज आपके द्वारा पूछना चाहता हूं। विजेंद्र जी आज हमारे साथ जुड़े हैं, जो 2008 के बीजिंग में मेडल जीते हैं। राजीव गांधी खेल रत्न जीता है, अर्जुन अवार्ड जीता है, पद्मश्री उनको राष्ट्रपति के द्वारा पुरस्कृत किया गया है। ऐसे विजेंद्र जी भारतीय जनता पार्टी में आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में विकसित भारत का संकल्प पूरा करने के लिए हमारे साथ जुड़े, तो स्वाभाविकता उनकी हर ताकत का, हर शक्ति का उपयोग भारतीय जनता पार्टी दिल्ली, हरियाणा, राजस्थान इन सभी प्रांतों में जरूर करेगी, उत्तर प्रदेश में भी। और उनके आने से और एक मजबूती से भारतीय जनता पार्टी अपने ध्येय की ओर, अपने टारगेट की ओर सफलतापूर्वक बढ़ेगी, ये मुझे विश्वास है। धन्यवाद।
मेरा निवेदन होगा माननीय विजेंद्र जी से कि आपको संबोधित करें।
जी, राम राम सभी को। मैं बॉक्सर विजेंद्र सिंह और माननीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी, हमारे होम मिनिस्टर अमित शाह जी, अध्यक्ष जेपी नड्डा जी, तावड़े जी, मैंग जी के नेतृत्व में मैं आज बीजेपी में शामिल हो रहा हूं। और एक तरह से कहते घर वापसी हो रही है मेरी। तकरीबन 19 में मैं चुनाव लड़ा था और ऑलमोस्ट 5 साल होने वाले हैं, अभी 4 साल होने वाले हैं। तो अभी कहते कि इंग्लिश में कहावत है गुड टू बी बैक, तो काफ़ी अच्छा लग रहा है। और जिस तरह से मान सम्मान खिलाड़ियों का देश विदेश में बढ़ा है वो काबिल तारीफ़ है। जैसे हम बाहर यूके में फ़ाइट करने जाते थे, दुबई में फ़ाइट करने जाते थे, आयरलैंड में फ़ाइट करने जाते थे, तो कई बार एयरपोर्ट पर बहुत सारी चीज़ें होती थी। लेकिन जब से हमारी बीजेपी सरकार आई है, मोदी गवर्नमेंट आई है, तब से एक बहुत सरल और कहते बहुत आसान तरीके से हम कहीं भी आ जा सकते हैं। जो मान सम्मान इस गवर्नमेंट में मिला है, तो खिलाड़ी उसके लिए बहुत धन्यवाद करते हैं मोदी साहब का, बीजेपी गवर्नमेंट का। और मैं चाहूँगा कि इस गवर्नमेंट में रहकर मैं ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा लोगों का भला कर सकूँ, लोगों को सही राह दिखा सकूँ। और मैं पहले वाला विजेंदर हूँ, और जो भी मेरे को लगेगा गलत है, गलत को गलत कहूँगा, सही को सही कहूँगा। जय हिंद, जय भारत।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
ये बाहर क्या मिलेगा फिर यहाँ से?
Boxer Vijender, they're formally joining the BJP. So he's quit the Congress and joined the BJP. Yesterday he'd put out a cryptic post on social media as well, which was an indication of his changing his allegiances, and he had written, "Wherever the public wants, I am ready." So now he has formally joined the BJP. Well, let's now get you the latest on the Vistara Airlines crisis, which is in its 3rd day now, and this is after Vistara pilots are called in as ill en masse. And ostensibly this was because they were unhappy with the deal they were getting through the merger with that Vistara with Air India, and now the management of Vistara has held a meeting with the pilots. That meeting with the top management has now concluded. The management addressed the various concerns of the pilots, aircraft availability concerns, network planning issues. There were question and answers also with the pilots, and some pilots did raise their concerns on their contract. What we understand is with the merger, the contract that they were being asked to sign, many of them feared would mean that they would lose out on money, they would lose out on pay. The management mentioned they would address these issues that the pilots were having. But remember, this is the third day of this crisis where dozens of flights have had to be cancelled today. It's somewhat better. There are fewer flights that are cancelled, and perhaps the airline is also preparing better to take care of this situation. But yesterday, 52 flights in all were cancelled across the country, leading to major upheaval for the passengers and the customers, and many of them were venting on social media. Many of them had to cancel their plans or book more expensive tickets on other airlines, many demanding that the airline also should take responsibility for the well-being of the passengers and their convenience. And now the Vistara CEO calling this meeting to address the concerns of the pilots. Yesterday, the Aviation Ministry also asked Vistara for a detailed report on the situation and what Vistara was doing for passengers and to ensure the least inconvenience to the passengers. So now the Vistara management holding this meeting with the pilots, where there was a question-answer session. Pilots raised these concerns regarding the contract. And this is at the heart of the issue, that many pilots are concerned with the contract that they're being asked to sign given the merger, and they fear that they will lose income due to this. However, the management reassured them. Let's go across to Pragati for more. And Pragati, tell us what happened in this meeting.
Right, so the meeting, as we already mentioned before, was scheduled for around 1 p.m. It lasted about 45 to 50 minutes. In that, Vistara's management addressed the pilots. In fact, they said that they understand that pilots are not entirely to be blamed for what exactly is happening, and management assured that they would address other concerns related to aircraft availability and network planning issues as well, in order to ensure that there are less flight cancellations and delays in the coming future. In fact, towards the end of the meeting, sources told us that a Q&A session was also conducted in which different pilots raised their concerns, and one of the points that was raised had to do with the new contract or their salary structures, which has been a point of contention so far in the Vistara crisis. While in that moment, management did not give any answers or as to how they plan to do it, but they assured the pilots that they would come back to them with some answers on this thing. So we don't have an update as to how management plans to address it, but as of now, sources told us that management has just assured the pilots that they would look into the matter and come back to them with the answers.
All right. Thanks so much, Pragati, for joining us with those details. So that meeting has taken place and the management has assured the pilots that their concerns will be looked into. Now, that time for us to slip into a short break. More news updates on the other side. Stay with us.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Co-present.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right, and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
Well, guys, did you know कि any such phone is in existence? मतलब एक ही है तो of course आपको पता नहीं होगा. वैसे if in case you did, let me know by using the email. You know the address. It's tg@ndtv.com. But आपको बताने वाला हूँ एक real fact around the same theme of did you know. You know, आप यहाँ बैठे और I mean how the scientists figure out the distance, or I would say the precise distance between Earth and the Moon. ये यूज करते हैं लेजर्स को और ये लेजर्स रिफ्लेक्ट होके आते हैं मून सरफेस पे. द मिरर्स दैट वर लेफ्ट बाय द अपोलो एस्ट्रोनॉट्स, वहां से रिफ्लेक्ट होकर जब लेजर लाइट वापस आती है तो दे कैन फिगर आउट प्रिसाइज डिस्टेंस बिटवीन द अर्थ एंड द मून. दे कैन नो अबाउट द ऑर्बिट ऑफ द मून या फिर ग्रेविटेशनल पुल कैसा है. मतलब जस्ट थिंक अबाउट इट, इट इज कॉल्ड लूनर लेजर रेंजिंग. मतलब कितना इंटरेस्टिंग है ना कि टेक इज ऑलमोस्ट एवरीवेयर. ऑल दीज गैजेट्स काइंड ऑफ कीप अस कनेक्टेड. फिर चाहे हम एकदम हाई एंड रॉकेट साइंस की बात करें या बेसिक लेवल पे बात करते हैं, आई थिंक ऑल अराउंड अस वी हैव मल्टीपल गैजेट्स जो हमारी लाइफ्स को बहुत ज्यादा आसान बनाते हैं.
Hello and welcome to NDTV Auto. What I have with me today is real special. It is the latest EV from Audi, Q6. What's special about it is it's based on a completely new platform, PPE, Premium Platform Electric. This platform Audi has developed for their electric vehicles and it has a lot to offer. Company says the new platform PPE helps Audi Q6 e-tron achieve 30% less energy consumption with 33% better system performance. With the Q6, Audi is also introducing its electronic architecture E3 1.2, which allows customers to experience digitalization directly in the vehicle, making Audi Q6 e-tron a truly tech.
Welcome back. Now all leaders are filing nominations ahead of the Lok Sabha elections, and Congress MP Shashi Tharoor, who is seeking re-election from Kerala's Thiruvananthapuram seat, is filing his nomination. Remember, Mr. Tharoor is a three-time parliamentarian. This time around, it's a tough contest. He will be up against BJP's Rajiv Chandrasekhar, a minister in the Modi government. So there you can see Shashi Tharoor, who is a three-time member of parliament from Thiruvananthapuram, filing his nomination, and he will be, and challenging him is going to be Rajiv Chandrasekhar. Well, let's go across to Pratibha now for more. And Pratibha, so that is a bit of a challenge for Shashi Tharoor, who's held this seat three times. He's won this seat three times, now filing his nomination currently.
That's right. Like you already pointed out, it is going to be a tough road ahead as far as this particular election is concerned. Remember, the BJP has been toiling extremely hard in Kerala, especially in seats like Thiruvananthapuram as well as Thrissur. And remember, BJP is also emerging as a third alternative as far as Kerala is concerned, strengthening their cadre there, and Rajiv Chandrasekhar there, leaving no stone unturned. So definitely not going to be definitely going to be a tightrope walk for Shashi Tharoor. But yes, he has filed his nomination. It also comes on the same day as Rahul Gandhi having filed his nomination in Wayanad. Even though the India bloc has been formed, the Congress as well as the LDF do not see eye to eye. And cashing in on this is the BJP trying to emerge as a third alternative in Kerala. We'll have to wait and see how the answers would unfold on June 4th. Gargi.
All right, thanks so much for that, Pratibha. So there you can see Shashi Tharoor filing his nomination. As Pratibha pointed out earlier today, you had Rahul Gandhi filing his nomination in Wayanad for the upcoming elections. The Congress leader also held a roadshow ahead of his filing the nomination papers. The seat that he won in 2019, he won it with a margin of over 4 lakh votes, and he was accompanied by sister Priyanka Gandhi Vadra and General Secretary Congress K.C. Venugopal and Deepa Das, and submitted his nomination papers. But this time around, it's going to be a tougher fight for Rahul Gandhi, as the BJP is fielded K. Surendran, it's their Kerala state president, and also the Left Democratic Front has fielded the senior Communist Party of India leader Annie Raja from Wayanad. Also, the suspense continues of whether Rahul Gandhi will be contesting Amethi this time, given that was a family bastion that he lost in the last election to Smriti Irani. But before filing his nomination, he addressed the people of Wayanad, where he promised to look into all their problems. He said, "Wayanad is my family."
As I said, all the people of Wayanad, regardless of whether you are from the UDF or from the LDF, I have a relationship with you. You're all my family members. We might disagree on our ideology, but we agree that we have a tremendous relationship with each other. I have received love and affection. I treat you and think of you the same way I think of my little sister Priyanka over here. That if we have a government in Delhi and when we get a government in Kerala, both of which we will do, we will resolve these issues for the people of Wayanad.
And Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge started the Congress campaign in Delhi by going door to door, promising guarantees if voted to power. The Congress party has made 25 promises focusing on 5 key areas, which include the youth and women in their poll campaign. So there you can see Mallikarjun Kharge going door to door. Earlier, NDTV's Sunil Prabhu sent us this report.
The Congress president, Mr. Kharge, has started here from northeast Delhi, where he has been able to get one of the 3 seats where the Congress party will be contesting in alliance with the Aam Aadmi Party. His attempt to connect with the people here for what is called Ghar Ghar Ka Guarantee, to ensure that the Congress's promises are made at this site. So this is the way the Congress party is attempting to do it, and I'm joined by the Secretary of Communications in the Congress President's office. What is the exact attempt that you are trying to do here?
We are trying to take the Congress party guarantees to every doorstep. Every poor family, the head of the family gets 1 lakh rupees a year, that is 8,500 rupees a month. It will help in the heightened inflation, it will help with the food, with the education of the children. We know that the government has been able to hasn't been able to curb inflation. People have suffered, people can't have good, healthy food, nutritious food. So this is an attempt by 5 guarantees. Youth guarantee, Yuva guarantee we are calling it, Yuva guarantee, Nari Nyay, which is for the women for 1 lakh rupees a month. For youth, we are guaranteeing first job, Pehli Naukri Pakki guarantee. And the third one is Kisan guarantee.
So this is your attempt to meet with the voters and explain to them what you're promising?
Yes.
But some of them out here say that you have not announced the candidate yet.
Majorly in last 10 years, all important sections of the society have received a setback. So it's an effort to restore that anomaly. The candidate selection is a process. More than 200 candidates have been announced, and 5th is the last day of CEC when major candidates are going to be announced. So with that, we roll into election, go and fight the BJP.
Alka ji, what is your reaction to your promise that you are doing?
देखिए, मेरे रिएक्शन से ज्यादा जरूरी देखना कि लोगों का क्या रिएक्शन है। मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे साहब राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष आज गलियों में हैं और लोग बहुत उत्साहित हैं, क्योंकि एक तरफ जुमला, दूसरी तरफ गारंटी, वो गारंटी जो बेरोजगारी, गरीबी, महंगाई से राहत देने का काम करेगी। इंतजार अब लंबा नहीं है। 4 जून देश में एक बड़ा बदलाव आने वाला है। किसान को एमएसपी पे कानून मिलने जा रहा है, बेरोजगार युवाओं को रोजगार मिलने जा रहा है, महिलाओं को सुरक्षा और महंगाई की जो मार झेल रही है, 1 लाख रुपया सालाना घर की एक महिला को मिलने जा रहा है। 30 लाख सरकारी नौकरी के पक्के पदों को भरने जा रहा है। सो आप देख रहे हैं, श्रमिक 400 रुपया दिहाड़ी उसे मिलेगा। ये हमारी लिखित में गारंटी राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष लेकर राजधानी दिल्ली से आए हैं। 8 करोड़ ऐसे ही गारंटी कार्ड को लेकर अब कांग्रेस का कार्यकर्ता देश भर में जाने वाला है।
लोग कह रहे हैं कि यहाँ पे कैंडिडेट अभी तक तय नहीं हुआ है।
नहीं, कैंडिडेट 230 हमारे घोषित हो चुके हैं। 6ठे और 7वें चरण पर जल्द फैसले होने वाले हैं, लेकिन 230 उम्मीदवार पूरी तैयारी दमखम के साथ अपनी गारंटी को लेकर लोगों के बीच में है।
So here you have it, the Congress party attempting to go and connect with the masses here, and it's their way of trying to say that how they want to connect with the workers and take the promises that they were shown. With camera person Manoj Thakur, Sunil Prabhu, NDTV.
All right, Mallikarjun Kharge, they're going door to door in Delhi. Meanwhile, in Uttar Pradesh, Union Home Minister and senior BJP leader Amit Shah launched his Lok Sabha campaign in UP with a rally in Muzaffarnagar's Shahpur town. And the Home Minister addressed this rally. He said Prime Minister Modi will return with 400 plus seats.
मोदी जी को तीसरी बार प्रधानमंत्री बनाना है या नहीं बनाना है? 400 पार करनी है या नहीं करनी है? 14 की 14 सीटों पर सपा का सुपड़ा साफ करना है या नहीं करना है? ये जो चुनाव है, ये चुनाव मोदी जी को तीसरी बार प्रधानमंत्री बनाने का चुनाव है। मुझे बताओ, मोदी जी को हम तीसरी बार प्रधानमंत्री बनाना चाहते हैं या नहीं चाहते? जोर से बोलो, चाहते हैं या नहीं चाहते?
Let's go across to Tanish now for more. And Tanish, tell us about the Home Minister's program today in UP.
Gargi, of course, you know, Home Minister Amit Shah is in Muzaffarnagar. Now, you know, well, certainly the BJP has, you know, pushed its first gear, especially when it comes to campaigning for the Lok Sabha elections in the first two phases in the parts of Western Uttar Pradesh. So, in 2019, BJP managed to secure around 64 seats. They lost in the parts of Western Uttar Pradesh and in the parts of Eastern Uttar Pradesh. To get, you know, to increase the influence over the Eastern Uttar Pradesh, they definitely have their SBSP, OP Rajbhar over there to get some votes over there. But of course, in the Western Uttar Pradesh, a key newly added ally is the RLD. Now, Amit Shah is in West UP's Muzaffarnagar. RLD is being said to have a strong, you know, RLD has a strong influence over the Muzaffarnagar Lok Sabha constituency. In 2019, if you remember, it was Chaudhry Ajit Singh that was fought against Sanjeev Balyan, and he lost by a very narrow margin of 6,000 votes. So when RLD and the BJP came into alliance, all eyes were on the Muzaffarnagar seat. Where will it go? So, but this time, you know, of course, Sanjeev Balyan, the sitting member of parliament from Muzaffarnagar, is fighting, and of course Jayant Chaudhary being there at the stage with Amit Shah is of course to solidify the vote transfer that will take place. Muzaffarnagar, as we all know, that is a very strong Jat constituency. It has a lot of Jat voters as well. But not just Muzaffarnagar, I'll also speak about how BJP has been, you know, eyeing Jat votes. You know, sometime back, around a couple of years back, Bhupendra Chaudhary, again a very Jat face, was made the UP BJP president. And Prime Minister Narendra Modi, of course, kick-started the Lok Sabha campaigning for Arun Govil from Meerut. Meerut has strong Jat votes and Muslim votes at the same time, and Prime Minister Narendra Modi was there along with all the tall leaders and Jayant Chaudhary as well. So, of course, BJP is trying to grab the Jat votes definitely this time to, you know, increase their influence in the West Uttar Pradesh. Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath is in Agra, Fatehpur Sikri. Again, you know, SP Singh Baghel and Rajkumar Chahar, both sitting member of parliaments. In fact, both of their names came in the very first list. Rajkumar Chahar last time won with a margin of more than 4.5 lakh votes. So, of course, another tall farmer leader over there, and again, you know, BJP pitting them, putting them for the fight again for the 2024 elections. So, of course, BJP is strongly trying to influence the Jat voters. Today, of course, after that, you know, Prime Minister Narendra Modi also spoke with the party workers of 10 districts going to the Lok Sabha polls through its Namo app. Yes.
All right, Tanish, thanks so much for joining us with all those details, and Home Minister Amit Shah today in Muzaffarnagar addressing that rally. Meanwhile, Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal, arrested in the alleged liquor policy case, lashed out at the Enforcement Directorate today in the High Court, declaring the sole purpose of his arrest was to humiliate him, to incapacitate him. Arguing for interim relief before the Delhi High Court, Mr. Kejriwal said the ED had acted without any inquiry statement or material material that could be the basis of the arrest. The AAP boss, whose arrest weeks before the Lok Sabha election led to furious protests and claims that the ruling BJP is trying to shut down rival parties to ensure a massive victory, accused the agency of preventing him from participating in elections. And it was Mr. Abhishek Manu Singhvi who was appearing for Arvind Kejriwal, saying that the ED does not have any evidence against him, while the ED claimed that Arvind Kejriwal was the kingpin. This as another member of his party, Sanjay Singh, got relief from the Supreme Court yesterday and has made bail, and he is expected to be released soon. Well, let's go across to our reporters, Aishwarya and Ishika, joining us on these stories. And first to you, Aishwarya, this argument that was made by Arvind Kejriwal in the High Court, where they said the sole purpose of his arrest was to humiliate him and incapacitate him, given that this case has been investigated for 2 years. However, he was arrested just before the Lok Sabha elections.
Well, certainly intense arguing and hearings are taking place currently at the Delhi High Court, where Arvind Kejriwal has challenged his arrest, and it is after the submissions that were made by Abhishek Manu Singhvi on behalf of Arvind Kejriwal, where in his submissions, Abhishek Manu Singhvi stated that the first summon was served 6 months back, and later, after 6 months, 9 summons were served to Arvind Kejriwal. In this brief time period, Arvind Kejriwal, being alleged by the Enforcement Directorate, is the main conspirator. Then, being a powerful person, he could have clearly assured that the evidences could be destroyed, the statements that were given can be manipulated as well, but that did not happen. It is only after 6 months, in March, when Arvind Kejriwal was arrested. It is because the elections were around the corner, and it is the whole purpose of this arrest is to keep away from elections. But on the other side, after filing submissions in front of the judge, it is the Enforcement Directorate, after lunch, who had started the arguments on behalf of the Enforcement Directorate. It has been also stated by the Enforcement Directorate that we have enough evidence against Arvind Kejriwal. First of all, while he is challenging this arrest, he is also challenging the bail application. On one side, it is stated by the counsel in the lower court that they do not wanted to oppose the bail plea, but they come in the Delhi High Court to oppose the challenge, and the way the challenge has been made. It was also stated by the Additional Solicitor General appearing for Enforcement Directorate that they can attach the properties of Aam Aadmi, they can attach the properties of Arvind Kejriwal as well. But if they do so, then they will question us that why just when elections are around the corner, they are attaching this property. They ask that where's the money trail, where is the money, and therefore the reason, perhaps after getting enough evidences, we can attach all these properties of the Aam Aadmi Party. Later went on to say that Kejriwal's challenge to this remand order is not valid because he himself said that he does not oppose the remand earlier in the lower court. Certainly the arguments are still underway as far as Kejriwal's challenge to his arrest is concerned. He has stated that this is against his fundamental rights. What will happen at the end of the day is something that remains to be seen.
All right. Thanks so much, Aishwarya, for joining us with those details. Now, if we talk about relief that Sanjay Singh got, so that is something, a boost for the Aam Aadmi Party, that one of their own and Rajya Sabha member Sanjay Singh got bail from the Supreme Court yesterday in the same case after being in jail for 6 months. Well, let's go across to Ishika for more on that. And what is the status now? We believe his pre-release medical has been complete, so he's going to walk out of jail any moment?
Well, yes, Gargi. In fact, he had left the hospital where he was admitted after his medical test was done. And right now what we are getting to know is that, the formalities, are almost over at the Tihar jail where he had gone from the hospital. And by evening, we are expecting that he will be walking out of the jail. Now, after he does that, it is expected that Sanjay Singh is going to meet Sunita Kejriwal, Arvind Kejriwal's wife. And after that, he's also also going, he's also expected to address the Aam Aadmi Party workers, later in the evening. Now, after that, certainly as to what will be the further strategy of the Aam Aadmi Party, that is also going to be clarified. But, looking at this, whole scenario, it is certainly a big win as, as to what the party claims. It is certainly a big relief for Sanjay Singh, but his family also goes on to say that the celebration will not happen until and unless Arvind Kejriwal and the others also get bail in this case. So certainly party looking at it as a big relief for them, but they say that their struggle is still going on. But it will be certainly interesting to see as to what is the speech that he will be making today and how the Aam Aadmi Party will making a campaign out of it for the Lok Sabha polls. Over to you.
All right, thanks so much, Aishwarya and Ishika, for joining us there with all the latest developments. Well, the latest back and forth between the BJP and Aam Aadmi Party is the AAP claiming that Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal lost 4.5 kilos since his arrest on the 21st of March. This claim was made by Aam Aadmi Party leader and Minister Atishi today. However, authorities in Tihar jail have said that he is fine and he's not lost weight since he was lodged in the jail just 2 days ago. This is according to sources in the Tihar jail, and the BJP has hit out saying the Aam Aadmi Party is spinning news stories every day.
अगर किसी सीवियर डायबिटिक पेशेंट का शुगर लेवल 50 के नीचे गिर जाए तो उनकी जान को भी खतरा हो जाता है. किसी भी डायबिटीज के पेशेंट का शुगर लेवल कभी 80 से नीचे आने नहीं दिया जाता. तो अरविंद केजरीवाल ऐसी सीवियर डायबिटीज के पेशेंट हैं, लेकिन इस डायबिटीज के बावजूद भी, इतनी बीमारी के बावजूद भी आज तक अरविंद केजरीवाल जी ने अपनी डायबिटीज को, अपने स्वास्थ्य को, अपनी देश के सेवा में कभी अड़चन नहीं डालने दी है.
देखिए, आम आदमी पार्टी का मैंने बताया ना, ये रोज एक कहानी गढ़ते हैं किस तरह से हम सुर्खियों में बने रहे. तो अभी तो एक दिन हुआ है जो मुझे जानकारी मिल रही थी कि ठीक है, एक समस्या उनको आ रही है, उसका निवारण वहाँ हो नहीं सकता, तो उसके लिए तो खुद ही उनको अपनी आदत बदलनी होगी. और उस समस्या का यहाँ मैं जिक्र नहीं करना चाहता, लेकिन ठीक है, अब क्योंकि बिगड़ी हुई आती है तो ठीक होने में थोड़ा समय लगेगा.
सर, अभी तक केजरीवाल रिजाइन नहीं कर रहे हैं, एमपी कह चुके हैं कि केंद्र सरकार नहीं चली. अब इस पर आप लोगों का आगे का क्या स्टेप होगा?
मुझे लगता है इसमें हम लोगों को कुछ नहीं कहना है. किसको मुख्यमंत्री बनाना है, किसको नहीं बनाना है, तो आम आदमी पार्टी तय करे. लेकिन जिस तरह से अरविंद केजरीवाल आतिशी मार लेना और सौरभ भारद्वाज का नाम लेके उनको मार गए, तो मुझे नहीं लगता उसके बाद वहाँ क्या होगा.
With that, time for us to slip into a short break. More updates coming up on the other side. Do stay with us.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
And it's amidst the merger crisis after many pilots called in sick. Vistara management addressed issues according to sources at the meeting. Also, some pilots raised concerns during the meeting. Rahul Gandhi files his nomination from Wayanad, and Rahul, along with his sister Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, held a roadshow in Wayanad ahead of filing nomination. Another setback for the Congress party, another high-profile personality leaving the party. Boxer Vijender Singh has joined the BJP today. He joined the party at the BJP headquarters in Delhi. Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal hit out at the Enforcement Directorate over his arrest in the High Court. Says the sole purpose of the arrest is to humiliate me, to incapacitate me.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Welcome back. Some breaking news now coming in from Maharashtra. In the Maharashtra Congress, and the Maharashtra Congress unit has proposed the expulsion of Sanjay Nirupam from the party. This after Sanjay Nirupam had called for snapping ties with the Shiv Sena, the Uddhav Thackeray Shiv Sena, as he was unhappy over not getting a ticket in Mumbai. So now the Congress party there in the state recommending that Sanjay Nirupam be expelled. This after his remarks against the Shiv Sena and after he was denied a ticket from Northwest Mumbai. Well, let's go across to Paras for more on this story. And Paras, give us more details. There was also some speculation that Sanjay Nirupam himself might quit the party.
Yeah, of course, it is right. It was speculative that Sanjay Nirupam can quit the party, because we can see the rift from last few months that Sanjay Nirupam is constantly targeting Mahavikas Aghadi, and there are some points which is getting worse for Mahavikas Aghadi, because sheet sharing process is still on and they are not able to concentrate what to do now. So the main thing which have come in the light today, there was a campaigning meeting which was held in Dadar, where Congress was just having a brief conversation about how to go for the election, Lok Sabha election. In the meeting, the main thing was discussed. The first thing which has came into light is that Sanjay Nirupam has been not included in star campaigners list, and he has been expelled also from the star campaigners list. Plus, the senior leaders of Congress has requested in the meeting that Sanjay Nirupam should be expelled from Congress party also, because it has been continuously stated and seen that Sanjay Nirupam was targeting MVA and Congress about not getting a seat. So right now the situation for MVA is very complicated, and on the other side Sanjay Nirupam has been expelled from the star campaigner list, and it's been requested, and now a letter will go to Delhi where the senior leaders of Congress will decide to expel Sanjay Nirupam or not. But on the other hand, it was said that Sanjay Nirupam can just resign from Congress. Now it will be interesting to see what Sanjay Nirupam will do.
Thanks so much, Paras, for joining us with all those latest developments of the Congress in Maharashtra. They're recommending the expulsion of Sanjay Nirupam. With that, we'll slip into a short break. More election news coming up on the other side. Stay with us.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Co-present NDTV wins big at N-Bar. With 43 awards, NDTV reigns supreme. Sanjay Pugalia takes home the award for Editor-in-Chief of the Year. Santosh Kumar wins Managing Editor of the Year. Vishnu Som, Maria Shakil and Sumit Avasthi take home the top honours for the Anchors of the Year. BSI, Hum Log and We the People all take home awards. And NDTV 24/7 takes home News Channel of the Year award. NDTV stands for trust.
Can you give us like say 3 of your strongest takeaways of not to do's or to do's? Because it's a map you have to, parenting, it's a slow process. But the 3 things one has to get one.
BJP candidate from Mandi constituency, Kankana Ranaut, campaigned in Mahunag. She offers darshan in Mahunag. CPI's Annie Raja takes on Rahul Gandhi in Wayanad. Annie Raja files nomination from Wayanad. BJP candidate from Noida, Mahesh Sharma, files his nomination. UP Deputy Chief Minister Brijesh Pathak accompanies Mahesh Sharma when he files his nomination. Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah and Deputy Chief Minister DK Shivkumar's show strength in Chamarajnagar. Top Congress leaders participate in the nomination rally for Sunil Bose. RJD candidate from Purnia, Bhima Bharti, files her nomination. Rebel RJD ex-MP Pappu Yadav, who merged his Jan Adhikar party with the Congress, is adamant that he will contest the Lok Sabha polls from Purnia. Purnia's seat has been given to RJD under the India Bloc seat sharing agreement. West Bengal BJP President Sukanta Majumdar files a nomination from Balurghat. Tripura Chief Minister Manik Saha accompanies Sukanta. RJD Chief Lalu Prasad Yadav's daughter Rohini Acharya holds a road show in Saran. She is a candidate from the Saran constituency. Hema Malini performs Yamuna Puja before filing her nomination. She is the BJP Lok Sabha candidate once again from Mathura. Mehbooba Mufti says that the PDP will go it alone in these elections. She says Omar Abdullah left them with no choice. This after the National Conference announced it will contest all 3 seats in Kashmir. Congress leader Shashi Tharoor files his nomination from Thiruvananthapuram, a seat he's won 3 times. He will face off against Union Minister Rajiv Chandrasekhar. All right, in some other news, Bittu Bajrangi, who's out on bail after being arrested in the case of violence in Haryana's Nuh last year, has been caught on camera beating a man with a stick as others from his cow vigilante group pin him down. In the video, which has gone viral, a policeman can be seen standing within touching distance of the man but remains a mute spectator. The police have not registered a case. This video is from the 1st of April, and the man who's been thrashed is a resident of Faridabad's Sarurpur. The man was accused of luring 2 girls from his neighborhood into his house by offering them chocolates. Residents there suspected that he intended to sexually abuse them, and neighbors barged into the house and caught him. And then then this incident took place with Bittu Bajrangi meting out some kind of vigilante justice. Let's listen into what the Haryana PRO had to say on this video.
ये जो वायरल वीडियो कल संज्ञान में आया अधिकारियों में और उस पर इसमें कार्रवाई की गई है। उसमें तुरंत बिट्टू बजरंगी एक व्यक्ति को मारपीट करता हुआ दिखाई दे रहा है और बाकी 2-3 और लोग हैं, उसने उस व्यक्ति को पकड़ रखा है, जिसका लेटर ऑन पता लगा है। श्याम नाम का व्यक्ति है जो पहले उसी आसपास में यहाँ पे किराए पे रहता था, अब थोड़ा दूर उसी एरिया में दूसरी जगह पे किराए पे रहता है। वो उसको ऊपर आरोप ये था कि भाई किसी लड़की के साथ छेड़छाड़ की है, नाबालिग लड़की के साथ, इस करके, और वो बिट्टू बजरंगी के पास लेके आए और उन्होंने बिट्टू बजरंगी ने बजाय थाना चौकी में ले जाने के, और उसने खुद ही अपने उसको मारपीट शुरू कर दी अपने साथियों के साथ, जो कि ये अनुचित नहीं था, ये गलत था उसका ये कार्य करना।
And staying with news from Haryana, the Haryana government has constituted an inquiry committee to look into a September 2023 order passed by the Ambala Divisional Commissioner Renu Fulia revoking a 2003 stay order of the collector of Panchkula on the sale purchase of land of various villages including Abid Firozadi in Panchkula. The Divisional Commissioner's orders to revoke the collector's stay orders had opened the doors for the sale and purchase of about 14 acres of land in that area. According to sale deed documents, the revocation orders enabled the sale purchase involving her husband and son, thus sparking off this controversy.
मेरी कोर्ट में पृथ्वीराज छाबड़ा ने केस डाला था कि उनकी 2 एकड़ जमीन जो उन्होंने सुनील गुलाटी जी के नाम हिब्बानामा किया था, और बाद में सुनील गुलाटी जी ने 2003 में मार्च और अगस्त में वापस हिब्बानामा उनके नाम करवा दिया, तो उसका इंतकाल नहीं हो रहा है, जबकि वो 2003 से उनका हिब्बानामा हुआ। बाद में पता लगा कि कोई स्टे किया हुआ है, जबकि हिब्बानामा स्टे से पहले का था, तो उनको रेवेन्यू रिकॉर्ड में उसकी एंट्री कर देनी चाहिए थी। तो मैंने रूटीन में केस को सुन करके और उस पर फैसला कर दिया कि तो हिब्बानामा के मैंने ऑर्डर कर दिए कि उनके नाम 2 एकड़ का हिब्बानामा जो सुनील गुलाटी जी ने करवाया वो उनके नाम वापस कर दिया जाए।
Finally, some tech news now, and it is a content-driven world that we live in today, with more and more people joining the bandwagon. The need for free or open source software that helps create multimedia content has also been high. Here's a report.
What is a freeware? In an ideal world, it is the question that should follow. Free? When? Sharat Nair at NDTV.com will help you upgrade your content creation skills without paying a single rupee, एक भी पैसा खर्च किए बिना. Today, हम आपके लिए लाए हैं freeware apps that will make your posts, videos and audio shine like a pro. सबसे पहले, let's talk audio. I'm a musician. For recording and mixing voiceovers or podcasts, Audacity is a free boss. It is simple to use with all the tools you need for proper sound. Up next, फ्री में प्रो लेवल वीडियो एडिटिंग करनी है आपको, DaVinci Resolve इज द रियल डील. कलर करेक्शन, स्पेशल इफेक्ट्स, ट्रिमिंग, स्प्लिटिंग, यू नेम इट. थोड़ा सा कॉम्प्लेक्स है फॉर बिगिनर्स उसका इंटरफेस, बट ट्यूटोरियल्स दे गोइंग टू बी योर बेस्ट फ्रेंड्स फॉरएवर. फोटो एडिटिंग का सीन है आपका, फॉरगेट प्राइसी सॉफ्टवेयर. Photopea is your online Photoshop, so layers, masking, effects, it is the whole package. Let's get social. Canva and Adobe Express are your jam for eye-catching social media posts. Super easy. Templates भी हैं, cool fonts भी हैं, tons of stock images भी हैं जो यूज कर सकते हैं to create the perfect vibe. So creating awesome content, ये महंगा हो ये जरूरी नहीं है. Don't be shy, try them out, take your post to the next level. And हाँ, अगर आपको ये वीडियो अच्छा लगा, ये cool freeware apps जो मैंने आपको बताए हैं, you know where to send love. It's techies at ndtv.com for more such knowledge. काम का knowledge. Keep watching NDTV Networks.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
आईपीएल का हल्ला बल्ला और सबसे शानदार कवरेज सिर्फ एनडीटीवी पर।
Friends, it's time now to move towards the last section, by far my favorite section of this episode, क्योंकि यहाँ पे I get to answer your questions जो भी आपने पूछे होते हैं. Let's see kind of questions we have this week और क्या मेरे पास उन सभी के जवाब हैं भी या नहीं. Okay, so you want to have a speaker system for your MacBook giving you pure and best sound quality. मैं recommend करता हूँ if you can use a pair of HomePod minis. Not the big HomePod because again quite bulky, quite expensive, but जो छोटे वाले HomePod mini होते हैं, if you can use them in a stereo setup, would give you an amazing quality. और मेरे ख्याल से Apple के
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
Pre-poll crossovers continue. Vijender Singh punches out of Congress and joins the BJP. Rahul Gandhi files nomination from Wayanad in Kerala today. Rahul Gandhi as well as his sister Priyanka Gandhi hold roadshow in Wayanad. Shashi Tharoor also files nomination from Thiruvananthapuram. Latest in the Vistara crisis, management and the pilots hold talks. Vistara CEO addresses the pilots amid merger crisis. Sources suggest that Vistara management addressed some of the issues which were raised by the pilots, and several pilots in fact spoke out about their concerns at the meeting. Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal arrested in the alleged liquor policy case, hit out at the Enforcement Directorate in the court today, saying that the sole purpose of the case was of the arrest was to humiliate him and to incapacitate him. The ED told court that Kejriwal is the kingpin of the alleged scam and is reading statements selectively. World Bank raises India's growth forecast. The World Bank says that growth in South Asia is driven mainly by the robust growth in India. Right, in our top focus, boxer Vijender Singh has joined the BJP just a short while back, this coming just ahead of the Lok Sabha elections. The 38-year-old had in fact joined the Congress back in 2019, just ahead of the Lok Sabha elections back then. He had in fact unsuccessfully contested in the elections from South Delhi constituency in 2019, losing out to the incumbent BJP MP Ramesh Bidhuri. Vijender Singh said that he had joined the BJP to work for the country's development. Let me go across to my colleague Vasudha, who's tracking all the updates on this. Vasudha, so Congress losing yet another leader, though of course Vijender Singh was probably not in the same league as some of the other senior leaders that Congress has lost out recently, but nonetheless a bit of an embarrassment once again for the Congress.
Yes, Tanima, and you know, it is of course a setback to the Congress party for three reasons. One, because he's a young face, he's somebody who's been an achiever, and the third important point is he's also a Jat face, a community that is predominant across the states of Rajasthan, UP, Western UP, and also Haryana, and also he's been somebody who has supported the restless protest against BJP. Sitting MP Brij Bhushan Singh, remember his name has still not been announced from Kaisarganj. With his induction into the party, the BJP aims to do two things. One is basically look at this whole narrative of Jat unrest, because if you see several leaders like Rahul Kaswan, Brajendra Chaudhary, and also JJP are no longer part of the BJP NDA alliance now, and this is one way of saying that they have a strong Jat face, or at least an upcoming prominent leader amongst them. He's going to be used extensively across Western UP and also Haryana. And the other thing is also to send out a message that this restless protest is think of the past. We don't know who's going to be announced from Kaisarganj, if it is Brij Bhushan Singh that who's going to be making a comeback, or any of his family members. December. So that also is another controversy. But more importantly, Mr. Vijender Singh, the boxer, we are told was hoping to be fielded from Mathura, opposite Hema Malini from the Congress party, but that didn't happen. Remember that he had debuted as a candidate in the Lok Sabha in 2019, but he had lost. But we are told from the BJP sources that he's going to be used extensively for campaigning across states, especially where the Jat population is predominant.
Vasudha, they're explaining the significance of Vijender Singh joining BJP, ditching Congress. Thank you so much for joining us with that. Staying with news of the Congress, and Congress MP Rahul Gandhi today filed his nomination papers from Wayanad in Kerala. The Congress leader held a roadshow in the constituency that he won by record margins back in 2019. In fact, at that time, he had won by over 4 lakh votes. Rahul Gandhi was accompanied by his sister Priyanka Gandhi and Congress General Secretaries K.C. Venugopal and Deepa Das Munshi. Remember, BJP has fielded K. Surendran, the party's Kerala state president, and the LDF has fielded Senior Communist Party of India leader Annie Raja from Wayanad.
As I said, all the people of Wayanad, regardless of whether you are from the UDF or from the LDF, I have a relationship with you. You're all my family members. We might disagree on our ideology, but we agree that we have a tremendous relationship with each other. I have received love and affection. I treat you and think of you the same way I think of my little sister Priyanka over here. That if we have a government in Delhi, and when we get a government in Kerala, both of which we will do, we will resolve these issues for the people of Wayanad.
Staying with news from Kerala, and Congress MP Shashi Tharoor is seeking a re-election from Kerala's Thiruvananthapuram Lok Sabha seat in the 2024 Lok Sabha elections. Mr. Tharoor, a 3-time parliamentarian, will be up against BJP's Rajiv Chandrasekhar, who's of course the Minister of State IT. Let me go across to my colleague Pratibha. Pratibha, in fact, we can see power-packed lineup there in Kerala. Of course, Rahul Gandhi holding a roadshow and then filing his nomination in Wayanad. Shashi Tharoor there filing his nomination from Thiruvananthapuram. Besides the optics there, of course, another aspect which is coming through in Kerala is the fact that while in the India bloc, the left and the Congress are together, in Wayanad specifically, if we talk about it, Rahul Gandhi, of course, contesting against LDF candidate Annie Raja, and we've also seen the Kerala Chief Minister talking about it. So is this some sort of a strategy there that is going on, or what are you picking up?
Well, in fact, when you talk of the India bloc, yes, the Congress as well as the LDF are on the same page. But then in Kerala, they are strong contenders, and that is precisely why you see that action-packed contest there, especially in Wayanad, which is supposed to be the LDF bastion, but then it was usurped by Rahul Gandhi in 2019 with over 4 lakh votes that he won. And he is hoping that this time around Wayanad will prove to be lucky as well. But it is definitely going to be a tough road ahead, because we are talking of BJP state president K. Surendran, who would be fighting against him from the BJP, and we also have, like you pointed out, the LDF candidate who is a senior CPI leader, who will also be contesting against Rahul Gandhi. In the meantime, we also have Shashi Tharoor filing his nomination at Thiruvananthapuram. Now, when you look at these particular constituencies, the BJP has been working really hard in terms of strengthening its cadres and also trying to ensure that they would appear as a third alternative as far as Kerala is concerned, and as far as this Lok Sabha election is also concerned. A tough fight for Shashi Tharoor there as well, as far as we look at the constituency Thiruvananthapuram closely, because we have Rajiv Chandrasekhar. And remember, if Rajiv Chandrasekhar turns out to be lucky this time around, he would definitely be promised a cabinet berth. And this is something that would be favoring Rajiv Chandrasekhar there. And in terms terms of something that would go against Rajiv Chandrasekhar, well, the insider versus outsider debate will definitely be doing the talks in Thiruvananthapuram. So all of these things will be taken into account. And remember, the BJP has been looking at a south push, especially with a greater focus in Kerala. Going by all of this, yes, it is going to be something that needs to be closely watched as far as constituencies like Wayanad as well as Thiruvananthapuram are concerned.
Right. In both these cases, of course, Pratibha, Congress has very strong candidates there. BJP also, of course, fielding its state chief and very known face from the centre, Rajiv Chandrasekhar, as far as Trivandrum and Wayanad are concerned. We'll have to keep a close watch on those two constituencies there. Thank you so much for joining us with that. Now, Congress Chief Mallikarjun Kharge started the Congress's campaign in Delhi by going door to door, promising guarantees or if they are voted to power. The Congress party has made 25 promises or guarantees focusing on 5 key areas, including youth, women, and those are some of the aspects that they are raising in their poll campaign.
The Congress President, Mr. Kharge, has started here from Northeast Delhi, where he has been able to get one of the 3 seats where the Congress party will be contesting in alliance with the Aam Aadmi Party. His attempt to connect with the people here for what is called Ghar Ghar Ka Guarantee, to ensure that the Congress's promises are made at this site. So this is the way the Congress party is attempting to do it, and I'm joined by the Secretary of Communications in the Congress President's office. What is the exact attempt that you are trying to do here?
We are trying to take the Congress party guarantees to every doorstep. Every poor family, the head of the family gets 1 lakh rupees a year, that is 8,500 rupees a month. It will help in the heightened inflation, it will help with the food, with the education of the children. We know that the government has been able to hasn't been able to curb inflation. People have suffered, people can't have good, healthy food, nutritious food. So this is an attempt by 5 guarantees. Youth guarantee, Yuva guarantee we are calling it, Yuva guarantee, Nari Nyay, which is for the women, for 1 lakh rupees a month. For youth, we are guaranteeing first job, Pehli Naukri Pakki guarantee. And the third one is Kisan guarantee.
So this is your attempt to meet with the voters and explain to them what you're promising?
Yes.
But some of them out here say that you have not announced the candidate yet.
Majorly in last 10 years, all important sections of the society have received a setback. So it's an effort to restore that anomaly. The candidate selection is a process. More than 200 candidates have been announced, and 5th is the last day of CEC when major candidates are going to be announced. So with that, we roll into election, go and fight the BJP.
Alka ji, what is your reaction to your promise that you are doing?
देखिए, मेरे रिएक्शन से ज्यादा जरूरी देखना कि लोगों का क्या रिएक्शन है। मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे साहब राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष आज गलियों में हैं और लोग बहुत उत्साहित हैं, क्योंकि एक तरफ जुमला, दूसरी तरफ गारंटी, वो गारंटी जो बेरोजगारी, गरीबी, महंगाई से राहत देने का काम करेगी। इंतजार अब लंबा नहीं है। 4 जून देश में एक बड़ा बदलाव आने वाला है। किसान को एमएसपी पे कानून मिलने जा रहा है, बेरोजगार युवाओं को रोजगार मिलने जा रहा है, महिलाओं को सुरक्षा और महंगाई की जो मार झेल रही है, 1 लाख रुपया सालाना घर की एक महिला को मिलने जा रहा है। 30 लाख सरकारी नौकरी के पक्के पदों को भरने जा रहा है। सो आप देख रहे हैं, श्रमिक 400 रुपया दिहाड़ी उसे मिलेगा। ये हमारी लिखित में गारंटी राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष लेकर राजधानी दिल्ली से आए हैं। 8 करोड़ ऐसे ही गारंटी कार्ड को लेकर अब कांग्रेस का कार्यकर्ता देश भर में जाने वाला है।
लोग कह रहे हैं कि यहाँ पे कैंडिडेट अभी तक तय नहीं हुआ है।
नहीं, कैंडिडेट 230 हमारे घोषित हो चुके हैं। 6ठे और 7वें चरण पर जल्द फैसले होने वाले हैं, लेकिन 230 उम्मीदवार पूरी तैयारी दमखम के साथ अपनी गारंटी को लेकर लोगों के बीच में है।
So here you have it, the Congress party attempting to go and connect with the masses here, and it's their way of trying to say that how they want to connect with the workers and take the promises that they were shown. With camera person Manoj Thakur, Sunil Prabhu, NDTV.
Staying with news ahead of the elections, political news ahead of the elections. Now, Maharashtra Congress has proposed Sanjay Nirupam's expulsion from the party. Remember, Sanjay Nirupam had recently called for the party leadership to snap ties with Uddhav Sena. And this seems to be an action on Sanjay Nirupam after some of his remarks against Uddhav Sena. Congress's Maharashtra unit, as per sources, is upset with him. For more on this, I'm joined by my colleague Paras. Paras, we believe that Sanjay Nirupam is also likely to address a press conference shortly. Now, this seems to be another intra-party war within Congress that they are trying to douse the fire ahead of the elections.
Yeah, of course, you said it very rightly that it's the internal war which are being faced by MBA from last few months. We have been seeing that the seat sharing formula is not able to get in properly for MBA, and now the major update that we are getting is that Sanjay Nirupam, the senior leader of Congress, has been expelled from the star campaigner list first, and now the senior leader of Maharashtra Congress will write a letter and send a proposal to the head office in Delhi, where he has been asked and he will be asked to leave Congress. And now this has happened because from last few days, Sanjay Nirupam has rapidly was targeting MBA, Uddhav Thackeray and Congress leader about not getting a seat, because he was constantly asking about it that he wanted to fight Lok Sabha election. But now what has happened is that he has been expelled from star campaigner list, and when this all process was going, the Lok Sabha seat sharing process was going, the seat which he was he wanted was given to Amol Kirtikar. He is one of the persons from Shiv Sena UBT, and he was given this seat, and after that he has started targeting MBA, and now continuously he is targeting, and he has been told not to contest in star campaigner list. And now major update will come in a few hours and what will happen to Sanjay Nirupam, because now the ball is in Congress court, and Congress head office Delhi will decide what to do with Sanjay Nirupam.
Paras there, thank you so much for joining us with that developing story from Maharashtra. Now shifting focus to Uttar Pradesh, where Union Home Minister Amit Shah was in fact addressed a rally in Muzaffarnagar in western UP. Amit Shah in fact raised the pitch of 400 par is bar, and he in fact said that Prime Minister Modi will return with 400 plus seats this time around. Listen in.
मोदी जी को प्रधानमंत्री बनाना है या नहीं बनाना है? 400 पार करनी है या नहीं करनी है? 14 की 14 सीटों पर सपा का सुपड़ा साफ करना है या नहीं करना है? ये जो चुनाव है, ये चुनाव मोदी जी को तीसरी बार प्रधानमंत्री बनाने का चुनाव है। मुझे बताओ, मोदी जी को हम तीसरी बार प्रधानमंत्री बनाना चाहते हैं या नहीं चाहते? जोर से बोलो, चाहते हैं या नहीं चाहते?
Now, latest in the Vistara crisis, as per sources, Vistara pilots and management had a meeting earlier today where the management addressed aircraft availability concerns and planning issues as well. Few pilots also raised concerns about their contracts. Remember, the airlines has gone through multiple cancellations over the past few days as pilots called in sick. Several of them quit over altered terms of contract.
Vistara's management addressed the pilots. In fact, they said that they understand that pilots are not entirely to be blamed for what exactly is happening, and management assured that they would address other concerns related to aircraft availability and network planning issues as well, in order to ensure that there are less flight cancellations and delays in the coming future. In fact, towards the end of the meeting, sources told us that a Q&A session was also conducted in which different pilots raised their concerns, and one of the points that was raised had to do with the new contract or their salary structures, which has been a point of contention so far in the Vistara crisis. While in that moment, management did not give any answers or as to how they plan to do it, but they assured the pilots that they would come back to them with some answers on this thing. So we don't have an update as to how management plans to address it, but as of now, sources told us that management has just assured the pilots that they would look into the matter and come back.
News now from the national capital in Delhi. Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal, who's arrested in the alleged liquor policy case, lashed out at the Enforcement Directorate in the court today, where the bail hearing is in fact going on. He said, his lawyer rather, said that the sole purpose of arresting Kejriwal was to humiliate and incapacitate him. Arguing for interim relief before the Delhi High Court, Mr. Kejriwal's lawyer said that the ED had acted without any inquiry, statement or material that could be the basis of an arrest. The AAP chief, whose arrest weeks before the Lok Sabha elections has led to furious protests and claims that the ruling BJP is trying to shut down rival parties to ensure a massive victory. And in fact, the Aam Aadmi Party has accused the agency of preventing Kejriwal from participating in the elections. Now, these are, of course, some of the arguments which were made in court today. As far as the ED is concerned, the agency's lawyers maintain that Kejriwal is the kingpin of the alleged scam, and that the chief minister is reading witness statements selectively for his own purposes. For further on this, let me go across to my colleague Aishwarya, who's tracking all the updates coming in from the court. Aishwarya, I believe the arguments are still on. In fact, the rebuttal arguments have started from Arvind Kejriwal's lawyer's side. Just take our viewers through some of the key highlights which have come through from both sides as far as their arguments are concerned.
Long arguments have taken place so far in the Delhi High Court on the petition filed by Arvind Kejriwal challenging his arrest. It was first Abhishek Manu Singhvi representing Arvind Kejriwal stated that the money trail has not been found. It is some of the statements posed by the accused earlier who had turned approvers led to Arvind Kejriwal's arrest, and this is just to demean him. This is just to corner him just around the elections. It was a long argument that was given by Abhishek Manu Singhvi, after which it was Additional Solicitor General SP Raju, who represented the Enforcement Directorate, clearly stated that the proceeds of crime went through Arvind Kejriwal being the kingpin and main conspirator of the case. He also stated that they have all the evidences of how the money was routed from Delhi to Goa and used as political campaigns through Hawala operators. They have the WhatsApp chats, evidences of the statements from the Hawala operators, and also they have a lot to recover from the income tax records as well. It was stated later by SP Raju that Arvind Kejriwal, because was the national convener of Aam Aadmi Party, they are dealing this political party as a company, as association of people, and therefore they invoke Section 70 of the PMLA. And if they consider Aam Aadmi Party and establish Aam Aadmi Party as a company, then when Arvind Kejriwal being the national convener and deals with the workings of the company, then he is accountable to the alleged scam that has been done. Now, after submitting the arguments, it is the rebuttal submissions that has been given currently by Abhishek Manu Singhvi at the Delhi High Court. The hearing are still underway, but it was Arvind Kejriwal who stated that it is just to demean him, and there was no money trail that has still been found out so far from Arvind Kejriwal's account. So clearly, we'll get to know by the end of the day that where this order goes.
Right, the hearing is still on in the Delhi High Court. We'll be tracking all the developments with you, Aishwarya. Thank you so much for joining us for now. On that note, we'll slip into a short break. News and updates will continue on the other side. Stay tuned.
Welcome to NDTV Auto. I'm here in Jaipur for Volkswagen brand conference, and they have made a slew of announcements here. Let's talk more about them with Mr. Ashish Gupta, brand director, Volkswagen India. You have again changed the lineup of Taigun. What was the purpose behind it, and will that make things simpler for people?
No, I think, the endeavor has been, and if I take you back 2 years when we introduced the Taigun, we introduced it on two-line structure, the dynamic line, which was basically based on the 1 liter, and the performance line, which was based on the 1.5 liter. Over the period of time, what we have also realized is that customers are not differentiated by, engine types. Customers are more and more moving towards style differentiation. What kind of a style appeals to me and what kind of a style does not appeal to me or appeals to another set of customers. So the endeavor this time has been to now put our line structure in place to appeal to style more than the differentiation by the engine line. So that's what we have done. So now we have the chrome line, which is more elegant, for the customers who like that kind of a design language, available both on the 1.5 and the 1 liter, and then the sporty look with more black themed exterior and interior elements, which appeals to customers who are looking for more sporty, rugged kind of an appeal that appeals to them. So that's why today we have launched the GT Plus Sport on the Taigun, and also the GT line, which actually brings the GT-ness of our cars into the 1 liter lineup as well with the GT line.
Welcome back. News now from Uttar Pradesh, where Yogi Adityanath was, in fact, the Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister made a contentious law and order pitch ahead of the elections there. In fact, the Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh said that criminals are now scared of jail. That this comment, of course, comes as part of his Lok Sabha campaign. Adityanath went on to say that criminals are saying, don't send us to jail, and that there's zero tolerance for crime in Uttar Pradesh. Shifting tracks to Haryana now, and the Haryana government has constituted an inquiry committee to look into a September 2023 order passed by Ambala Divisional Commissioner Renu Pulia, revoking a 2003 stay order of Collector Panchkula on the sale purchase of land of various villages, including Bir Firozadi in Panchkula. The Divisional Commissioner's order to revoke the collector's stay order had opened the doors for sale purchase of about 14 acres of Bir Firozadi land to Pulia's kin, according to the sale deed documents. The revocation order enabled the sale purchase involving her husband and son, thus stoking a controversy.
मेरी कोर्ट में पृथ्वीराज छाबड़ा ने केस डाला था कि उनकी 2 एकड़ जमीन जो उन्होंने सुनील गुलाटी जी के नाम हिब्बानामा किया था, और बाद में सुनील गुलाटी जी ने 2003 में मार्च और अगस्त में वापस हिब्बानामा उनके नाम करवा दिया, तो उसका इंतकाल नहीं हो रहा है, जबकि वो 2003 से उनका हिब्बानामा हुआ। बाद में पता लगा कि कोई स्टे किया हुआ है, जबकि हिब्बानामा स्टे से पहले का था, तो उनको रेवेन्यू रिकॉर्ड में उसकी एंट्री कर देनी चाहिए थी। तो मैंने रूटीन में केस को सुन करके और उस पर फैसला कर दिया कि हिब्बानामा के मैंने ऑर्डर कर दिए कि उनके नाम 2 एकड़ का हिब्बानामा जो सुनील गुलाटी जी ने करवाया वो उनके नाम वापस कर दिया जाए।
We'll head into a short break at this point. Don't go anywhere.
This show isn't just about news from the southern states. It's one that looks at the rest of India and the world from a diverse South India point of view, because NDTV has always taken the southern view seriously.
The Southern View with Veera Raghav, only on NDTV 24/7.
आईपीएल का हल्ला बल्ला और सबसे शानदार कवरेज सिर्फ एनडीटीवी पर।
When there's too much talking with very little being said, too many voices with hardly any being heard, you turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people.
Hello and welcome to NDTV Auto. What I have with me today is real special. It is the latest EV from Audi, Q6. What's special about it is it's based on a completely new platform, PPE, Premium Platform Electric. This platform Audi has developed for their electric vehicles and it has a lot to offer. Company says, hello and welcome to NDTV Auto. What I have with
to address several issues, and a few pilots also raised concerns at the meeting. Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal, arrested in the alleged liquor policy case, hits out at the Enforcement Directorate in the Delhi High Court, alleging that the sole purpose of the arrest was to humiliate and to incapacitate him. The ED tells court that Kejriwal is the kingpin of the alleged scam and is reading witness statements selectively. World Bank raises India's growth forecast, says that the growth in South Asia is driven mainly by robust growth in India. Political news first, and boxer Vijender Singh has joined the BJP ahead of the Lok Sabha elections. The 38-year-old had joined the Congress back in 2019. He had unsuccessfully contested the 2019 general elections from South Delhi, losing out to incumbent BJP MP Ramesh Bidhuri. Vijender Singh said today that he had joined the BJP to work for the country's development.
19 में मैंने कांग्रेस से चुनाव लड़ा था, लेकिन मैं चाहता हूं कि मैं देश के विकास, देश की तरक्की के लिए भारतीय जनता पार्टी से जुड़ा हूं और मैं इसके लिए लोगों का भला कर सकूं। मैं पहले भी कहते जो गलत को मैंने अभी स्टेज पे बताया कि मैं गलत को गलत कहूंगा, सही को सही कहूंगा, और मैं चाहूंगा कि इसमें भारतीय जनता पार्टी में मैं शामिल होकर बहुत सारे खिलाड़ियों का भला करूं।
लगातार कांग्रेस पार्टी से अपोजिशन से नेता छोड़कर बीजेपी में आ रहे हैं, तो इसमें क्या कमी आपको लग रही है?
जी वो तो कांग्रेस वाले बताएंगे, मैं तो अभी बीजेपी में शामिल हो गया, तो बीजेपी का हो गया हूँ, तो वो लोग बताएंगे क्या कमी है इसमें।
He's been somebody who has supported the wrestlers' protest against BJP. Sitting MP Brij Bhushan Singh, remember his name has still not been announced from Kaisarganj. With his induction into the party, the BJP aims to do two things. One is basically look at this whole narrative of Jat unrest, because if you see several leaders like Rahul Kaswan, Brajendra Chaudhary and also JJP are no longer part of the BJP NDA alliance now, and this is one way of saying that they have a strong Jat face, or at least an upcoming prominent leader amongst them. He's going to be used extensively across Western UP and also Haryana. And the other thing is also to send out a message that this restless protest is thing of the past. We don't know who's going to be announced from Kaisarganj, if it is Brij Bhushan Singh that who's going to be making a comeback, or in any of his family member. So that also is another controversy. But more importantly, Mr. Vijender Singh, the boxer, we are told was hoping to be fielded from Mathura, opposite Hema Malini from the Congress party, but that didn't happen. Remember that he had debuted as a candidate in the Lok Sabha in 2019, but he had lost. But we are told from the BJP sources that he's going to be used extensively for campaigning across states, especially where the Jat population is predominant.
Now, Congress Member of Parliament Rahul Gandhi filed his nomination papers in Wayanad today. The Congress leader held a roadshow in the constituency that he won back in 2019 with a margin of over 4 lakh votes. Rahul is accompanied by his sister Priyanka Gandhi and other senior members, general secretaries of the Congress like K.C. Venugopal and Deepa Das Munshi. Rahul Gandhi has in fact submitted his nomination papers. BJP, meanwhile, of course, has fielded K. Surendran, the Kerala state president of BJP, and Left Democratic Front has fielded Senior Communist Party of India leader Annie Raja from Wayanad.
As I said, all the people of Wayanad, regardless of whether you are from the UDF or from the LDF, I have a relationship with you. You're all my family members. We might disagree on our ideology, but we agree that we have a tremendous relationship with each other. I have received love and affection. I treat you and think of you the same way I think of my little sister Priyanka over here. That if we have a government in Delhi and when we get a government in Kerala, both of which we will do, we will resolve these issues for the people of Wayanad.
Staying with news from Kerala, and Congress MP Shashi Tharoor is seeking re-election from Kerala's Thiruvananthapuram Lok Sabha seat. Mr. Tharoor is a three-time parliamentarian and is up against BJP's Rajiv Chandrasekhar, of course a notable minister in the Modi government.
The Congress as well as the LDF are on the same page, but then in Kerala they are strong contenders, and that is precisely why you see that action-packed contest there, especially in Wayanad, which is supposed to be the LDF bastion, but then it was usurped by Rahul Gandhi in 2019 with over 4 lakh votes that he won, and he is hoping that this time around Wayanad will prove to be lucky as well. But it is definitely going to be a tough road ahead, because we are talking of BJP State President K. Surendran, who would be fighting against him from the BJP, and we also have, like you pointed out, the LDF candidate who is a senior CPI leader, who will also be contesting against Rahul Gandhi. In the meantime, we also have Shashi Tharoor filing his nomination at Thiruvananthapuram. Now, when you look at these particular constituencies, the BJP has been working really hard in terms of strengthening its cadres and also trying to ensure that they would appear as a third alternative as far as Kerala is concerned, and as far as this Lok Sabha election is also concerned. A tough fight for Shashi Tharoor there as well, as far as we look at the constituency Thiruvananthapuram closely, because we have Rajiv Chandrasekhar. And remember, if Rajiv Chandrasekhar turns out to be lucky this time around, he would definitely be promised a cabinet berth. And this is something that would be favoring Rajiv Chandrasekhar there. And in terms of something that would go against Rajiv Chandrasekhar, well, the insider versus outsider debate will definitely be doing the talks in Thiruvananthapuram. So all of these things will be taken into account. And remember, the BJP has been looking at a south push, especially with a greater focus in Kerala.
Now, Union Home Minister Amit Shah launched his Lok Sabha elections campaign in Uttar Pradesh with a rally in Muzaffarnagar's Shahpur town. In the rally, he said that this time around, Prime Minister Modi will return with 400 plus seats.
मोदी जी को तीसरी बार प्रधानमंत्री बनाना है या नहीं बनाना है? 400 पार करनी है या नहीं करनी है? 14 की 14 सीटों पर सपा का सुपड़ा साफ करना है या नहीं करना है? ये जो चुनाव है, ये चुनाव मोदी जी को तीसरी बार प्रधानमंत्री बनाने का चुनाव है। मुझे बताओ, मोदी जी को हम तीसरी बार प्रधानमंत्री बनाना चाहते हैं या नहीं चाहते? जोर से बोलो, चाहते हैं या नहीं चाहते?
Right, let me go across to my colleague Tanishq, who is joining us with more. Tanishq, of course, Western UP is very significant for the BJP. We've seen Prime Minister Modi there also starting his UP campaign from Meerut, Amit Shah in Muzaffarnagar today. So take us through the importance of this belt in Western UP and why the BJP would want to secure the maximum seats from there.
Well, of course, in 2019 elections, BJP managed to secure around 64 seats in the Lok Sabha elections. Now, if you look where the BJP lost in the some parts of the western Uttar Pradesh, some parts of the eastern Uttar Pradesh. So this time they have managed to, rope in allies so that they could increase the influence both in the western Uttar Pradesh and in the eastern Uttar Pradesh. Now, as we know that as we know that it's the eastern Uttar Pradesh that's going to the polls in the first two phases. So of course, Prime Minister Narendra Modi starting the campaign from Meerut from where Arun Goel has been put as BJP candidate, and at that rally all the BJP alliances of Uttar Pradesh were present, including Jayant Chaudhary. So, of course, BJP is eyeing the Jat votes in the past of Western Uttar Pradesh. And, and Jayant Chaudhary's presence, definitely solidifies the transfer of vote that will take place from, RLD to BJP. Now, Amit Shah is in West UP's Muzaffarnagar, of course, campaigning for Sanjeev Balyan. Now, as the RLD, when the RLD and the BJP came into alliance, their eyes were, all eyes were on Muzaffarnagar seat, because in 2019, Chaudhary Ajit Singh fought from the Muzaffarnagar seat and lost by a narrow margin of more than of just 5 to 6 to 7,000. So, of course, strong RLD influence over there. Now, Amit Shah being over there with Jayant Chaudhary, solidifying, making sure that the transfer of votes is there, and of course, showing BJP a strong position. Now, today, at the very same time, Bhupendra Chaudhary, who was...
Right, Tanishq.
Yes.
Right. Tanishq, thank you so much for bringing us a comprehensive explanation of the importance. Of course, BJP gets a boost in the arm with RLD alliance as well, as you were saying, and very key sugarcane belt there in Muzaffarnagar, Western UP, very important for the BJP to maximize the votes as much as possible over there. In other election news, BJP candidate from Mandi constituency, Kangana Ranaut, campaigned in Mahunag. Kangana, in fact, was seen offering prayers and doing her darshan in the area. CPI's Annie Raja takes on Rahul Gandhi in Wayanad. The LDF candidate files nomination from the constituency. BJP candidate from Noida, Mahesh Sharma, files his nomination. Uttar Pradesh Deputy Chief Minister Brijesh Pathak was seen accompanying Mahesh Sharma. Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah and Deputy CM DK Shivakumar's show of strength in Chamarajnagar. Top Congress leaders were seen participating in the nomination rally of Sunil Bose. RJD candidate from Purnia, Bima Bharti, files her nomination. The rebel RJD ex-MP Pappu Yadav, who merged his Janadhikar party with Congress, was adamant to contest the Lok Sabha polls from Purnia. Purnia seat has been given to RJD under the India Bloc seat sharing pact. Bengal BJP chief Shukanto Majumdar is likely to file his nomination from Balurghat. Tripura Chief Minister Manik Shah was seen accompanying Shukanto. And BJP leader Hema Malini performs Yamuna Puja before her nomination. Hema Malini is BJP's Lok Sabha candidate from Mathura. And PDP solo fight plan is a fresh blow to India alliance. Mehbooba Mufti says Omar Abdullah in fact left no option for her. The move comes after National Conference announced that it will contest all 3 seats in Kashmir. Shifting focus now, and the 3 released convicts from Rajiv Gandhi assassination case departed for Colombo from the Chennai airport. Murugan, Robert Payas and Jayakumar, who were recently granted Lankan passports, were quietly transported by the police from Trichy, and another member, Santan, had recently passed away due to liver failure. Their release came after a prolonged legal battle, despite the Tamil Nadu cabinet's recommendation. One of them, Murugan, is married to Nalini, an Indian citizen, another convict released prematurely. All 3 men being Lankan nationals, they were held in a special camp in Trichy post-release.
For several months, they were released actually last year, and although they were technically free since they were Sri Lankan nationals who had illegally entered India several decades ago, they could not be let off free in that sense. So they were housed in a special camp in Trichy. One of them died meanwhile, Santan, because of liver failure. But Murugan, who's married to Indian citizen Nalini, who was also convicted earlier and then commuted to life and then released, he has a daughter who was born when the couple was in jail several years ago. Both of them want to leave for the UK, and while Nalini is trying for a UK visa from India, he on landing from Colombo would try for that. They've spent more than 30 years, although the Tamil Nadu government had recommended their release got delayed because the governor would not abide by that, and ultimately the Supreme Court used its own powers to release them. They were all involved in some kind of a role in the assassination of former Indian Prime Minister Rajiv Gandhi.
Shifting focus now to Uttar Pradesh, back to Uttar Pradesh again, where Yogi Adityanath in fact addressed a rally, and in that he in fact made a contentious law and order pitch. Yogi Adityanath said that criminals are scared of jail and in Uttar Pradesh, and in fact he said that it underscores that in his state there is zero tolerance for crime.
सरकार ने कहा नहीं, जीरो टॉलरेंस पर चलेंगे, या तो अपराध करना बंद करो, और अपराध करोगे तो उसकी कीमत चुकाने के लिए तैयार रहो। बहनों और भाइयों, तो ज्यादातर अपराधियों ने अपनी जमानतें तुड़वा करके जेल में चले गए, और अब तो कह रहे हैं भैया हमें जेल में ही मत भेजो। अब वहां भी जाने से भाग कर रहे हैं। अब आप देख रहे होंगे, अब तो ज्यादातर अपराधी अपने गले पे तख्ती लटका करके घूम रहे हैं, कह रहे हैं कि भैया जिंदगी भर ठेला लगा करके पेट भर लूंगा, लेकिन अब कुछ गलत काम नहीं करूंगा, एक बार जान बकस तो बस।
Right, that was of course Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath there during his Lok Sabha campaign, where he's of course talking about talked about the fact that criminals have fear of going to jail because of the stringent rules that they have been following in terms of bringing law and order in Uttar Pradesh and ensuring that criminals don't get away. And in fact, law and order in the state is one of the main campaign pitches that the BJP in Uttar Pradesh is focusing on. In sports news now, he likes rockets. He fired rockets against Bengaluru on Tuesday night. Young Delhi pacer Mayank Yadav set the speed gun on fire and knocked over Royal Challengers Bengaluru to help his team. Lucknow won by 28 runs and clinched the second Player of the Match award of the season.
It takes a lot to silence Chinnaswamy. But this was the moment on Tuesday night when RCB fans went silent. Glenn Maxwell had evaded the first bouncer from Mayank Yadav, but this came in at 151 km per hour, barely visible, forcing the Aussie to duck. If Maxwell was the wicket number one, number two was the man bred on fast and bouncy Western Australian tracks, Cameron Green. Mayank nailed the top of his off stump. And then he bounced out Rajat Patidar.
Circling there and a brilliant catch in the end.
At the end of the night, Captain KL Rahul recalled what it felt being hit by one of Yadav's balls.
One ball hit me really hard, but yeah, it's so happy to see Mayank bowl the way that he's bowling in the last couple of games. He's quietly, patiently waited for 2 seasons in the dugout. Missed out last year because of injury, unfortunately, but he's been in Bombay with the physios working really hard. He understands that bowling 155 is not easy, and enjoying seeing him bowl from probably 20 yards behind the stumps.
I'm glad to have him in our team. He's bowling rockets at the moment, and he's bowling really well.
The Delhi youngster has clocked 156.7 kilometers per hour, the fastest ball this season. Who is Mayank Yadav? He is Lucknow Super Giants' newest find. He bowls regularly at 150 kilometers per hour with great accuracy. Mayank became the only bowler to claim 2 Player of the Matches in 2 games in his debut season. The 21-year-old from the capital was drafted into Lucknow team in 2022. He went through a series of injuries and managed to debut only this season. Former West Indian great Ian Bishop has called him a child of the wind. His spell from the hell has earned him several admirers. Yadav ended the night with 3 for 14 and thunderbolted his way to stardom. In New Delhi, Rika Roy for NDTV.
Right, we'll head into a short break at this point. Don't go anywhere.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand. Go Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
युवा तो आपकी सोच में, आपके काम में।
कांग्रेस के महासचिव सचिन पायलट जी,
आप काम ना करने दें, उनके खाते सीज कर दें, तो ये एक हेल्दी साइन नहीं है हमारी डेमोक्रेसी के लिए। अगर आप पॉलिटिकल पार्टी हो, आपको टैक्स नहीं लगेगा, लेकिन आपको रिटर्न हर साल फाइल करना है। माय बॉस।
Right, welcome back. Now, one of our top stories that we've been focusing on, boxer Vijender Singh has joined the BJP ahead of Lok Sabha elections. The 38-year-old joined Congress back in 2019, remember, and he had contested the 2019 general elections under the Congress banner, but at that time he had lost the South Delhi constituency seat to incumbent BJP MP Ramesh Bidhuri. Vijender Singh said, while speaking to the media today, that he joined the BJP to work for the country's development.
19 में मैंने कांग्रेस से चुनाव लड़ा था, लेकिन मैं चाहता हूं कि मैं देश के विकास, देश की तरक्की के लिए भारतीय जनता पार्टी से जुड़ा हूं और मैं इसके लिए लोगों का भला कर सकूं। मैं पहले भी कहते जो गलत को मैंने अभी स्टेज पे बताया कि मैं गलत को गलत कहूंगा, सही को सही कहूंगा, और मैं चाहूंगा कि इसमें भारतीय जनता पार्टी में मैं शामिल होकर बहुत सारे खिलाड़ियों का भला करूं।
लगातार कांग्रेस पार्टी से अपोजिशन से नेता छोड़कर बीजेपी में आ रहे हैं, तो इसमें क्या कमी आपको लग रही है?
जी वो तो कांग्रेस वाले बताएंगे, मैं तो अभी बीजेपी में शामिल हो गया, तो बीजेपी का हो गया हूँ, तो वो लोग बताएंगे क्या कमी है इसमें।
Somebody who has supported the wrestlers' protest against BJP, sitting MP Brij Bhushan Singh. Remember, his name has still not been announced from Kaisarganj. With his induction into the party, the BJP aims to do two things. One is basically look at this whole narrative of Jat unrest, because if you see several leaders like Rahul Kaswan, Brajendra Chaudhary, and also JJP are no longer part of the BJP NDA alliance now, and this is one way of saying that they have a strong Jat face, or at least an upcoming prominent leader amongst them. He's going to be used extensively across Western UP and also Haryana. And the other thing is also to send out a message that this restless protest is thing of the past. We don't know who's going to be announced from Kaisarganj, if it is Brij Bhushan Singh that who's going to be making a comeback, or in any of his family member. So that also is another controversy. But more importantly, Mr. Vijender Singh, the boxer, we are told was hoping to be fielded from Mathura, opposite Hema Malini from the Congress party, but that didn't happen. Remember that he had debuted as a candidate in the Lok Sabha in 2019, but he had lost. But we are told from the BJP sources that he's going to be used extensively for campaigning across states, especially where the Jat population is predominant.
News from the tech world now, and it's a content-driven world that we live in today, and with more and more people joining in on the bandwagon, the need for free or open source software that helps create multimedia content has also been high. The small feature from the technology programming team here at NDTV Network might just be the answer you have been waiting for.
What is a freeware? In an ideal world, it is the question that should follow. Free? When? Sharat Nair at NDTV.com will help you upgrade your content creation skills without paying a single rupee. एक भी पैसा खर्च किए बिना. Today, हम आपके लिए लाए हैं freeware apps that will make your posts, videos and audio shine like a pro. सबसे पहले, let's talk audio. I'm a musician. For recording and mixing voiceovers or podcasts, Audacity is a free boss. It is simple to use with all the tools you need for proper sound. Up next, free में pro level video editing करनी है आपको. DaVinci Resolve is the real deal. Color corrections, special effects, trimming, splitting, you name it. थोड़ा सा complex है for beginners उसका interface, but tutorials, they're going to be your best friends forever. Photo editing का scene है आपका. Forget pricey software. Photo P is your online Photoshop. So layers, masking, effects, it is the whole package. Now let's get social. Canva and Adobe Express are your jam for eye-catching social media posts. Super easy. Templates भी हैं, cool fonts भी हैं, tons of stock images भी हैं जो use कर सकते हैं to create the perfect vibe. So creating awesome content, ये महंगा हो ये ज़रूरी नहीं है. Don't be shy. Try them out. Take your post to the next level. And हाँ, अगर आपको ये वीडियो अच्छा लगा, ये cool freeware apps जो मैंने आपको बताए हैं, you know where to send love. It's techies at ndtv.com for more such knowledge. काम का knowledge. Keep watching NDTV networks.
Right, breaking update coming in, and the Delhi High Court has reserved its verdict in the plea which has been moved by Aam Aadmi Party chief and Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal challenging the Enforcement Directorate arrest. Remember, there have been day-long arguments today from both sides. Kejriwal's side, counsel, of course, maintaining that the arrest is politically motivated, that the idea behind the arrest was to incapacitate him, was to, in a way, stop Aam Aadmi Party's campaign or derail Aam Aadmi Party's campaign ahead of the elections. ED on its side, of course, has maintained that Arvind Kejriwal is actually the kingpin of the alleged Delhi excise policy scam, and that they have also said that Arvind Kejriwal is selectively reading certain witness statements in order to prove his innocence, so to speak. So this is, of course, we have seen day-long arguments taking place in the Delhi High Court as Aam Aadmi Party chief Arvind Kejriwal moved a petition against Enforcement Directorate's arrest, calling the arrest a vendetta, an example of vendetta politics, saying that agencies are being misused ahead of the elections. Let me go across to my colleague Aishwarya Jain, who's been tracking all the developments coming in from the court. So the High Court has, of course, reserved its verdict, Aishwarya, for the moment that we know. The order is likely to come out tomorrow. But for our viewers who are just joining in, take us through the highlights of the arguments.
Well, SV Raju appeared on behalf of the Enforcement Directorate, clearly had stated that they are considering Aam Aadmi Party as a company, and Arvind Kejriwal being the national convener of that company, had dealt with the daily governance of that company, and therefore the reason perhaps he knew about each and every transactions being taken place. Remember, it was also stated by the Enforcement Directorate that they had crucial evidences as far as the Hawala transactions, the statements of those. They have WhatsApp chats as far as documents are concerned, and also income tax statements. It was concluded by the Enforcement Directorate saying that because Arvind Kejriwal being considered as the main conspirator in this entire case, the entire matter should be dealt very strictly, and therefore the reason perhaps it is different from what argued by Abhishek Manu Singhvi representing Arvind Kejriwal, that what happened in Sanjay Singh's bail order. Remember, in the closing argument, it was Singhvi who referred to Sanjay Singh's bail order yesterday and said that this is an affirmation of High Court's order of Sanjay Singh, after which the Delhi High Court had reserved its order. By tomorrow, if any additional submissions needs to be done, both on the part of the Enforcement Directorate or Arvind Kejriwal, that can be done by tomorrow as well. And after that, the order will come out.
Shreya, thank you so much for joining us with the latest from court. We'll head into a short break at this point. Keep watching NDTV for more news and updates.
You basically say to parents, stop chasing happiness and success for your kids. I'm like, hey, but if nothing else, I should at least be doing that. And in today's very goal-driven, success-driven world, I'd be like, I get it, but I don't want my kid to be left out. I want to give them the best chance.
Right, so let's just take success first. And most Indian parents will have to admit, even in the privacy of their own solitude, that success is their main goal in raising their children. And when we raise children with this goal in mind, what we often do is become blind to who the child really is. When we drive our children to success, we objectify them. And no parent likes to admit that they're doing that, because we pretend to ourselves, we lie to ourselves that all our pushing is coming because we care about our children. We love our children, but that's not the truth. We care about ourselves. We love ourselves. We feel good to have our children be successful. And if our children fall off the wagon, it makes us feel anxious.
But then you also say, don't push for happiness. Don't make that your big goal either. Can you tell us why? That sounds like a really different way of looking at things.
We want our children to be happy. Well, what that really means is we want our children to be really happy because that makes us feel as if we're good parents. It makes us feel in control and as if we're successful. Our children are going to have a lot of unhappy moments in life. Life is not about just unilateral, unilinear feelings. In fact, pain, fear, anxiety is part of the human experience. And in fact, that's what actually keeps us safe sometimes. And that's how we're wired to know that there's danger. And that's how we grow. Our children will pay a price. They may not tell us right now, but they will pay a price in their own life because they will be unable to sit with their difficult emotions. They will drink too much, eat too much, social.
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I'm Gargi Rawat. Up ahead, we'll get you all the election news, all the big developments. AAP leader Sanjay Singh expected to walk out of jail anytime now. Let's take a look at the headlines we're tracking. Rahul versus Annie Raja in Wayanad. Allies face off as both leaders have filed their nominations today. So more trouble for the India opposition bloc in Jammu and Kashmir. The PDP says they will fly solo after National Conference says they'll be fielding candidates